Très bien. Donc, comme je vous le disais, bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très content d'être ici parmi vous. C'est la première fois que je viens et je suis très curieux aussi de voir les conférences de mes camarades cet après-midi. Je me présente rapidement. Je m'appelle Geoffrey Dorne. Sur Twitter, si vous voulez me mentionner, c'est @Geoffrey Dorne. Et j'ai un blog dont tu parlais tout à l'heure qui est graphisme.fr, dans lequel j'essaye un petit peu d'expérimenter des choses, de poser de la réflexion, de faire de la veille. Et c'est justement le sujet de cette conférence, on va parler un petit peu de veille et de tendance notamment. Rapidement pour mon parcours, hein, on va pas épiloguer, mais j'ai fait les arts décoratifs à Paris, une école qui s'appelle l'ENSAD, en design graphique et multimédia. Donc c'est assez important d'avoir et de l'imprimé et du numérique. Pour moi, c'est très important d'avoir les deux. Et puis, qu'est-ce que j'ai fait d'autre? J'ai commencé à travailler en 2004. J'ai monté mon blog également dans la même année. J'ai monté une première société qui s'appelait youcasa.com, qui était une plateforme sociale pour la famille. Et puis, j'ai également fait mon diplôme sur les interfaces en ligne, donc la problématique de tous ces logiciels déportés sur Internet et qui deviennent des web applications. Et puis sur le hacking citoyen, on pourra en reparler un petit peu, qui était la partie design, le mélange entre le design et le hacking. J'ai également fait de la recherche en design à l'ENSAD Lab. Et puis, qu'est-ce que j'ai fait d'autre? J'ai travaillé pour Mozilla, j'ai travaillé pour le commissariat à l'énergie atomique, j'ai travaillé pour Orange Valley. Et aujourd'hui, parfois, je fais des conférences, comme aujourd'hui. J'enseigne aussi. Et puis, j'ai monté ma société au début de l'année 2012. Voilà pour le parcours. Et puis aujourd'hui, en gros, la petite galaxie que j'aime bien présenter, c'est de se dire, voilà, il y a mon blog un petit peu au milieu, graphisme.fr, qui est alimenté un peu tous les jours. Bon, aujourd'hui, c'est spécial, hein, j'ai mis qu'un article, je suis désolé. J'ai un SoundCloud dans lequel, des fois, je raconte un petit peu des pensées, des idées sur le design, etc. J'ai mon projet de recherche en design, neen.fr, neen.fr, qui s'intéresse à la communication émotionnelle, la communication fatigue, etc. J'ai graphisme.tv. Si vous aimez les conférences, apparemment c'est le cas, vous pouvez aller voir des conférences de designers sur graphisme.tv. Toujours dans la série de mes activités un peu annexes, j'ai j'affiche.fr, dans lequel je mets des affiches sur l'actualité. Donc dès qu'il y a une actualité qui me touche un petit peu, je réalise une affiche, etc. Là, la dernière, c'était sur Obama. Instadro.net, je fais un dessin par jour, je le publie sur Instagram. Sublime.com, c'est le plan de métro en HTML5, mais relié à Twitter. Donc si je prends le métro, je vais me connecter sur Twitter et ça me permet de voir ce qui se passe dans le métro, s'il y a des contrôleurs, s'il y a une jolie fille, s'il y a un mec qui chante, enfin voilà, la vraie vie du métro, quoi. Et puis après, de l'autre côté, j'ai hacker.net, hacker avec un 4, dans lequel je fais justement ce projet sur le mélange entre le hacking et le design. Donc là, c'est comment est-ce qu'on détourne les systèmes de surveillance au profit des citoyens. Et puis après, pour tout retrouver l'intégralité du truc, c'est sur geoffreydorne.com, tout simplement. Donc pour les présentations, voilà. Moi, ce qui m'intéresse plutôt, c'est pas moi, c'est vous. Donc en fait, la conférence, ça vous concerne, ça vous regarde, parce que en fait, dans la salle, si j'ai cru comprendre, il y a des créatifs, il y a des designers, il y a des graphistes, il y a des développeurs, il y a des illustrateurs. Enfin voilà, on a tout un panel de gens, de curieux et de créatifs. Et en fait, moi, je passe mon temps à vous observer. Alors, je ne vous observe pas là, maintenant, tout de suite, parce que je ne vous vois pas trop, mais sur Internet, je vous observe par ce biais-là notamment. Là, ce que vous voyez, c'est mon Google Reader. Donc, je lis des flux RSS toute la journée, je lis des dizaines, des centaines de sites, peut-être pas des milliers, parce que bon, j'ai du travail quand même. Et malgré tout, ça me permet de voir au quotidien ce qui se passe. Et donc, dans l'idée de voir ce qui se passe, c'est de se dire, OK, bon, ça, on a déjà vu 10 000 fois, ça, c'est intéressant, tiens, ça, j'aime bien. Et puis 2 jours après, je vois quelqu'un d'autre qui a fait un même truc un peu similaire. Je me dis, tiens, ça me plaît bien. Donc je le bookmark, hein, je l'enregistre, ou j'en parle sur mon blog, ou je le partage, etc. Et puis parmi tous ces flux, petit à petit, je commence à dénicher un petit peu des tendances. Alors des tendances, qu'est-ce que c'est? Moi, c'est la définition que j'en donne, après il y en a plein d'autres. Hein. C'est la répétition d'un élément qui devient un phénomène. Alors, c'est une définition, comme je disais, il y en a beaucoup d'autres, mais l'idée du phénomène, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que ça se propage. Un mème sur Internet avec un lolcat, avec un chat, etc., ça se propage super vite, et ce qui est intéressant, c'est que tout le monde est au courant très vite. Et c'est la notion de phénomène, et la tendance en design, c'est quelque chose qui vient également se répandre très très vite, et parfois disparaître aussi vite que c'est arrivé. Donc, par exemple, un petit exemple ici. Ça date d'il y a quelques années, le travail de Toby NG sur si le monde était un village de 100 personnes, ce monsieur a fait des affiches très simples, minimalistes, avec une typo, un pictogramme et puis de la data vis dessus. Quelque chose de très très simple, très très épuré. première fois que j'ai vu ça, je fais waouh, impressionnant. Je sais pas ce que vous en pensez, mais moi je trouve ça très beau, très graphique. C'est très clair en plus. Bref, ça m'a bien plu. Donc je l'ai bookmarké, j'ai mis de côté, etc. Et puis, peu de temps après, j'ai vu le travail de Victor Hertz. Et lui, ce qu'il a fait, c'est qu'il a repris des films de Hitchcock et il les a résumés en pictogrammes. Donc là, voilà, si on a vu Psychose, c'est super facile. Oui, la scène de la douche avec le tueur, etc. Et puis là, on a fait toute une série comme ça. Là, pareil, je me suis dit, waouh, c'est super, c'est intéressant et tout, c'est pas mal. En plus, c'est graphique, j'aime bien, c'est simple. Il y a pris du Helvetica et tout ça. Bref, c'est séduisant, voilà. Et puis après, j'ai continué ma veille. Et puis après, on a eu Albert Exargian qui a commencé à faire, pareil, des films Star Wars, Fenêtre sur cour, X-Files, Colombo, des séries aussi. Et tout à coup, il s'est mis, voilà, une série, une affiche minimaliste, une espèce de tendance comme ça qui commençait à se dessiner. Alors, ce qui est agréable dans cette tendance-là, ce qui est amusant, c'est que si j'ai vu Colombo, je comprends pourquoi il y a cette image-là. Si j'ai vu Star Wars, je sais très bien l'étoile noire, etc. Si je ne connais pas du tout Star Wars, ça ne me parle pas et c'est trop minimaliste pour être accessible aux gens qui n'ont pas vu le film. Bon, est-ce qu'il y en a qui n'ont pas vu Star Wars dans la salle? Je ne sais pas. Et donc, tout à coup, après cette tendance, alors là, c'est l'apogée. On a Pedro Vidotto. Là, il continue. Donc, un film, un pictogramme, un texte, un effet de papier. Et donc là, on est sur une grosse tendance. Voilà, tout le monde fait ça. Et donc, on a pléthore d'affiches minimalistes avec de la typo, etc. Et donc, quand on passe un certain cap dans la tendance, c'est quand le marketing ou la publicité ou tout ce petit monde commercial, en tous les cas, utilise cette tendance pour en faire des trucs grand public ou des trucs pour la pub. Donc là, par exemple, c'est Canal+. Et donc, ça y est, Canal+ a compris, ils ont vu cette tendance en interne, et ils se sont dit, OK, c'est un phénomène, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire? Et dans ce cas-là, on va faire nos publicités. Donc ça date d'il y a 1 an ou 2, je crois. Nos publicités avec ce style d'affiche minimaliste. Donc là, pareil, pictogramme, typo, etc. Et donc, dans l'idée, c'est de se dire, OK, on a une courbe au départ en disant, tiens, c'est intéressant, j'ai remarqué un truc. Après, on se dit, OK, il y a plein de mecs qui font pareil. Après, il y a un mec qui fait tout, en disant, voilà, moi j'ai fait tous les films de l'IMDb en affiche minimaliste. Et après, on a le marketing qui se dit, OK, c'est tendance, on s'en sert. Et une fois que le marketing s'en sert, c'est très compliqué après de revenir en arrière et de se dire, tiens, si je faisais une affiche minimaliste, c'est plus difficile. Et donc, oups, une tendance. Alors, j'imagine que vous voyez parfois des tendances ou des trucs qui se répètent un petit peu. Et qu'est-ce qu'on fait quand on voit une tendance? Donc l'idée, la première question, l'étape 1, qui est intéressante à se poser, c'est de se demander si cette tendance est passée, actuelle ou en devenir. Alors, évidemment, la tendance en devenir, c'est la plus difficile à dénicher. La tendance passée, on l'appelle un peu rétro, vintage, ou voilà, les gens disent « Ah, ça c'est saut 2000, quoi. C'est saut les années 2000, c'est fini, on ne fait plus. » quoi. C'était il y a 12 ans. Quoi. Et puis la tendance actuelle, c'est difficile de savoir exactement aussi si nous, notre travail est dans la tendance actuelle, si on est un peu en avance, un petit peu old school, etc. Et donc, pour illustrer ça, une tendance passée, la typo lobster. Je suis désolé pour tous ceux qui travaillent avec la typo lobster. J'en connais, il y en a qui sortent, je suis désolé. La typo lobster, c'est une typo qui est utilisée énormément sur le web. Il y a 1 an ou 2, mais vraiment avec le CSS3 en fait, avec le HTML5, on a eu le CSS3 qui permettait de mettre n'importe quelle typo sur une page web. C'est génial. Et tout à coup, tout le monde s'est dit une typo sympa. Le Comic Sans? Non. Et le lobster. Et donc, le lobster a vraiment vécu sur le web. Et puis, ce qui est marrant, c'est que dans cette tendance, il est sorti du web, il est sorti de l'écran et il est arrivé sur des affiches. Ça, c'est une affiche pour le Parti communiste français et le Front de gauche. Ils ont utilisé du lobster. C'est fun. Donc ça, c'est une tendance passée. Et même, voilà, certains le décrivent cette typo comme le nouveau Comic Sans. On ne peut plus trop l'utiliser. Une tendance actuelle, le skeuomorphisme. Alors pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas le skeuomorphisme, c'est cette imitation de la matière. Donc Apple, ce sont les as de ça, on en reparlera un petit peu après. Donc j'ai des coutures, j'ai une texture en croûte de cuir de vachette très très réaliste. J'ai vraiment le piqué du fil sur mon interface. Et donc ça, c'est une grosse tendance actuelle. Dans vos téléphones mobiles, là, je suis sûr que vous avez des applications dans lesquelles il y a ce style, cette impression-là, ce qui s'appelle le skeuomorphisme. Et puis une tendance en devenir, que moi je commence à dénicher et que je vois maintenant de plus en plus, c'est le retour à l'objet, le retour au volume, etc. On en reparlera un petit peu après. Donc là, ce que vous voyez, c'est une maison d'édition française qui s'appelle les éditions volumiques. Et donc, ils mélangent le papier et les iPads, les iPhones, les tablettes en général, en disant, voilà, je prends un objet en papier et je le pose sur mon iPad, et mon iPad devient le plateau de jeu. Et après, avec mon petit objet en papier ou mon objet en bois, ou etc., je peux retrouver un petit peu cette sensation de l'objet. Donc ça, c'est une tendance qui est en devenir. On en reparlera un petit peu après. Alors, que faire de ces tendances? Je regarde juste l'heure pour ne pas être trop en avance, trop en retard. Donc une fois que vous avez déniché une petite tendance qui vous intéresse bien, en disant, tiens, j'ai remarqué un petit truc, qu'est-ce qu'on en fait? L'idée, c'est de se dire, on peut les collectionner. C'est super, une tendance, je la mets sur un Tumblr, donc là, on peut archiver, en partage, etc. Je la mets sur Pinterest. Pinterest, c'est génial parce que les gens font de la veille pour vous et créent des planches de tendance à votre place. Donc si vous contribuez, c'est super, mais vous tapez skeuomorphisme dans Pinterest, vous allez avoir des boards dans lesquels les gens auront mis des images, et il y aura un côté vraiment très actuel, très intéressant. Et puis un blog aussi, voilà, moi c'est ce que je fais avec le mien. Bon, j'ai un Pinterest aussi, mais je ne l'alimente pas trop, mais l'idée c'est de se dire, le blog, ce qui est pas mal, c'est qu'on peut écrire une réflexion, essayer de commencer à avoir des commentaires, une interaction en disant, tiens, j'ai remarqué que la tendance de demain, c'est le bleu dans les interfaces tangibles, j'en sais rien. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez, etc. Ça permet aussi de sonder un petit peu le monde. Donc avec toutes ces tendances, après, ce qui est super, c'est qu'on peut faire des mood boards. Alors les mood boards, c'est des planches de tendance, on appelle ça. Ça permet d'avoir un aperçu global d'un esprit, les dernières interfaces de géologue, à quoi elles ressemblent, les dernières interfaces tactiles sur Android, à quoi elles ressemblent, etc. Pour les références clients aussi, c'est super parce que vous piochez, vous évitez le lobster, mais vous piochez dans une autre planche de tendance et vous sortez ça à vos clients. Ça permet d'avoir des références et de se dire, ok, est-ce qu'on se met dans la tendance? Est-ce qu'on se met un petit peu en avant? Est-ce qu'on la joue un petit peu sûre parce qu'on a un public qui est pas trop habitué au design d'avant-garde, donc on va prendre des choses un petit peu à l'ancienne, etc. On peut faire la collection, les archiver aussi. C'est génial de retomber dans des tendances qu'on a vues il y a 2 ans, 3 ans, 5 ans, 10 ans, et donc d'avoir un aperçu et d'avoir du recul là-dessus. Le partage, évidemment. Et puis la réflexion, je vous en parlais, pour pouvoir commencer à se poser des questions sur ces dites tendances, pour pouvoir essayer de comprendre un petit peu. Et cette réflexion, c'est aussi pour ça que je voulais vous présenter ma conférence. L'étape numéro 2, c'est la technique du saumon. Alors, les gens m'ont dit, non, mais pas ça dans ta conférence, t'es fou, c'est pas bien, tout ça. Donc le saumon, si, je suis très sérieux. Le saumon, donc en fait, imaginez, vous êtes vous, le saumon. Donc, qu'on voit ici magnifiquement dessiné en pictogramme sur la gauche. Et la tendance, c'est la rivière. Le saumon est bien connu pour remonter les rivières. Et donc, c'est ça, il est courageux, etc. Il y a beaucoup de courants et il remonte sa rivière. Et donc, la tendance, le fait la notion de rivière, pour moi, elle est intéressante parce que la tendance, elle est tout le temps en continu. Une tendance, surtout en design numérique aujourd'hui, ça passe hyper vite, quoi. Des fois, on a une tendance, pendant une semaine, il y a un truc qui sort et boum, ça y est, tout le monde l'a mis. Et donc, l'idée, c'est de faire le saumon, c'est-à-dire de remonter petit à petit de la tendance à pourquoi est-ce que cette tendance existe, d'où elle sort, quel est son contexte, quels sont ses enjeux, etc. Et en fait, ce sont ce qu'on appelle des signaux faibles qui remontent après à des choses beaucoup plus importantes. Donc, une tendance peut cacher un principe utile au design, parce que vous faites du design, vous faites de la programmation, vous faites des choses créatives. Et l'idée, c'est de se dire, toutes ces tendances que je vois, comment est-ce que je me les approprie pour mon boulot? En gros, c'est complètement intéressé. Par exemple, donc je vais vous donner des petits exemples ici. Ça, ce sont des fuites c'est Wikileaks, hein, ça c'est une visualisation de données de Wikileaks. Et donc ça, c'était des fuites pendant la guerre en Irak, et ils ont eu plein de petits messages, et il y en avait, je crois, des centaines, des milliers. C'était très très compliqué à lire, à donner ça au grand public. Donc qu'est-ce qu'on fait dans ces cas-là? On fait de la visualisation de données. Donc Wikileaks s'est approprié cette grande image avec tous les points, les mots importants, etc. Visualisation de données, data vis, très important. Après, on a la NASA. Alors ça, c'est animé, hein. Je vous invite à aller voir sur YouTube ou sur Vimeo. Vous allez voir des flux, c'est magnifique. La NASA a des centaines de données, des milliers de données, et ce sont les flux, les courants océaniques. C'est magnifique, on dirait du Van Gogh. Et en fait, les courants océaniques, qu'est-ce que c'est? Pour la NASA, c'est juste des chiffres avec des plus, des moins, etc. Et la NASA, qu'est-ce qu'elle s'est dit? Ok, on va le représenter sous forme de données, parce que comme ça, c'est pas intelligible, on comprend pas, on peut pas le partager, on comprend pas vraiment à quoi ça sert. Et donc là, on comprend mieux les différents courants, etc. Donc ça, pareil, la NASA a fait ça, Wikileaks, la NASA. Ici, ça, c'est The Times, c'est un gros quotidien américain ou anglais. qui justement a représenté les médaillés paralympiques, mais plutôt que de faire une liste comme on voit à chaque fois, premier, deuxième, etc., juste sous forme géographique avec des tailles d'importance en fonction des médailles, donc la Chine, la Grande-Bretagne, les États-Unis, etc., l'Australie. Et en fait, ce qui est assez amusant, c'est de se dire, même pour du grand public, même pour des gens qui sont de la presse papier, qui ont fait un site internet pour faire de la presse en ligne, et se pose cette question de la data visualisation. Pardon. Et aujourd'hui, pareil, alors ça c'est pas sorti mais ça va sortir, c'est le nouveau MySpace. Alors MySpace, je vous déterre pas, c'est pas comme Caramel et tout ça. C'est très ancien certes, mais leur nouvelle version est pas encore en ligne. Mais ils ont publié une vidéo très intéressante et même dans MySpace, ce réseau social orienté musique, on a de la data vis avec ici, alors c'est très léger, c'est très simple, un diagramme et des petits points sur une carte, etc. Donc même MySpace le fait. Et donc, pourquoi cette tendance à la data vise? Et donc, on remonte. Et l'idée, c'est d'avoir, justement, pour moi, il y a trois points clés. On a tout d'abord l'augmentation des supports de stockage. Donc, je l'ai noté en petit, c'est la loi de Crider. La loi de Crider, qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est la capacité des disques durs qui doublent tous les 18 mois. Donc, tous les 18 mois, on a des disques durs 2 fois plus gros à chaque fois. Et donc, ce qui fait que plus on a de capacité de stockage, et plus on a tendance à mettre de l'information et plus on peut stocker l'information. Et donc, qu'est-ce qu'on fait de cette information-là? On en a tellement que ça devient compliqué. Et ça, c'est une loi qui court tout le temps comme ça. Donc ça, c'est un premier point. Ensuite, on a le Creative Commons. La data vis, c'est intéressant. Et là, je parle de Creative Commons, mais on va même parler d'open data au sens large. Maintenant, les gens produisent des données, le gouvernement diffuse un petit peu ces données, les entreprises partagent leurs données en ligne. Alors pas toutes, c'est sûr. Mais une fois qu'on a on a beaucoup de données, on peut accéder à ces données. Qu'est-ce qu'on en fait? Voilà, il y a une tendance comme ça en se disant voilà, j'ai de la matière brute, je vais essayer de la sculpter pour en faire quelque chose de graphique, de visuel, d'intéressant, de logique, etc. Et puis le dernier point, c'est les réseaux sociaux. Donc les réseaux sociaux, c'est en deux temps. C'est d'une part, une data vise, ça va beaucoup plus vite à lire et à regarder qu'un tableau, un classement, un truc ennuyeux. Et d'autre part, c'est aussi le fait que, avec les réseaux sociaux, on a des millions d'utilisateurs qui utilisent un même service, par exemple Twitter. Et là, tout à coup, on peut faire des graphiques avec des hashtags, on peut comprendre les mots-clés, etc., les trending topics, etc. Donc ça, c'est trois éléments qui font que la data vise aujourd'hui explose et risque encore de continuer beaucoup. Plus l'open data va augmenter, plus les disques durs continueront, et plus les réseaux sociaux avanceront, et plus on sera dans ce mouvement de la data vise. Une autre tendance, ça vous avez tous vu, c'est, alors j'essaie de bien le dire, Windows 8, j'ai toujours du mal à le dire. Donc c'est l'interface, ce qu'on appelle Metro. Alors on l'appelle plus Metro maintenant, c'est Modern UI, parce qu'ils ont eu des problèmes de droit. Donc c'est Microsoft, c'est la dernière interface de Microsoft pour Windows 8. Et l'idée, c'est de se dire, on fait des petits carrés, des petits cubes, enfin des petits carrés, des petits rectangles, et puis on va faire ça sous forme de grille. Donc ça, c'est hyper. Enfin, moi, quand j'ai vu ça, je fais waouh, c'est super beau. On est sur des aplats de couleurs, on a des pictogrammes, on a quelque chose de très graphique, très visuel. En plus, la grille, moi qui viens un peu du monde de l'imprimé aussi, ça me rappelle beaucoup les magazines, la presse, la grille typographique, etc. Et puis également, il y a un point qui est très fort là-dedans, c'est que l'information, elle est amenée au premier plan. Je peux voir directement mes mails plutôt que d'aller cliquer sur l'objet mail. Donc on perd un niveau dans l'interface. Donc ça, c'est super intéressant. Donc je vois ça, je fais waouh, c'est vraiment chouette. Et puis après, quelques jours après, je vois un site internet qui s'appelle January Creative qui propose ici son nouveau site web. Et qu'est-ce que c'est cette interface? On reprend la grille, on reprend des carrés, on est sous forme modulaire. Donc ça, je fais ah ok, eux aussi ils l'ont fait, c'est plutôt pas mal. Et puis après, on a Dribble. Alors Dribble existait avant tout ça, mais pareil, on est sous forme de grille, sous forme de carré. Avec ici, alors vous connaissez Dribble, si vous ne connaissez pas, allez voir, c'est génial. C'est un espèce de réseau social pour les designers dans lequel ils viennent mettre leurs interfaces. Donc je suis en train de travailler, je fais une petite capture d'écran, je la mets sur Dribble, les gens commentent, partagent, etc. Et ça, pour détecter les tendances, c'est vraiment pas mal. D'ailleurs, on a du skeuomorphisme à fond la caisse, partout ici. Moi, personnellement, je pense que le skeuomorphisme, ça ne va pas durer très longtemps, mais on en reparlera. Donc on est sur cette interface sous forme de grille pour Dribble. Et puis même Pinterest, voilà, ou Pinterest comme on le dit, on a ici des bandes, des éléments modulaires comme Windows, comme Microsoft, comme Dribble, etc. C'est vraiment la notion d'éléments modulaires dans lequel le contenu va surgir. Et donc ce qui est génial, c'est que de Pinterest, maintenant, il y a énormément de sites qui s'inspirent de ça. C'est devenu presque un modèle d'ergonomie. là-dessus. Et donc pour reprendre ce futur MySpace, hein, je ne suis pas sponsorisé par MySpace, mais j'ai trouvé ça assez intéressant parce que c'est pas sorti, ça va sortir, et ils ont regroupé plein de tendances. Sur leur future interface de MySpace, qu'est-ce qu'on a? Eh ben, on a également une interface un peu modulaire à la Pinterest, à la Microsoft, etc. Donc on est vraiment dans cet esprit un petit peu des modules, des blocs, etc. Donc moi j'ai vu ça un peu partout, je me dis waouh c'est super, c'est intéressant. Moi je vais refaire mon site, est-ce que je fais des blogs aussi? Je travaille pour des clients, est-ce que je leur propose ça ou pas? Et en fait, d'où ça vient cette chose-là? Ça vient de ça. Aujourd'hui, on est dans une époque où on a plein de devices, on a plein de supports différents. À l'époque, on avait juste un écran 800-600, et donc on mettait tout sur cet écran 800-600, et ça marchait bien. Après, on a eu du flash, en disant, peu importe la taille de l'écran, mon fichier flash, ça ne bougera pas, etc. Aujourd'hui, on est dans ce qu'on appelle les interfaces fluides. Le contenu, il est plus figé. On a des flux de photos, des flux de textes. Quand on travaille des commanditaires, on leur explique qu'en fait, leur contenu, ils peuvent se retrouver dans un Google Reader, comme je vous montrais tout à l'heure. Ça peut se retrouver sur un téléphone, sur une tablette, sur une télé. Bon, ça, je l'ai mis pour la blague, hein, voilà. Le Macintosh. Peut-être qu'ils travaillent encore dessus, je ne sais pas. On peut vraiment se retrouver dans plein de supports très différents, de plein de tailles très différentes. Et donc, cette notion de grille, toutes ces interfaces-là que je vous ai montrées là, eh ben, c'est aussi lié à ça. C'est ce qu'on appelle aussi le responsive design. Alors, il n'y a pas que ça, hein, bien sûr. Il y y a beaucoup d'autres solutions. Mais on a des sites et du contenu numérique qui s'adaptent au contenu, vu qu'on n'a plus la main mise sur le contenu, enfin sur le support. Et ben, c'est le contenu qui doit devenir fluide. Donc ça, en fait, cette tendance, là, on est vraiment dedans. Et je pense que ça va encore continuer avec les iPad mini et compagnie, mais aussi dans les différents types de supports, même très grands, je pense qu'on va se retrouver avec parfois des bonnes surprises. Et donc le contenu fluide, c'est quelque chose aussi qui est très tendance aujourd'hui. Alors après, ça, c'est une tendance aussi que j'ai remarqué, elle est un peu plus difficile à expliquer. Ici, ce qu'on a, c'est un site web, c'est Simple Scott. Et c'est un designer, je crois, et c'est un site web où on a uniquement un fond, la typo, quelque chose de très simple, très épuré. Pareil, Layer Vault, alors ça vous connaissez sûrement, c'est pareil, on a fond blanc, la typo, pictogramme, texte, très simple, très très minimaliste. Toujours, donc voilà, je vous les enchaîne histoire de montrer. Build, alors Build, pareil, il est en responsive, donc quand j'adapte la taille de ma fenêtre, même sur mon téléphone, ça fonctionne. Alors, on est dans les couleurs orange aussi, hein. Il y a ce côté un petit peu vintage, mettre une petite touche de couleur. Et puis, typo, fond gris, quasiment pas de photos, des choses très 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 légères. Donc ça, c'est ce qu'on appelle, alors ça, d'où ça vient, toutes ces choses-là, ils appellent ça le honest design, le design honnête. Et ça va un petit peu à l'encontre du surplus de photos, du surplus de scomorphisme. Ça vient aussi lié au CSS3. Aujourd'hui, en CSS3, on peut faire plein de trucs juste avec de la typo et du code et des aplats de couleurs. On peut faire des sites assez intéressants. Sauf que tout ce que je vous ai montré là, cette tendance s'appelle du flat design, du design flat, du design plat. Et il y a beaucoup de sites, je pense que vous en avez peut-être sûrement déjà vu, des sites de designers qui sont comme ça. Et en fait, tout ça, ça vient, d'une part, il y a le côté technologique, et ça vient aussi de ce que je vous expliquais en disant, on n'a plus vraiment la main mise sur le contenu, c'est des flux. Et donc, pour éviter de prendre des risques en disant, si je mets une texture, elle va peut-être mal s'afficher, si je mets une vidéo, ça va peut-être mal s'afficher, ou ça va peut-être pas être redimensionné, on va aller pur, on va dans le minimum de moyens, et on fait ce qu'ils appellent du flat design, ou du honest design, avec des choses très, 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 très épurées. Donc c'est lié à des contraintes techniques, à des contraintes aussi de support, etc. Et donc, une fois qu'on a ce flat design, ce que j'ai remarqué aussi, c'est des sites qui sont en une seule page. Je pense que vous avez dû en voir plein. Des sites où, quand je viens scroller, alors là c'est un exemple où il n'y a que de la typo sur une seule page, donc ça c'est un seul site web. Il n'y a pas vraiment de navigation, hein. Tout est sur la même page. Et donc quand je viens scroller, il y a ce fameux effet parallaxe que vous avez dû voir un peu partout. Et donc l'effet parallaxe, qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est deux superpositions. Donc quand je scrolle ma page, quand je descends, il y a un plan qui va plus vite, qui descend plus vite qu'un autre. Donc ça crée des petits effets assez intéressants de premier plan à arrière-plan. Et donc ça c'est un site web sur une seule page. Et quand je le scrolle, il y a des espèces d'animation qui se créent. Pareil, celui-ci, il est assez intéressant parce que là, quand je scrolle, j'ai ma typo qui vient apparaître au fur et à mesure. Donc là, j'ai tout mis, hein. Mais plus je descends, plus la typo vient apparaître au fur et à mesure. Ça, j'ai remarqué que cette tendance-là, on était vraiment dedans. Là, on est dans la tendance présente. Et donc, c'est vraiment dans cette idée d'avoir quelque chose qui est vivant, qui bouge. Et en fait, cette tendance-là, bon, encore un autre exemple, cette tendance-là, c'est pour animer ce flat design, ce design qui est un peu épuré, parfois un peu pauvre graphiquement, juste avec de la typo, juste avec des aplats de couleurs. Comment est-ce qu'on le rend vivant? Comment est-ce qu'on l'anime? Eh ben, on fait cette espèce d'effet parallaxe. Et donc, c'est en réponse aussi cette tendance-là et en réponse à ce design un peu plat, un peu épuré, un peu sage. C'est histoire de le rendre un peu plus dynamique aussi, parce qu'on est sur le web, on peut se permettre des trucs quand même jusqu'à nouvel ordre. Donc voilà. Et puis une autre tendance, alors ça, voilà, c'est le fameux skeuomorphisme. Donc le skeuomorphisme, je vous laisse admirer. Pour l'instant, je bois un coup. Je ne suis pas pro Mac ou pro PC, ça m'est égal, ni pro techno, n'importe quoi. En fait, skeuomorphisme, c'est, je vous l'expliquais tout à l'heure, c'est l'imitation de la réalité tangible, mais sur une interface numérique. Apple nous sort ça sur son iPad, qui est une interface en bois avec des étagères en bois. Même chez moi, j'ai pas une étagère en bois comme ça, quoi. Le vieux bois comme ça, à la limite, je les aurais peintes, quoi. Et pareil, les livres, non mais c'est vrai, les livres, pareil. Aujourd'hui, on est dans des livres numériques. Donc là, ce qui propose, c'est les livres numériques. C'est du contenu, c'est du flux textuel. Et là, ils nous présentent ça sous forme d'un livre, un objet livre, qui a une taille définie. Là, elles ont tous la même taille à peu près, je crois, ou pas tous. Mais des fois, il y a des tailles différentes aussi dans les livres. En disant, il y a des grands livres, des petits livres. Ça, ok, dans une bibliothèque, mais sur Internet, sur un écran, sur du numérique, est-ce qu'il y a encore besoin de montrer cette similitude avec le réel, quoi. Donc on est sur une étagère en bois avec des ombres portées. Pareil, ici, Find My Friends. Donc ça, c'est l'apothéose du skeuomorphisme en disant, voilà, on a ici la couture. Bon là, j'ai pas d'amis, hein, désolé. Mais on a aussi cette notion de creux dans la page. Ça, vous avez dû le voir aussi beaucoup, le fait d'avoir un fond et on creuse un petit peu avec une ombre à l'intérieur de l'élément. Ça, c'est hyper tendance aussi. Et puis toujours cette couture. Même la typo, je ne sais pas si vous voyez très bien là-haut, mais elle est un petit peu creusée. Et puis on est vraiment sous un agenda, un genre d'agenda en croûte de cuir. Pareil, une autre version là. Et donc si je vous montre dans le téléphone, c'est pas anodin. On le verra après. Mais sur son iPhone, on a également la même chose que son iPad, etc. Avec toujours cette notion de couture. Et le mélange entre une Google Map, enfin une Google Map en vision du dessus comme ça, et un objet qui ressemble un peu à un objet réel avec du cuir, le décalage est assez étrange. Pareil, on continue avec ça. C'est une interface, on ne la voit pas très bien ici. C'est une interface de musique, donc on peut venir brancher, débrancher des éléments, on peut venir monter le volume. Même mon grand-père n'avait pas ça, enfin je ne sais pas, en tout cas, il y a un côté très surréaliste presque, et j'ai l'impression que quand on tourne les boutons, même la lumière du chrome peut changer. Bref, on est dans l'imitation du réel. Là, le fil que vous voyez, alors je ne sais pas si on le voit très bien, mais il y a une ombre qui est posée sous ce fil. Donc on est vraiment dans cette notion de volume, de superposition. Et puis, alors ça, c'est sorti il y a peut-être quelques mois. C'est l'interface, pareil, c'est sur iPad, et c'est justement l'interface qui permet d'écouter des podcasts, d'écouter de la musique. C'est l'application podcast, c'est ça. L'application podcast sur iTunes, vous pouvez la télécharger même sur votre téléphone, si vous avez un iPhone. Et donc là, on est dans du skeuomorphisme assez incroyable. Le but de ça, qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est d'écouter de la musique, d'écouter un fichier MP3 ou n'importe quoi, juste d'écouter du son numérique, on est d'accord. Et donc, pour écouter ce son numérique, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Enfin, qu'est-ce que les designers d'Apple ont fait? On a représenté un genre de magnétophone à cassette, à bande, comme ça. Et ce qui est assez génial, c'est que quand vous cliquez sur Play et que vous défilez, vous avancez dans le temps, la bande de gauche, avec un fil, elle se vide et la bande de droite se remplit. Ils ont poussé ça très, 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 très loin pour imiter vraiment la réalité. Donc moi, quand j'ai vu ça, j'ai fait « Waouh, c'est super impressionnant ». Ils sont allés dans le souci du détail. Et après, je me pose la question de l'usage réel de ça, quoi. Moi, je pensais pouvoir scratcher sur les bandes pour pouvoir faire de la musique. On peut même pas. J'étais un peu déçu. Donc le skeuomorphisme, pourquoi est-ce que ça explose en ce moment? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on est dedans? C'est par rapport au tactile, aux écrans tactiles. On est dans l'explosion des écrans tactiles. Vous êtes sur vos téléphones, vous êtes sur vos tablettes, etc. On est sur des écrans froids. On vient toucher une dalle de verre. Hein. Voilà, c'est pas du verre, mais c'est pas très agréable. Et comment est-ce qu'on réhumanise, comment est-ce qu'on rend sensible toutes ces interfaces qui sont plates sur des choses planes? Le skeuomorphisme est là pour répondre à ça. C'est pour ça que Apple, justement, leur but c'est de vendre des écrans tactiles notamment, sont les pionniers là-dessus et essayent de développer beaucoup ça. Et c'est devenu une tendance. Donc en fait, ce qui veut dire qu'on a des écrans, on a besoin de ce côté humain, ce côté chaleureux, etc. Vu qu'en plus c'est du toucher, hein, c'est pas un clavier avec une souris. On est vraiment dans le contact direct. Comment on fait? Dans ce cas-là, on fait en sorte de créer des interfaces qui donnent envie d'être touchées, tout simplement. De même, le skeuomorphisme, une petite parenthèse, c'est aussi dans les nouveaux usages, en disant voilà, j'ai une interface, je ne sais pas du tout comment ça fonctionne, elle est très abstraite, elle est numérique, je ne sais pas comment on fait, et ben on prend un élément ancien pour se dire ah ok, c'est une machine à café, donc j'appuie là. Donc quelque chose d'assez, voilà, pour faire rappel, un genre d'interface métaphorique pour rappeler l'usage premier. Et puis dans cette dernière tendance que je voulais vous montrer aussi, c'est le retour de l'objet, le retour du volume, etc. Donc ça, c'est Julien Vallée, vous le connaissez peut-être. Allez voir son travail à Julien Vallée, c'est vraiment extraordinaire. Il travaille sur des... Au final, après, ce sont des affiches ou des vidéos, mais il travaille avec du vrai papier. Waouh! Du papier de couleur qui découpe, qui vient assembler, il passe des heures avec des fils, etc. Pour tout assembler, pour que ce soit très très précis. Et après, à la fin, il fait une photo et par-dessus, il rajoute des éléments numériques, etc. Donc Julien Vallée. Donc ça, quand j'ai vu ça, j'ai fait waouh, première fois que je vois ça, c'est génial. Quelqu'un enfin qui fait une affiche avec du vrai papier, c'est assez impressionnant. Après ici, c'est Yum Yum. Yum Yum, c'est un studio de design de Londres. C'est deux petites personnes qui travaillent avec leurs petites mains. Mais en fait, ce que vous voyez là, à vous méprendre, c'est pas du papier, c'est de la 3D. Donc eux, ce qui est assez génial, c'est qu'ils ont un logiciel de 3D. Plutôt que de faire des trucs avec des effets spéciaux qui sont irréalistes, eh bien, ils réalisent des choses qui ressemblent un petit peu à du papier. Quand j'ai vu ça la première fois, je fais c'est du papier ou c'est de la 3D? En même temps, si c'est du papier, c'est super fort. Et là, si c'est de la 3D, c'est aussi très fort. Et ça, pareil, il y a beaucoup de monde maintenant qui commence à faire de la 3D, mais imitation objet réel, imitation papier, ou comme si ça avait pu être fait à la main. Ce côté un peu artisanal. Donc c'est Yum Yum de Londres. Et puis aussi, on a l'essor des imprimantes 3D. Le retour à l'objet. Pourquoi est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, maintenant, tout le monde parle d'imprimante 3D? Voilà, j'ai fait imprimer mes trucs chez telle et telle personne, j'ai mon petit objet en imprimante 3D. Et bien, il y a aussi ce besoin d'objet, ce besoin de couleur aussi. On le voit avec... ici, il y a de la couleur aussi beaucoup. Et il y a une espèce de retour. Comment est-ce qu'on passe du numérique vers le tangible? On retourne vers ça. Et puis, je vous en parlais tout au début, les éditions volumiques. Eux, justement, ce qu'ils font, c'est qu'ils prennent soit le téléphone, soit une tablette. Et donc la tablette, dans ce cas-là, elle devient un plateau de jeu pour créer des jeux avec des vrais pions. Donc là, j'ai un vrai pion en plastique que je viens poser sur mon iPad, en l'occurrence. Et puis, quand je manipule mon vrai pion, plutôt que de le manipuler avec le doigt, eh ben, j'arrive à interagir avec l'iPad. Le pion est reconnu par l'iPad avec un procédé magique. Enfin, non, c'est pas magique, mais voilà. Et donc, dans l'idée, c'est de se dire, pourquoi est-ce qu'il y a ce retour à l'objet? Alors qu'avant, voilà, le but de la console de salon, c'est j'avais ma manette, et puis après, sur mon téléphone, je pouvais même jouer sur mon écran tactile. J'avais même plus besoin de quoi que ce soit comme objet. Donc pourquoi est-ce qu'il y a ça? Toujours pareil, on est sur l'écran tactile, donc on a besoin de cette matérialité-là, sauf que là, ce qui est encore plus intéressant, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, à l'heure de la tablette, autant on avait l'ordinateur personnel, c'était à soi. Le téléphone, on ne le prête pas, c'est un peu compliqué. La tablette, maintenant, elle devient de plus en plus prêtable. On peut la prêter, on la pose sur la table du salon, tout le monde s'en sert, etc. Et ça devient presque un objet de jeu, ça devient un objet collaboratif, etc. Donc il y a du lien social qui s'est recréé très fort, notamment avec la tablette, et du fait que c'est tactile, en plus tout le monde peut toucher, etc., ou on peut se le prêter. Et donc c'est aussi pour ça qu'il y a ce retour à l'objet, il y a ce retour à l'objet qu'on peut passer, qu'on peut prêter, qu'on manipule, et donc il y a le côté social derrière qui est très fort. Donc ça, voilà pourquoi aussi est-ce qu'on en est là aujourd'hui. Est-ce qu'il me reste encore un petit peu de temps? Oui. Et donc la troisième étape, après avoir fait le saumon, parce que là pendant un quart d'heure vous avez fait le saumon avec moi, c'est assez éprouvant, c'est comment déchiffrer notre époque. Le but de tout ça, c'est de mieux comprendre dans quelle époque on s'inscrit. Et donc c'est de se dire, ok, ce que je vous expliquais, on était dans des interfaces souris-clavier, on a eu les interfaces tactiles, aujourd'hui on est en plein dedans. On commence aussi à avoir des interfaces gestuelles, le Kinect, la Wii, etc. Bon, pourquoi pas, je ne suis pas encore convaincu, c'est un peu difficile de faire des mouvements dans le vide, etc. Et puis, ce retour aux interfaces tangibles, enfin, cette accélération des interfaces tangibles. Donc, maintenant, je vous montrais les petits objets qu'on pose sur l'iPad, mais on a aussi des objets en bois avec du RFID dedans. On a aussi les chaises pour être connectées. Voilà. Il y a vraiment un espèce de gros retour comme ça à ce tangible, à l'objet que l'on a. Même il y a des coques pour téléphone qui sont en bois. Enfin, voilà, en disant voilà, on a besoin de matière. Et donc pourquoi il y a vraiment ce retour à l'objet et donc ce besoin de sensibilité derrière toute cette vague numérique. Mais malgré tout, on garde le numérique, on ne l'annule pas. On revient pas à l'objet, la boule en bois. La boule en bois pour jouer sera connectée numérique en Wi-Fi, en Bluetooth, en ce qu'on veut. Donc ce qui est super intéressant, c'est qu'il y a une évolution vers ce mélange des deux, quoi. On prend le meilleur des deux mondes en quelque sorte. Voilà, donc toujours pour déchiffrer un petit peu les époques, donc toujours, je vous disais, le tactile. On est passé, donc, pour rendre un petit peu plus sensible le tactile, et ben, sur nos sites web, sur tout ça, on a commencé à mettre des petites textures avec du grain, avec du lin, avec du papier, etc. Le skeuomorphisme, donc en conclusion de tout ça, on est arrivé dans cet hyper-réalisme que je vous montrais et que j'adore. Et puis le côté mimétique aussi, en disant, voilà, on ne comprend pas ce que c'est que cette interface, on va mimer quelque chose qui fait en sorte que les gens comprennent très facilement. Et puis maintenant, il y a une espèce de saturation de ça, et il y a un gros retour au minimalisme, ce que je vous montrais avec le flat design, avec le design honest, etc. Donc en fait, on est arrivé dans la surenchère. Maintenant, les gens ont compris comment ça marche. Il n'y a pas besoin de dire, OK, ceci est un agenda, vous pouvez tourner les pages. Il n'y a même pas besoin, on clique sur le truc et la page tourne toute seule. On n'a plus besoin de mimer des choses technologiques assez avancées ou des interfaces. On commence à comprendre comment ça marche. Et donc, la surenchère du mimétisme, on commence à en partir. Donc ça, c'est une tendance qui est sur le déclin, on va dire. Et puis ici, la fameuse l'interface métro de Microsoft, qui s'est mis en opposition, en disant Microsoft, nous, on va faire des téléphones. Notre premier concurrent, c'est Apple, hein, désolé. Et ben, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On va se mettre aussi un petit peu en opposition avec ça. Et nous, notre téléphone, et ben, il va y avoir plein de formats différents aussi. Et donc, on va faire ce fameux responsive design, ou cette grille qui est modulaire. Et l'idée, c'est aussi de la mobilité. Nos contenus, maintenant, sont sous forme de flux. Vous êtes ici, demain, vous serez encore ailleurs, etc. Et ben, vos contenus, vous les manipulez dans plein de devices très différents. Et c'est ce que j'appelle des interfaces vivantes, des interfaces de flux. Donc, on est vraiment dans cette époque où maintenant, le contenu ne peut pas exister tout seul. Il est social, il est connecté, il disparaît de temps en temps. Il est parfois perméable, il y a d'autres contenus qui viennent se mettre par-dessus. Et donc, tous ces contenus-là, on est obligé, nous, designers, de créer des interfaces qui permettent de le rendre, de pouvoir amener ce contenu à des utilisateurs. J'aime bien nous comparer parfois à des plombiers. On est un peu les Mario du design, en disant, on a des utilisateurs, on a du contenu. Comment est-ce qu'on va faire que le tuyau, comment est-ce qu'on va créer ce tuyau pour que l'expérience elle soit la plus intéressante, la plus agréable pour les utilisateurs. Et donc, pour conclure, voilà, est-ce que je suis dans les temps? Oui, non, peut-être. Oui, tranquille. Pour conclure, faites de la veille, super important, tous les jours, c'est comme les céréales, il faut en manger un bol tous les matins. Vous faites de la veille, vous voyez beaucoup, et plus vous allez faire de la veille, plus vous allez être au courant de ces tendances-là, en disant, OK, tac, 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 je connecte, boum, ça me fait de la veille, ça me fait une tendance. Les tendances permettent de comprendre, comme on l'a vu un petit peu, dans quelle époque on est. Et donc, plus on comprend, alors il n'y a pas que les tendances qui permettent de comprendre ça, évidemment, lisez des livres, sortez, allez au cinéma, tout ça, mais l'idée c'est de se dire, on perçoit un petit peu des signaux faibles et on les regroupe, et après on commence à avoir une conscience en se disant, OK, je comprends qu'il y a un mouvement qui est en train de se faire, je me donne ou pas à voir. Et donc dans vos créations, quand vous faites des choses, quand vous fabriquez, quand vous concevez des interfaces, ça vous permet de nourrir ensuite, de venir nourrir votre travail de cette conscience des tendances de l'époque, et après vos créations, on en retourne à ce que je vous disais tout à l'heure, je les observe, je vous regarde, et puis ça me permet aussi d'anticiper sur ce qui se passera un peu. Pour conclure, il faut connaître son époque, c'est anticiper. Voilà, je viens de le dire, c'est très très important, parce qu'on est dans des métiers innovants, créatifs, on est des entrepreneurs du design aussi, et l'idée c'est vraiment de se dire comment est-ce qu'on a un petit temps d'avance, voire un grand temps d'avance, pas trop, parce qu'après on est en décalage, et puis également, dans cette époque, de s'inscrire dans cette époque ou pas. Et donc, si je dis ou pas, c'est qu'on peut se projeter dans le futur en disant moi, je vais faire du design pour les 2 ans à venir. Ça ne marchera pas maintenant, mais dans 2 ans, il y aura un décalage. Ou alors, je vais faire du vintage. Je vais mettre du lobster sur mon prochain site internet, etc. etc. Et donc, ayez conscience de ça. Et après, c'est à vous de choisir à quelle échelle vous vous mettez, plus ou moins en avant, etc. Voilà, je vous remercie beaucoup. Et puis n'hésitez pas, si vous avez des questions.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis très content d'être ici, mais je vais parler en anglais. C'est seulement pour gagner la compétition avec James Hilton. So I say more words in French than him. I got it. So my speech is about data visualization. So now we know from the previous conference that is a trend, is a tendance. So that's good. And I work in university, so probably I'm not the typical attendance here. So I come from a university, Politecnico di Milano, and I work in communication design. And I'm the scientific director of a research lab. That name is Density Design. And that's the lab. It's made by people, as any lab. You know, that's me up in the corner, if you can recognize. And all the people are mainly PhD students working on communication design and especially visualization. And we have also internships from abroad, and we have master thesis students and volunteers. I mean, as the topic is very popular, there are a lot of people interested in learning and doing things in data visualization. That's the website where you can see some of the works. We teach about visualization, we do research, and we develop tools that we try to give to people for free as open source tools when we find the time to make appropriate documentation of that. So open source will be our vision, I would say. If I see this domain, I think there are two boundaries. So on one side, the limits of this field is, one side is information graphic, is what normally is called infographic. And I mean, if you put infographic on the web, you can understand what it is. So it's about visualization made mainly for printing media, so printed static visualization. And well, by chance, 3 of the first results are done by us. That's by, I don't know if it's a bias of Google when I search. And I mean, it's becoming very popular. If you go on Pinterest and you put infographics, you have tons of visualization done, especially for entertainment, information, and media. That's what we call infographic. I mean, it's a field, it's a controversial field because, I mean, if you can do even an infographic of infographic, and you can see that normally very basic visualization patterns are used, like bar chart and pictograms. And I mean, but one of the problems is that most of this visualization, if you go through on the web, probably doesn't make so much sense. I mean, as in this other infographic about the infographic, you can see there are a lot of visualization that, I mean, we can say are a crapload of irrelevant data put together in very long pictures. How many have you seen about that? I mean, it's plenty of visualization that maybe are meaningless, but I'm optimist. I think there are a lot of schools like us working on that, and I'm pretty sure that people will learn how to manage this new language. Well, I have to say, you know what? In most of the infographics, there is also no data in. I mean, you can even not find any relevant data in the visualization. But that's something I think it's part of the bubble. We will learn, the bubble will explode, and then I think the growth will be more healthy. We have to learn how to manage with that. On the other side, there is the other extreme of the domain, in my opinion, it's like that, is information visualization. So it's the visualization of data that comes from science, from computer science especially, and from scientific visualization. If you put this word in Google, you find something more that seems to be more serious, maybe more cold, is less oriented towards media and information, is more something that is conceived mainly for hard decisions. And that's why I really more concerned about this area and less about infographic. So let's give a look to this information visualization area. And these are visualization made to manage the problem of big data, visualization made to take decision, to make decision, and especially for policymakers, we have a lot of governments now that are making decisions using this big data through visualization. And it's something that has also a relation with our identity. We have more and more data. We have applications like the ones developed by the agency of Hilton, and we have all this data, and we are all, in a way, learning something about us. So that's why I care about that. So let's forget for a while infographics, and let's consider information visualization and all these interfaces, because they will affect our life seriously. And one of the concerns I have is that what I see is that these information visualization interfaces are driven mainly by 2 forces, technology and economy. So that's what I see in the current panorama. So it's like if you have an hidden agenda behind that is, I think, synthesized in this sentence. So it seems like the goal of visualization, as it is been said by Robert Kozera, is to make analytics fast. So that's what most of the interfaces seems to be for. And I mean, these are two very important words, analytics and fast. So the idea is that you have a lot of data, you have to take decisions, and you have to do it quickly and with an analytical point of view, analytical perspective. I think that's something that you can clearly see. If you go through the web and if you search for professional visualization systems or platforms, you see it is a promise. I mean, if you look at the claims, that's fast analytics for everyone. So everyone should be able to do analytics in a fast way, so very quickly. I mean, rapid-fire business intelligence in minutes. You know, it's about minutes, seconds. You have to get this data very quickly, seriously. So that's what I think it's a concern. Because there is this agenda is an agenda that speaks about performance. So that's what is leading, in my opinion, the decision that we are taking through the data. So it's about KPIs, you know, if you are from business, you know what it is, key performance indicators. So you have to find indicators that works for your business, and you have to make intelligence to do intelligence. And what you need, if you look at the phenomenon from this perspective, is visualization that gives you a red, green, yellow metaphor. So the metaphor is go, don't go, 0, 1. So that's what you have to, that's what you need if you do analytics and if you have to be fast. The better you can have is to have red and green, go, don't go. That's why people that works in this kind of information visualization, they normally like very much what Edward Tufte wrote in his books. Probably some of you knows about. Tufte is one of the main pillars of data information visualization. And he wrote 4 books. And what people normally like is the formula that you can find in the books. One of the very popular one is data ink ratio. So what he says is that, I mean, all the ink that you use for the visualization should be data ink. So ink that is used to depict data. Everything else is noise. And if you use too much non-data ink, you will produce chart junk, so something that is not appropriate. If some of you is familiar with rationalism and some periods in architecture, it's something that reminds me this slogan, Louis Sullivan, form ever follow function. And the function is analytics. So they think that there is a function analytics and that the form should be as much as possible tied to this function with no ink added. Adolf Loss said something like about that. So ornament is crime. So that's what normally people that works on analytics with visualization think about any addition. Well, in my opinion, the problem is that they take probably too seriously the formulas, the algorithms that comes from the books of Tufte. So they take it literally. So as they were engraved in stones, like the law. And if you don't follow the law, you can be eaten by the thunder. So that's the risk. So please don't use too much ink. So please be minimalist. So please design visualization systems that are fast, where I can make fast decisions. Well, that's probably because, when Tufte make these conferences, he go around like with tables of law and try to convince people that this is something like a law. My point is, what happens when decisions are no more close into the boundaries of experts? You heard about open data. So these data are becoming more and more open, more and more available. The decisions in the future, especially social decisions, will be made no more by only by experts. People and citizens will be more and more involved. So what happens? Can we still use these kind of interfaces? Talking about, for example, universities. This is about a school. How is behaving a certain university? Can we use the same metaphor? Can we use the go, don't go metaphor to make decisions, aware decisions about these kind of systems? I don't know. Maybe we have to think about visualization, especially on this side of the domain, with a different perspective. I'm optimist as any designer, so I see some signs of hope, so let's say. And especially from the scientific field, it's very active nowadays. All the conferences about data information visualization are very hot, and in some cases also controversial. I use often this reference is the best paper award of one of the most important conference in human-computer interaction is KIKK. In 2010, one of the best paper award went to a paper with the title "Useful Junk?" question mark. Is this chart junks really unuseful, even if we have to make decisions and to make analytics? Well, it's a paper written by engineers, computer scientists, and they took a data set, a very simple data set. They draw the Tuftian way. I mean, that's analytics. That's very no ink added. It respects probably the low data ink ratio. And they made a comparison. So what happens if we put this data into the hands of a designer? They put this data in the hands of Nigel Holmes, is a designer, is a very famous, is one of the pioneers in data information visualization. He made this visualization. And they start dissecting the monster and separating the data ink from what they call embellishment. Is the junk side of the chart, let's say. And what they discovered if we go beyond the normal, the traditional test made by engineers and computer scientists, like readability so how fast are you in getting the data? And if you start considering comprehension, for example, or maybe more interestingly, memorability, this non-data ink as a function. So that could be maybe a function also for ornament. There is another sign of hope. A few weeks ago, we had the This Week conference, 2012. It's the most important conference in visualization. There is another study made by scientists on the possible usage of embellishment in visualization. So there is something that is moving even from this side, and I think it's interesting as an indication, even if they use still a word that is not probably what I would like. So if you consider the meaning of embellishment, it's still something additional, fictitious, as you can see. It's not really something useful. They're not probably so convinced that there is something in it. They're still wondering if really we can consider ornament functional. So that's in the air, and it's something that is nowadays very, very hot and very controversial. But the controversies goes on also is now approaching also history. And if you consider some of the, I show you an historical example of visualization. I don't know if you know this girl, Florence Nightingale. Florence is because she born in Florence in Italy, and she founded in a way the discipline of nursing. She was very social oriented, so the motivation behind all the actions she took was take care about others, about people. And what she discovered is that in the Crimea War, most of the people died not because of the war itself, but because of the condition of treatment in the hospitals. And the motivation was, well, I have to say that this discovery, I have to convey this discovery to the government and do something. So that's why she did a visualization. That's the visualization she did. And she invented one of the patterns that we use in data visualization. Is called coxcomb, and it's like a bar chart in a radial. But I mean, nowadays it's something very common, I would say, and we use this kind of visualization to treat data. But if you change your perspective and you wear the shoes of a statistician, you can have a different perspective. This is a paper written by statisticians. I will stop with papers, don't worry. That's just, the beginning, to put some basis. And what they say is that, are we sure that the Florence Nightingale visualization was the right one? Briefly, I'm simplifying the things. And if you look at the description they give to the visualization, for me, it's very interesting because they address this visualization as something dramatic. Have you seen the dramatic side of the visualization made by Florence Nightingale? I was not totally aware about the dramatic side of it. They talk about this visualization as an intriguing and visually appealing visualization. Well, what I propose? They say, well, that's the right way to depict the data. So why do we have to use more ink than what is necessary to simplify, to minimize the representation of data? They say we don't need the circular distribution because we know that the months of the years create a kind of a circular cycle. So it's better if we put all the data on a linear distribution because we can compare better the values. But the point is, what's the purpose of the visualization? Is to compare punctually the data, is to make analytics, or is to convince the government to take action because there is a phenomenon that is happening? What's the purpose of the visualization? So if I change perspective, I can say that's the right one, or maybe the other was the right one. Just another example, so that's not a paper, it's more on the blog. If you go on the blog, there are a lot of discussions about visualization. And you can be addressed as a perverted person if you do something like what this person did. This is Joe Buckenstead. He's the vice president of a university, of a school. He's in charge for enrollment. And he got all the data of students applying and the students that they have in the university. And he played with some of the tools that you can use for make visualization. You don't have to be a designer to create visualization, very simple visualization, especially for analytics, because we have softwares that are encoding these capabilities, like Tableau or many others. But you can play with the data, and he produced this visualization. He called this visualization the title, it's kind of new way of visualizing data. He called this visualization feeder chart. So the feeder, the shape is the feeder. It's made by pie charts overlapped. And what he got, he says in the report, on first glance, you can see a couple of things. On first glance, so the purpose was to just get an image, an overall image of the phenomenon. So what he got is that if the income of the family increase, the result of students here is increasing. And the size of the pie chart is the number of students. And the color of the slices is the ethnic ethnic composition of the students. So you have on orange, you have Afro-Americans. In green, you have Hispanic students. In purple, you have Caucasian students. I mean, like me, like us, most of us here probably. So what you get from there? I mean, you get a picture. You get an overall picture of the phenomenon, in my opinion. So you get that the more you go on the right and the more you go up, the more the percentage of purple grows. And the more you go right, the more the belly of the feeder change position. You got something like an overall picture of the phenomenon. In the internet, especially on some blogs that are specialized in data visualization, he got a lot of criticism because they say the criticism was, well, if you use a visualization like that, any pie chart hide the content of the other. So you can't really see the current value of any element in the visualization. But again, the point is, what's the purpose of the visualization? Is to compare punctual data, or is it to have an overall picture of the phenomenon? And the discussion is going on. Few days ago, there was a new exchange between the person in the blog and the person that did the visualization. So there is, I mean, this change of perspective is becoming very, very important, and I think is the way in which data visualization will evolve in the future. What says Joe, the intent of the graphic was to tell a story rather than to provide precise comparison among groups. So it depends what you have to do with the data. What's your purpose? What's the purpose of the reader or the user? It's not analytics, maybe. And I don't have to be fast, maybe. So that's why I can make a real criticism of a visualization. Like, for example, about accuracy. Does a visualization of data convey the idea of accuracy or not? Well, if you are, for example, in a field like wealth management, maybe you need accuracy. That's, I mean, by the way, is a poster that I found in a skiing in mountains, you know, where you ski, you arrive with your facility, and then you got this poster. So this is the height of the place measured with 0.06. Do you need this 0.06? And do you need to visualize this 0.06? Well, if you work in wealth management, yes. Maybe if you work on analytics, yes. But there are a lot of new fields, a lot of new users of data that probably have a different approach. We are doing a very interesting project with the Stanford Humanities Center in Stanford. And they have this very long-term project is mapping the Republic of Letters. So how knowledge flew between people, especially in the period around Enlightenment. How people exchange knowledge. And the exchange of knowledge was mainly about correspondence, so writing letters between each other, and traveling, so the grand tours made by a lot of these intellectual people, especially in Italy. So they go around and they talk with people. So that's how knowledge flew in the past. So they have all this archive of letters, so the correspondence of Voltaire, Benjamin Franklin, and all these letters. They have all the metadata, and they're quite happy. I mean, it's something that is exciting a lot of disciplines to have data. And it's, in this case, it's a kind of a new discipline, is digital humanities. So people that are facing humanistic problems, issues with digital data and digital tools. They decided to involve in the project us. That's a representation we made for the project itself. So that's all the people involved. There is a timeline below. And here we are, the designers. There is, again, me in. But what's the interesting part of this project? So they got a lot of this data, and they're trying to create connections. So how much Benjamin Franklin wrote to Voltaire or to the others, and there are connections. I mean, it's like exploring the social networks with the big data that we have from the internet. They put all this data in the hands of the computer scientists, and the first things that computer scientists normally do is to clean the data. To clean the data in order to prepare the data set for the visualization. They were totally lost about it, because, I mean, they don't need a data set that's clean, because in the uncertainty, in the gaps, in the holes that you have in the data set, there could be something relevant to make an interpretation. If a person works in the humanities, it doesn't search for the truth. It just produces interpretation. So, you know, that's a completely different approach compared to analytics. So we are discussing with them. What we discussed, the center of our relation is based on how do we deal, how we handle inaccuracy, ambiguity, error, noise, uncertainty. So that's what we are discussing. How can we visualize? How can we tell and discuss to other people this kind of new problems in visualization? At the end, they have to make visualization that lead to interpretation, so not to the truth. These are some of the first interfaces. I mean, and that's something that was interesting is the comments they made when they presented this visualization to us. They said, okay, that's what we did. It's good. We can see the data, but we can't see the phenomenon. Because how can be that a letter sent from one intellectual person to another make a straight line? It doesn't make any sense as a phenomenon. From A to B, there is always a different path that is not just a connection between the sender and the recipient. That's an example. We are working with other scientists and with sociologists, and we are exploring the web, trying to understand the evolution of some controversies, social controversies, like aging of population is one of the topic, climate change is one of the other. Very hot topic. A lot of people are discussing on the web about that. We use digital tools, especially from the Digital Methods Initiative in Amsterdam, And we collect all the data and we make visualization to discuss about these controversies with people. We are making a lot of workshop with stakeholders that are interested in this phenomenon. But it could be, for example, an association of elderly people that are interested in understanding what's going on, and that will make decisions together with the government. So we produce visualization, and we put all this visualization in the hands of people. And what happens is, surprisingly for me, is that these people working on sociology, they are, again, excited about this data. They have a lot of data, they are excited, and they take this data and they immediately think how to visualize that. And they think like, in a way, people in analytics. So they see, what's the appropriate way to visualize data? And starting from the data. See, if we have networked data, let's make a graph. We made a graph, but we realized that, it's quite impossible to deal with this kind of complex visualization. So we tried with visualization to make something simpler, but it's not, maybe we have to have a different approach, to take a different process. So we discovered, but probably it's not, for a designer it's quite normal. If you put this visualization in the hands of people, they want to explore them, they want to look at that. It's not just about visualization. In order to engage with the maps, people need time, nothing to do with quick and fast. They have to create connection with their knowledge, so it's something that has nothing to do with analytics and with quick and fast. People want to interact, want to browse, to explore, maybe because they have this tactile new addition and they want to touch the visualization. They want to contribute. They know something, they want to create a new process with the visualization. So, I have a lot of signs that, in my opinion, say that design can have definitely a role on that, and that we have to have a different approach, especially on this side of the domain we are working with. So we have to put people at the center, not data, and the purpose is not to visualize data, it's to make an interface that create something useful. And we have to be user-driven, as any designer has ever been, and not driven by data and technology and economy. So that's why the only way to design, in my opinion, relevant cognitive experiences. I think that we can contribute as designers in 3 different ways. First, using our competencies in interaction. But interaction is is part of the definition of information visualization, even from computer science, but I would say, is neglected at that time. So you find a lot of data visualization that don't exploit at all the potential of interaction. And interaction is not just, the controls, the buttons, and the leverage on your interface. It's a process between the user and the data. It's a cognitive process. It's the discourse that the user create between the data, the previous knowledge. It's something about cognition. It's about knowledge. So we call in our lab the oscilloscope syndrome. So the idea of creating a visualization where you have the visualization and the buttons as they were separated. What we want to do always is to create an experience of the data. So it's not just about visualization. We can forget visualization and start, as in this case we did with open data from schools in the United States. We try to create something that bring people into the data step by step. Creating, for example, a profile. So what's your home base? Which kind of school are you interested in? Making questions, for example. Creating something that drive people into the data. How much time do you have to bring your kid? Do you have 15 minutes more? Which are the neighborhoods you are more interested in? And so on. We ask people to wait and to consider the different variables. How much is important for you, the math score? How much is important for you, the reading score? Can you weight it? Can you create an order on that? So let's talk about what you need before going to visualization. That's something we are doing also on the web. This is a platform we are working on now on the second version. The new version is a platform to follow the discussion on a topic on the web. So you have all these fragments of a discussion. You have a timeline with all the tags. This is about nuclear power in Italy and Europe. And what we wanted to do from the beginning is to make people, could be a journalist, it could be a scholar, a researcher, to play with the interface with no buttons round. So you visually, manually, as in a tablet, I would say, even in your computer, you have an experience of the data. You play and you, for example, create connection manually, graphically, visually with the data. I think that's a way to deal with interfaces. And one important, very important thing is to understand which is the position of a person into where are you, as in maps. You are here. That's very important in visualization. This is one of the, probably the oldest visualization of, interactive visualization of tubes in London, and it's been made by Tom Carden. And you can decide, you can say where you are. And once you say where you are, the visualization changes according to your point of view. So where you are affects the visualization. That's very important in my opinion. The second direction, the second way to contribute as designers to visualization is rhetoric, to use our competencies on language. The use, for example, of visual metaphor is becoming more and more relevant, even if you have to make decisions, even if you are working on serious data visualization. This is probably the first cover of Nature that is one of the most important scientific magazine journal in the world. This is probably the first cover made by a designer. It was a former PhD student from our university. He's the only designer in a group of physicists working on complex systems. And he succeeded in convincing these people that a complex system could be represented as a meadow with flowers, And the physicists were excited about this metaphor because they started to see the phenomenon in a different way. So he produced a lot of visualization of these complex networks according to this visual metaphor. But it's just a matter of colors and the distribution of the elements in the visualization. But you can use it in even to express the different behavior of the different systems. So this is an animation of different systems. You have the systems that have more flowers, the systems that have more green. The flowers can be higher. So you discover different patterns and you remember memorability. That's something where metaphor is very, very important. And this is the name of the designer that made it. We made another exercise 10 years, last year was the 10th birthday of Wikipedia, and we made an experiment. So we took another controversial phenomenon, is the ownership of a bunch of islands that is in front of China. Now I know that the controversy has been solved because China said we are the owners. That's it. That's how they solve the controversies. But there is a controversy, and if you go on the web on Wikipedia, you see a page of the Senkaku Island, but you have also a page with the description of the dispute, because there is a geographical dispute behind, a political dispute. And if you go behind this dispute on the talk page, you can see all the contribution and the discussion between the people that lead to the definition of the dispute. So it's a collective knowledge process, and you can read all the people discussing and constructing this piece of knowledge. But how is it represented? Is a linear list as any forum, of like piece of text in a linear way. Nobody read it unless you are interested in discussing. You don't have any idea of how it is evolving, this discussion. So we made an experiment, and what happens if we translate these contributors into actors, or better, into cells? If we create a kind of an organism that represents the evolution of the discussion, you can see something, an overall picture that is hidden in the data. You can see some clusters of people discussing. You can see how much a person is into the discussion. In some cases, there are people that throw in the discussion very quickly because they are doing a lot of contribution. That's a way to, in a rhetoric way, with a visual metaphor, to address the data visualization in a different way. There are a lot of examples, I think, in this direction. You can play with data about environment, the quality of air, and make a meadow that grows according to this data. the pollution, the quantity of the different parameters, the velocity, the speed of growth of the meadow is related to the quality of air. And I can use this visualization to engage with people about a topic that is very important for us. This is how the quality of air is represented in a certain city. You can play, I don't know, with the data of Twitter. This is a visualization of the movement of people through the tweeters. So you know, you have the timestamp of Twitter and you can reconstruct the movement of people. But even in this case, you can be more rhetorical and to play with some metaphor and create some movements that express in a, yeah, you can't see really the punctual data. You can't make analytics with that, but you have an impression of the phenomenon. What is interesting is the description that this researcher wrote about this system. So the main objective, again, is to allow new images to emerge that are not committed to the precision of the data, but to tell a story and provide quick overview. If I want to get data, I can go down, I can arrive to a pie chart, to an Instagram, whatever, and to the table, to the raw data, even if I need it. A computer scientist that, well, unfortunately, we didn't succeed in getting in our lab, is Cruz from Lisbon. He drew this wonderful visualization of traffic in Lisbon using data collected by the city. There is a rhetoric on that. I mean, you can see the flow, like rivers maybe. You don't have a real understanding of the punctual data, of the values of the numbers, but you can see how the city behave. He was even more audacious. He compared the infrastructure system of a city to the circulatory system of, I mean, the blood in our body. And he dares more and created this visualization applying a visual metaphor. A simple metaphor, a living organism with circulatory problems. The clots. You can find it on the internet, but I mean, again, the description is, the idea was to try to bypass the strictness of contemporary visualization that depict data accurately through direct mappings. So the purpose was not accuracy, it was not direct mapping. And he's good in using very simple levels of rhetoric, visual rhetoric, to really give the sense of a phenomenon. This is how the empires behave in history. So the chart grows, the bubble grows when they get new territories, and there is an explosion once a territory is, become independent. You can see the violence of the independence in this movement. It's just a movement. It's a very simple data set, but I think you can get the sense of what happens. Well, I don't want to show it all, but they grow. You can also make a kind of a, question answer. So to try to guess which are the. At a certain point, there is something happening. So you really see what's happening on the visualization. What about the 60s and the 70s? Bam, tuck. The reaction, your reaction is totally given by a very simple visual element. Is this the movement? We saw the visualization from NASA. This is a very similar visualization. Probably this is another trend, the Van Gogh trend in visualization. This is made by Fernanda Viegas and Martin Wattenberg, is the visualization of the wind flows in the United States. The visualization systems that we use, the visualization patterns that we use, some of them are from Halley, the one of the comet, And this is a new way of depicting the same data that we have seen years, and nobody put in questions the how to visualize that. And you can see the power, the wind. You can see the phenomenon in a way through the visualization. And when they describe this work as an artwork. Can we put art into the science of data visualization? Is too audacious? I think that's the role of designers, to take something from the art, to merge with the needs of science and to create a good clash. Because you can use the power of these visual metaphors in order to, to really give the impression of what's happening. That's why some of the most important designers, they try to address to their work in a different way. This is Moritz Stefaner, one of the, in my opinion, best information designers that we have around. And in his business card, there is written truth and beauty operators. I think that's a wonderful definition for a job that has to do with data, but also with some kind of language, rhetorical language. Oh, well, one of the most recent book is this book from Cairo, another good person another reference in the field is the functional art. I like it very much. This title is l'arte funzionale in Spanish. But even if you go back to our beloved Tufte, and you see the evolution in the covers of the books. He started with the visual display of quantitative information, very minimalistic, very, Tuftean in the data ink ratio. And the last book is the beautiful evidence. The topic is still the same, but the way in which he addressed. But it's part of the evolution of the person. He's now doing sculptures, and he's working on the relation between sculptures and live animals. So that's something that maybe is affecting the way which he deals with data visualization. Well, at the end, that's probably, I think, where we can do something as designers is all about emotion. But emotion, well, let me quote myself, but it's just to reinforce the sentence. Emotion, I think it's one of the key point where we can work and we can use our competencies. But it's something that is not new. If we go back to the history of design, the idea of that designing pleasurable products and to go beyond usability, and working with emotion, pleasure, aesthetics is something that is hidden in design, and then we can put these competencies in the hands of scientists. One of the most famous books about that is the one of Dan Norman, that is one of the leaders of the usability movement in the early days. And what he says is, maybe you can synthesize that in, sometimes even attractive things, objects, simply works better. Even if you have a very functional objective, maybe you can play with emotions in order to make it more functional in a way. So aesthetic pleasure is just another kind of a need, is an emotional need that we have to address working with the users. And engagement and motivation is not just for the final user. Why don't we have to engage scholars with data? Maybe they will be more productive. I think so. If we engage people with data, if we create emotion, if we use beauty as a function. Also for scientists, why not? Fun could be part of that. Why don't we make a visual interface that is also funny and easy to use? And if you want to go on one point, if you want to go to punctual data, you have always the tables behind that you can explore. So at the end, maybe we can change the slogan of Sullivan and say that form can follow fiction and not function. But that's not from me, that's from a designer, a product designer, Alessandro Mendini, that once said that. He'd created a new line of metal products for your house. But I think that we can apply the same idea to the design of new interfaces. But taking fiction in his positive sense, if you go to the etymology of fiction, is about to shape again, to form. It's a creative, positive, creative activity. So that's really, I think, we can offer to people working from science in data visualization. And you can go literally beyond visualization. What about making physical things and interact in a physical way with data? This is a very nice visualization of the Twitter stream in the Olympics in London. And it's an interaction system that works both with digital things and physical stuff, and that's been exhibited. Well, I conclude with one of my favorite data visualization project ever has been made in Helsinki in 2008. It's a visualization of the amount of green energy, produced out from renewable sources consumed real time in Helsinki. So the bigger is the amount of green energy consumed by the city, the bigger is the green cloud. It's just the lasers projected into the steam cloud of a burning plant that they have in the center of the city. And you can see how much you are green, you are good. You don't have the data at all, but you can have, an understanding of the phenomenon. And if you want, you can go down and drill down into the data. That's something that's visible for everybody. If you're around the city, well, we're doing well, that's good. Maybe then you can go through the data if you want. So I'm very optimistic. I say that's probably visualization, it's a positive force that we can put on that, and designers have a strong role. It's a big responsibility, but I think we can really help. Thank you.
Bon après-midi. Nous sommes très heureux d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui. We are going to talk in English, not because English is better than our French, it's because it's kind of common language. And today we are Miguel Espada and Juan Santa Cruz from Espada y Santa Cruz Studio, and we're trying to answer 3, maybe 4 questions, 4 very important questions. One is who we are, second is what we do, third is why we're here, and the fourth, the most important is why are we talking about we. So it's not because we are very selfish, it's because we think that sharing experiences, creative experiences, is a good way to understand the world of digital creation in more abstract level. So we don't believe in big words about what is digital aesthetics, what is creating with technology. We believe in everyday life creation. So we talk about ourselves as if we were crafters, no? Craftsmen. We do craft with technology. So we build every piece as a single unit. We don't like mass production. We don't like to project to make simple. We like to do prototypes and to make things that we like real. So Espada y Santa Cruz. Espada means sword in English. Santa Cruz is San Cross. It's kind of heavy names, no? This is our last names, and it's kind of traditional, no? It recalls us to Middle Age, no? And it's and we like to believe that we belong to a long tradition of artists from the Middle Age or from the modernity. So we are not purely contemporary artists. We try to bring bridges between modernity and tradition.
Well, Espada y Santa Cruz is a communication studio. We build communication artifacts with technology, and because of that, we believe that the important is not the technological part of the creation. Actually, Miguel and we meet in the university where Miguel is teaching in the computer science department, and I was doing a PhD that I didn't finish. We began creating not new media art, but creating photography and video art pieces, and we evolved these pieces to the new media creation that we do now. But we are not focused in the technology; we are focused in the communication or the artistic part of the things we create. That is because for us the important thing is not the arrow that we employ to communicate, but the Indian is the creation. Technology is not the key. The key is that the thing that you communicate with technology, and that's the thing we do. Spice Santa Cruz began as a small studio, just Miguel and I working together, and now we have many more people working with us. Nerea is here between us, someplace, and many others that couldn't come.
So I think this is a good overview of our multimedia works. We started working more in photography and video, and then we slightly moved to new technology, but not because of because we wanted to be trendy, just because it's kind of a natural language, no, to mix technologies. I think our place here is a bit strange because we are not a really successful studio. So we don't have any hit that says, wow, this video is 1 million visits in YouTube or something like that. Or this advertising campaign has been in every media in the world. No, we are not like that. We're like in the middle, not really successful, not even not failure. So, but we try to keep in this gray area. And this is nice because we cannot say what to do, but we can not say what not to do. So we can just explain what is our understanding of media. And when we try to build a history of ourselves, we have to think in how one work relates to the other. No? There is always a logic in the decoration. So it's not that the ideas come out of nothing. There is kind of evolution, or you confront aesthetic problems and you want to solve them, and you want to get pieces out of it. So when we can draw a history of mankind with the technology. So during the whole history, we have used technology to make art, and through this art and through this technology, we can understand the world itself. And I believe that one of the nicest histories that can be wrote about the world is the history of light. We can, nowadays, there is no, this postmodernism philosophy that denies the history itself. No, there is no a big history. There is these small histories or small genealogies that draw some insight about the world. And one nice history that can be written is the history of light technology. You can think every age, every period of our time is associated with some light device, some light technology. So we think the ancient Greeks, we can think the torch, the Prometheus torch. This is a light device. And you can draw some insight about the ancient Greece about this with this torch. No, the torch is the idea of knowledge. No, the torch is the light that gives the torch illuminates the shadows of the mankind. And this light is not like bright; it's like with lights and shadows. No, because knowledge is to be discovered. And we could start thinking about every age, every period. And we will find kind of the device that identifies this period with this light device. Another example is this in the Gothic. These stained glass windows, the cathedrals, is a light device because filters the light. When I mean light device, is not an instrument. It's not just torches. It's any kind of transformation of the light. And this light device talks a lot about the Gothic era, the philosophy of the Gothic era, because it gives you the impression that the heaven is, so it's the representation of the heaven in earth. It is, these windows represent the heaven, no? All the light is coming from the paradise that is somewhere high. If you come to our days, which technology identifies with light device is the LED. We have LED everywhere. And what information gives ourselves with these little lights? The light is not anymore to illuminate. The light is to give information. LED is light associated with data. And when we see these Mac battery levels, this LED gives us the information how much energy we have in the computer. And when we see the LEDs of the router, We see when it's blinking, it's because there is some information coming out and in. So this is, I would really like to have someone to write a book about this history of every age, every device. I will not do it myself, but it would be nice, some intellectual or some. And maybe our history is also kind of history of light. We started doing installations with light, and we were thinking all the time, what is the relation of the light devices with the modern ones, with traditional ones? What is the relation with the combination of light? How combine different eras of lights? So, and we come to our first work.
We begin working together. Our first work together was this kind of installation that we built to be meant. It was built meant to be photographed, not to be experienced in direct. And it was all about these fluorescent tubes, which is also kind of a paradigm of the industrial world. This is a light that was built after the Industrial Revolution, and it represents. I think it represents pretty well the 20th century. And what we did is to think about how light can vary our interpretation of a space, and in this case, a natural space. It connects with the work of Dan Flavin and all these minimalists that began to work with light. What we found working with this installation is that actually the natural light and the artificial light combine together. I mean, it is not the technology imposing its lights to the nature, but it is a conversation between the artificial light and the natural light, and it changed completely our perception of this landscape. This is a landscape, a traditional photography landscape, but our perception of it varies because we put a light on it. I mean, this light cube is a character of a history. We have a history, and it is a character. So these pictures are not conceptual anymore. I think these pictures are narrative because they talk us about this dialogue between the natural and the artificial, and how they combine, how they live together. This is the first thing that we did together. I think we have more picture. Okay. So in this case, technology is pretty simple. It's just putting together some fluorescents, switching them on, and then taking a picture of it.
One of our major beliefs is that technology doesn't mean that you have to use technology. You can do digital artwork without using any digital technology. So it's the aesthetics of the digital art is something more abstract than the technology itself. So you can do, this is a new media installation, but not because we're using new media objects. It's because the thoughts that are behind that. And what is behind that is that the importance of trying to find a harmony about the natural and the artificial. There's these two separate worlds that try to combine together and live together for like 10 minutes. Because these pictures are taken just in the dust. We have only 10 minutes to make the picture, because if we do too early, we cannot see the fluorescence. Too late, we cannot see the natural light. So we had only 10 minutes to do these pictures. And this is the moment where both worlds, digital and analogic, natural and artificial, are together. And I think this is important to understand that digital art, it's not about technology. It's about a way of thinking.
Yeah, in our next work, what we did is because we experienced in this case of the anterior pictures this kind of switch in the perception of the landscape. If we think of iconic landscape, it is the sunset, and we try to modify the sunset and to create a science fiction sunset like the one of the Star Wars with the two suns. And what we did is just to play with some mirrors And then with the mirrors, we create two suns exactly with the same brightness. As this is the video, and you see the video of just two suns. One is going down, and the other one is going up. And this installation, which is quite simple, only uses two mirrors as technology. It links up with the idea that we are moving, and our Earth it has a sun, and it moves around its axis, and we move around the sun. And because of these movements, then we can create a sunset with two suns, and we can enjoy something that is quite utopical, and make it real and make it happen. And also, even though that we all know that this is false, we have not two sunset, we enter in this game and we feel it and we live it as if it were real. And this is the kind of magic that we try to create in our works. What we are trying to do, or our goal is to create something that makes wonder, no? that can be feel as something magical, and that is the thing that we follow.
So at some point we start start thinking about interactivity. So in every single book of computer art, of digital art, interactivity is the key concept. There is no definition of digital art without the word interactivity in the middle. And of course, we wanted to bring interactivity to our works. And we tried, when we try to get in this interactive world, we have to think about that, because we're not really happy about interactive tradition in computer art, because interactive tradition in computer art comes from one side is very driven by the technology. So many of the first interactive works are very conditioned by the technology, and so basically you have some sensors and you move around and try to activate some kind of thing, and this is the interactivity, no? They call this ghost catching, no? Try to catch some sensor to produce some music, but this input-output are not really linked. It's kind of just you do dumb things and something happens, and there's a black box in the middle that you don't understand the relationship between the input and the output. This is one of the sides of the heritage of interactive in the computer art, and the other is the postmodernist idea of the death of the author. No, this idea that interactivity is very important because at the end is the user, is the public that gives sense to the piece of art. It's not the artist, it's the user. And it's a very poetic idea, no? That it's the user that gives sense, but it's not true. The sense is something that is belongs both to the author and to the user. The author is not dead. It's very poetic, but it's not dead. So this is the heritage of interactivity in the digital art, and we were not very happy with this. But when we started experimented with interactive pieces, the first thing we wanted to do is things that you feel the relationship between the input and the output. Should be organic somehow. Should be still in an analogic way. Yeah? The analog world, everything is very mechanical. No? There is relationship between inputs and outputs, and this is an example of this kind of thing.
It is supposed to have some
sound.
Music.
Ah.
Okay, thank you. One of the most poetical and metaphoric elements of our world is the light. We connect the light with our wishes. We connect the light. You know these things that you put a little candle, and then you put like a ball, and then the hot air throws the light up as a magic lantern. You know that, no?
Chinese lanterns.
Chinese lantern. Okay, Chinese lantern. So what we did also there is also a connection between our breath and the light and the fire. You breathe to a small fire and you make it light more and you make it come to alive. So there is this connection between the breath, the light, and all these poetical elements. No. Also the breath when you whisper, when you I don't know the word. When you blow to a dandelion flower, we connect that with in some way with the projection of our wishes. So what we did in this little work was to try to play with those elements in the most simple way. I mean, only one stair, only a couple of bulbs, and that's all. And I think it works, and it works because it's simple and it has many elements. You can of course you can build this with hundreds of bulbs, and you will have like a more expensive experience. But the experience is working with just some bulbs.
No, of course you can do it very easily with LEDs, but we wanted to keep organic, and nothing is more organic than the electricity.
Yeah. You can map the intensity of the whisper. You can map it with the intensity of the light, and you switch the color and you switch the intensity of the light also. And in this work, we wanted to create going back to the fluorescence lamps. We wanted to create an installation that is controlled via internet, that is reactive to our social expressions like Twitter. So what we did here is try to create an installation that is controlled via Twitter. It's a very simple installation. Thanks to the crisis we have in Spain, we have a garden. You see, this is our garden, where the installation was seated. The thing of the installation is that what we did. Go back. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. No. This. Sorry. What we did is to build a display in which you could put numbers, and then ask people to write their magical numbers, and then display them one after another. And then we created a time lapse, which is like the time lapse of all the magic numbers of the people we know via Twitter in this installation in our garden. We also have some beers, and we enjoy that very much.
So this is another key concept of computer art, is this social part. It's now everything has to be in a network, social network, and we wanted to give a try also with this. But coming a bit early, this is early experiments of mapping. Before mapping exists at all as a concept, we started building little models of mapping, and we were so this is very experimental. Let's see.
Here it is. When we start hearing and seeing some things about mapping, I think this is 2008, right? We thought, okay, this thing about mapping is interesting because you can mix reality and you can mix reality with the virtual thing. So you can create kind of a mixed reality in which the virtual and the real elements link together or mix together, play together, and you cannot separate them. It's not that I enter into a digital in a virtual world, but I put the virtual world at the same level of the real world. And we thought this was interesting to create games, create games in which we interact with the real world.
We are kind of very thinking about games because of this interactivity about interaction. In games, interaction is natural. There is no, if the interaction is not right, there is not a game. So it's the most important thing about games is the interaction. So we artists, we have to look at the games to understand interaction. Because artists normally, okay, that's we do an interactive piece and it works more or less and we are happy about that. But gamers, no, interaction should be perfect. And this is, I think, the goal of many of artists should be come closer to games. Don't think that games are like lower culture, just to teenagers that they have fun. I think there is something very important in games, and especially in traditional games, in simple games, because in simple games you don't need to know the rules of the game. You don't need instructions. You just go and play. Many of the children games are simple. So you just paint in the floor with a chalk, and you can play cards with some whatever, no little balls, or so it's very easy. You don't need kind of set of rules. And I think this is very important because these games are always in our society. So we learn to belong to the society by playing games. In playing this kind of simulation, and this simulation gives us the skills to confront the real life. What is nice about games is that everything is simulated, so if you die in the game, it's not that you are dying in reality. And we have to look back to these traditional games to find the ways that how they set the rules, how do you learn to play, how do you interact with the game and with the others, no? Because in these traditional games, there are no rules, but you have to agree the rules with your partners to play. And I think this is the key point that we are researching now. I think that many artists should look at that. And another important thing is what is
It's not so important.
the
The thing about this work of this map, this is also mapping. This is real-time mapping. Is that it has not previous setup rules. The rules are set up by the user the way they want, and they can switch the game whenever they want. I mean, you draw the circuit with the chalk, and if you don't like the circuit of you want to draw some wall to make your partner crash with the wall and then win the game, you can do it. You can change the rules and establish the rules the way you want. And
this installation, you have it in the Experience Exhibition Hall, so you are invited to play with it.
Well, in this,
And I I think many of these old video games, like Super Mario, they share a lot with children games, with traditional games. So that they are now, our generation, you see a platform game and you know how to play it. So you don't need to read the instructions. So they have something very intuitive about that. So, and this is nice because this is why we like to look to this Super Mario, this kind of old 8-bit games, because they share many things with the children games, because they are intuitive, they are simple, there are no learning curve. And I think this is, so we don't have to separate like physical games with video games. No, I think that there are many games that are in the same set because they have this flexibility, this kind of intuitivity. And I think this is why I would like to work around these games. This is a new model that we are building. It's also a mapping. You see that the first scene is a reality, it's a wall with some paint, and this is map in real time, and you can play with it. It's a kind of next generation of mapping. This is a simple model, but it's very nice to play also.
You can play with the depth of the model. The model is a 3D model, so you augment also. Not only you play with the 2D wall, but you play with the 3D world you are creating. Augmented the real space.
I think we all have seen many mappings. No, it's kind of trendy installation in the cities, no, to project big things in a big walls. But many of them is just using the building as a screen. You do very nice 3D things there, but they are not integrated with the architecture. And with these simple games, this is we want to build it in a real space. Well, we want to use architecture for doing interactive things, not just using the architecture as an augmented screen. That is, many of the mappings is just that, no? It's do fancy things in a big building. And I think this is boring because you have seen one and it's enough. You don't need to see many more. And what we did with Super Mario, this we set up in a building and children were playing with joysticks. And this was nice because this was the same experience as playing in your home, but in a building. And the children were trying to find the tricks to kill the monkey, no, to get the princess. And this is the real experience of the game, no, is to try to win the game.
Yeah, for this, in this case, we were asked by a curator to participate in a exhibition that was a review of the classical more computer art in Spain. So this is Miguel with the maestro Iturralde.
This is
talk about this.
In Spain there was a movement in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s of computer art, and this movement disappears. And there were many people like doing great stuff, and communicating with John Cage or Nanjum Paik, and these people they just got forgotten, and now they try to come back to renew them. And they invited us as the very little people in Spain that is doing. That we are working in the same way they were working. So it's trying to look at things. So trying to understand the rules of algorithmic art or computer art. This is my Iturralde, and he was doing this very nice generative kites in the 60s, and it's so wonderful. This work. So there are kites. He brought it to Art Basel in 71 or something like that, and he built the model of these kites in the computer. That after he built that with wood and like paper. So we were made that, and we did a special piece that brings together the two worlds, the traditional digital art and the new waves of computer art. and we did an installation that it's based in the same idea of generating art with algorithms, but mixing with light and projections.
Basically, it's a generative space, a Voronoi space, that is affected by the whisper or the sound. So the parameters of some algorithms are varied by this whisper, by this. This is another project of mapping that we are working at. If we think about mapping, we are thinking about a perception that is switched because of the light, and you try to basically what you do is you alterate our perception, our vision, the perception of three-dimensionality in a space, and then you change the space or you change the element you are projecting at. In this case, Chillena and Ametsa, we are working in the utopia of one of the most important Spanish sculptor, which is Eduardo Chillida, whose utopia was to empty some volume and then to build the negative of a sculpture. And what we try to do is to try to relate mapping with these ideas. So these are our prototypes. So what we are trying to do is to work with a space within a volume via the light and the mapping, and create new volumes in nature. This is a project meant to be projected in a big natural scenario. To do that, we work with KIKK to capture these sculptures and to try to relate them with natural volumes like stones and so on. And in this project, we learn about the KIKK and how to use the KIKK to capture volumes and to play with the data that we extract from the KIKK. And this is something we are working on that Miguel can explain you better.
No, sorry. Stop. So now part of this research is, of course, when you have new technologies, you want to push them on the limits, no? And we all know KIKK is one of the major revolutions in interactive art because it's a very simple device and makes quite nice things, you know. And this idea is when one KIKK is quite limited because you have only one point of view, and we are trying to build like real-time tracking system with multiple KIKKs. And in this model, we use several KIKKs to build the full spectrum of these guys, the full 3D sea of the guys. And when this is a project for doing new instruments of music in Helsinki University. And what is very important is we want to try to extract what are the social gestures in a small community. No, there are 3 guys there, and when you are in a room, you always repeat the same kind of patterns of movement. In these 3, you start chasing one to the other or attacking and retreating. So what is very nice is that with these experiments, you start to understand what are the social gestures of people in some kind of space. And it comes out that this is very related with the games, because you remember these games of the blind, that I don't know how it's called, the gallinita ciega in Spanish, that you cover your eyes, you have to take another, or the tag game, not you tag someone and you have to run. And this is this playful way of understanding the space, or understanding the other, is kind of, it happens all the time. And we see the video. So in the video, the other video, there is no rule. We were just testing, and we start chasing one to the other, and it was not planned. And it's very nice because it's kind of it's happened naturally, no, to play with technology. And this is why I'm so interested in this game approach to installations and to interactivity. These just experiments, but it's kind of nice.
We were in June. We were asked by some curators to participate in a cultural and I don't know how to say, beer projects in a plaza, in a cultural center in Madrid, big cultural center, the Matadero. We had some programs during the summer in the big plaza they have, and they asked us to do something that was interactive and was fun and could be played in big groups.
For about 17 years, okay? I don't write my stuff.
What we did is an instrument that makes music out of the position of people in a space.
Por equipos, vais a tener que componer grandes piezas musicales con el mundo real y enriquecerlo.
Basically, we were asking people in the plaza to make groups and then be directed by one, we call it aerial coach, that was in the top of this stair. And then this aerial coach was manipulating his friends or her friends, and depending on the position that these friends were in this area, then music was varying and was playing in real time. So it was like a social instrument, very fun to spend the evening.
And so we focus this talk in the most, let's say, experimental works. But during a long time, we worked with image. We did fashion photos and fashion movies and video clips. And this part of more elaborate image is a bit left over. But we still have this kind of installation that you could see also in the exhibition hall, which is mixing the portrait-like videos with interactivity. And again, in this video, it's a reactive video, and we wanted to hide interactivity. No, this reacts to the presence of the essence of the people in the space, but you don't see any jump in the video. No, we try to remove all kind of rest of technology. You are invited to see it in the exhibition.
One of the main ideas of the Barockian painters was to project the canvas out of its own space, to relate the canvas with the public, and through the gesture, through the look, they were connecting the public to the work and try to make the thing that is happening in the canvas not understandable without the viewer. And with technology, we can make real this utopia. We can make interaction part of the narration in the canvas. The narration here is very simple. There is a dinner with important people in which we are not invited as a public. And when we enter in the room, what they are doing is interrupted because they look at us and they end doing what they are doing. It's the same ideas that are beyond pictures like the Still Masters of Rembrandt. These people, these important people in this work of Rembrandt, are looking at us. They stop doing what they're doing and they are looking at us because Rembrandt is there painting them, or because we as public are there interrupting what they're doing. So the narrative of the canvas is related with the the act of viewing viewing by the public, the act of seeing, no, by the public, and through technology we can make this more evident, like in this piece.
And we are coming to the end. So one of our main problems, or not problem, or the main good point is that we are kind of versatile. No, we love to work in many different areas, and we also did some data visualization things. This is an advertisement campaign by Corona, and which is a data visualization of tennis match. And the idea is that every match is a masterpiece. And we wanted to show how every match has his own shape. No? And we build these models that this is like Federer against Nadal, the final of Roland Garros or whatever. And the idea is that every match is unique. No? And you can represent it like with just a simple site. We heard the talk in the afternoon about data visualization, and this, I think, what is important at the technology can provide some kind of poetic, metaphorical view of data, and it's with some simple lines, you create a kind of masterpiece, well, a masterwork.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for having me here. My name is indeed Doug Perkul. That was the coolest intro of graphics I've seen for my name thus far. And I am from Sidley out of Amsterdam. First off, big thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here. We had the opportunity, one of my colleagues and myself, to walk around and check out some of the experiences today. And what's really cool is the use that people are making of technology at this point for interactions to excite, to entertain, to promote their brands. But the experimentation for me is what's so damn important, in that without the experimentation, we're not moving things forward. I had the pleasure, thank you guys, from Espada and Santa Cruz, of watching what they're doing and how they're using technology to play and to experiment. And that's very much at the heart of what we try to do here at Sidley as well. And it was just really cool to see. Today, we're going to be talking about failing a lot. And failure is kind of like a dirty word, it seems. And it really shouldn't be. Failure is something that is critical to experimenting, right? If you're going to have an experiment and you don't plan on a little bit of failure and you don't plan on possibly making mistakes, then the outcome, there's no anything good is going to happen. The learnings don't happen and the work doesn't get better. So it's something that's really, really critical to the nature of the creative process. And the creative process could be digital, it could be analog, it doesn't really matter, but experimentation. I think right now, we're in a really tough spot collectively. And when I say collectively, I mean everybody in this room. I'm assuming a lot of you guys are students. I've seen a lot of students in attendance. I've seen a lot of people here that are involved with making things, development, and the whole group of people that revolve around the creative collective. Budgets are down. We're in a worldwide economy crisis at this point. And a lot of the times, one of the first things that goes is the ability and to take on risk, and the desire to take on risk, and people fall back into, let's be safe at this point. And in my opinion, that's one of the worst things one could possibly do at this point. So this is really, I think, across the group, it's really a call to arms. There is a way to collectively use this time period and use our knowledge base and each other to create great shit. And I truly mean that from the bottom of my heart. I think what's really neat about this community here, and from talking to the speakers and such, is that you have the ability, especially in this region, to act as a collective and really inspire each other. And through this inspiration, you can kind of rise up and do an amazing thing. So I hope that everyone here takes the time to really collaborate as much as possible, because that's going to yield the best possible work. So just real quickly before I dive into the meat of this presentation, I just want to talk to you for a second about Sid Lee. We have a deeper history within North America than we do here in Europe, but we are based in Europe. We have about 60 artisans out of Amsterdam. We call them artisans. We don't call them colleagues. We do believe that everybody is creative, and that's a huge point of distinction for us. We also have a presence with Atelier in Paris. So again, this notion of craftsmanship, you guys stole half my shit. But it's a craftsman shop, and we have, additionally in North America, we have an office in Toronto, Montreal, and we were supposed to have an opening in New York City, but due to Sandy, that is going to be delayed for a little bit, unfortunately, but that is a next step for us. We focus on commercial creativity, and commercial creativity is important to understand because what it really means is creating experiences. So we work with brands to help create experiences. We are fairly agnostic as far as how that comes out. I'm not really fond of the word digital at this point because everything is digital. We do a lot of work with out-of-home, which can be digital. We do a lot of work within retail, which more and more is becoming digital as well. And we obviously have a stand-up, digital division called Sid Lee Technologies, where we do more building of standard and kind of new-based applications. That's kind of a little bit about us. We're about 600 people all in all. And I had to pull up for the first slide here. I had to pull up Thomas Edison. This is one of my favorite quotes. And he said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. And I love this quote. There is this notion very much that in order to achieve something, especially within the business world, you have to get it right away. The market can't wait. Let's get it out there. And you're not going to get great products out that way. I think as a former New Yorker and as someone who used to live by the Silicon Valley in San Francisco, failure is something that is not only accepted, but it's expected. It very much has become a badge of honor, and it's something that goes with you throughout the process. It's actually really interesting. People use failure now as far as startup businesses as a way for getting their next job. They use it as a way for finding funding. They find it as a way for learning, so when they have their next startup and venture, it's more successful. It's very common to meet people who have been involved in 2, 3, 4, 5 different ventures that have all failed, and they still consider themselves a successful person because of the learnings they've taken away from these experiences. I think that to a large part, this is something that's very cultural. It has to do with the business environment that is happening in the United States, but I don't think it has to be unique to the U.S. I think within Europe, the ability to have more of a startup mentality is something that's really, really important. Not everyone can operate that way, but maybe more of us should. We're going to take a look at the whole world kind of as a continuum in failure. So again, the goal here is not failure. The goal here is success. Success can be measured in a myriad of different ways. It could be, having a product out in the marketplace that you're just really proud of. It could mean, making, a ton of money if that's your goal. It could mean just expanding your knowledge base. It could be anything. But, generally speaking, companies operate within this continuum. You have over here in the high tolerance for failure, this would be the kind of the startups that we were talking about earlier. Maybe a small technology shop where money's not really the issue at this point. You want to take those risks, and that's fine. That's over here on the left-hand side. Over here, and I guess it's your right, is a no tolerance for failure. And for a lot of times, this was the big car manufacturers like GM that just didn't have their finger on the pulse of what was going on. They basically were just set on making money, and they really weren't willing to take on any risk or failure, and so they were kind of stuck there. And that got them into a lot of problems. Businesses that are based here that are not familiar with failure, not willing to take on that risk and failure, are ending up in a really, really bad place. They need to understand that at this point, that in order to move forward, they have to be willing to take a little bit more risk than before. In the packaged goods world, the way it's always worked is that you went to a good business school, you got your MBA from your Harvard, your Stanford, wherever it would be, and as your job, you got a job with a packaged goods company. It could be a Nabisco or Kraft or whatever it was. You were in your post for 2 years, and then after those 2 years, you expected to move on to your next job. So within this world, the way that they discussed it and talked about it and really practiced their business initiatives was, let's not mess this thing up. Who wants to be the person right out of school who's responsible for screwing up the Oreo cookie? Who's the one who wants to be responsible for messing up a brand that everybody loves? It doesn't make sense to take these risks. It's getting better right now. But again, these cultures were not based upon being comfortable with failure. And that's really hurt them to a large extent. This is kind of where a lot of companies are looking to go right now. They want to find that middle ground. It's more of a risk management exercise and figuring out how much can they fail and still actually make money, or how much can I really fail and still hold on to that client, or how much can I really fail and still consider myself a successful company. Which is great, and I love overall to see that any business, whether it be a small startup dev shop, whether it be a larger advertising agency or a corporate client, whoever it might be, willing to take this risk to achieve greatness with their product offerings. The way that people are talking about getting there is what I guess I have a problem with fundamentally. The way they're talking about it right now is through this stupid ass word right here, which I hate more than anything else in the entire world. And I'll say it once, and hopefully I won't continue to say it, but now it's stuck in my head, is innovation. And this seems to be this magical pixie dust that companies think that they can spread around, and just by the notion of basically talking about innovation, that it will help them out of the trouble that they're in. Which is really interesting, the fact that they think there's such an easy fix on this thing, but it doesn't obviously work that way. These companies are like big ships, and to turn them and to get them to move in a different way really requires agility, and they're the opposite of this thing. For me, when I see this word innovation, my first response is, holy shit, these guys are in trouble. And my second response is, what are they actually going to be doing here? Just to give you a sense of kind of where I think this fits in, innovation for me is like the word, I'm not sure how much of these you guys use, but pivot. Every article is talking about pivot. Above the line, below the line, through the line, Web 2.0, HTML5, every client, I want HTML5. Why? Do you even know what you're looking for? And thinking out of the box, which of course is one of the worst things you could possibly say. It's all talk, This is stuff that gets thrown around when you have too many meetings during the day, and your boss asked you to write a report, and holy God, we're screwed. This new company's coming on, or our product sucks. It's not working anymore. What are we going to do? And someone says, well, you know what? We got to innovate. Well, how are we going to do that? Well, I'm thinking if we do something with HTML5, maybe do some Web 2.0 stuff, and we really think out of the box collectively, and we have a meeting about that, like everything's going to be fine. And you sit there and what's going on here? But they just don't know better a lot of times. So this word, obviously, I should probably stop on this one, but I have a problem with this. To beat the horse even further into a pulp, the word innovation was used 33,528 times in quarterly and annual reports last year. Unbelievable. Innovation was used in the title of 255 books published just within the past 90 days. And this is not old. This is from the Wall Street Journal, June 4th, 2012. 43% of companies in a recent survey now say they have a chief innovation officer. Now, this job sounds awesome. Because I really don't know what you do as a chief innovation officer. And those are the best kind of jobs that you can have, because if something's broken, like you're always in meetings and they can't find you, so you're really safe and you're guaranteed to have a good paycheck. And 28% of business schools use innovation, innovate, or innovative in mission statements. So clearly we're past this high point of this word, which I shall not mention. It's like Voldemort. And we're gonna move on. And I want to kind of introduce some new vernacular to get you guys talking in a different way. The other part of the equation, I think what's so screwed up about this one part, which is like the chief innovation officer, is that innovation is something that all of us have to take on. It doesn't matter whether you're I said the word again, damn it, experimentation, I shall say. and pushing things forward is something everyone has to take on. It doesn't matter whether you're a 5-person firm, whether you're a bunch of students that are working together on a project, or you're a Fortune 500 company. In order to realize success, everybody has to work really hard towards moving this thing forward. So that's something that's really, really important. The other thing that's really interesting to me is that you're treating it as one person's job. So this is a couple of real job postings I found. Director of Innovation Director. This goes back to the previous thing with the Chief Information Officer. It doesn't make sense. If we want to take a look and we want to see how we're going to move it, let's talk about the ecosystem. And I think the ecosystem is something that's really interesting. If we take a look at everyone having responsibility and everybody being accountable for changing things, then that to me is the way to get things done. Let's take a look real quickly at, in my opinion, the way it should be. So we have an ecosystem. So here we have an idea. The idea is arguably really good. Let's hope so. And then what happens, for a large part, is that you have one group that buys into the idea, and they're going to experiment, and they're going to push it and push it and push it. And hopefully they're going to get it to a pretty good shape. The problem is that they're not getting the other partners involved in this process involved in pushing them as well. There was a really good case study that was done. I have to read this one because I forgot the name of the book. It's called The Wide Lens by Ron Adner. And he gives the example of Michelin tires. And back in the 1990s, Michelin actually had created a tire that was smart enough that it basically, as soon as it had a puncture in it, the thing could run for 125 miles without any kind of deflation whatsoever. And they thought this would be the next big thing, right? So in this case, you have a great idea, a puncture-proof tire. We don't have to be on the side of the road with a jack anymore. Brilliant idea. And you basically had it being produced directly by the development production teams in-house. Come 2007, the entire product failed and went off the market, which was, the point of his book is like, wow, that's so crazy. How did it go off the market? The problem was that he failed to get the buy-in from the other partners that were involved in the process. Okay? So when they actually finally consulted with the mechanics said, well, we're not quite sure how this technology works. We don't know how to fix this tire, which is a pretty big problem. You also had the garages. The garages didn't know, nor did they want to make the investment in the technology to support this thing as well. So what you end up with is this really amazing tire that doesn't really do anything because the ecosystem surrounding it is not there to support it, which is a major, major problem. So even a great idea can be absolutely amazing, but again, everybody has to take response and accountability for this thing. And all team members have to be involved and allowed to fail. So if we agree to kill the word innovation, let's talk about getting scientific. So if we all think a little bit like Thomas Edison at this point, let's think about the scientists of the world. And I think that from what I've seen so far with the experimentation, which if you guys have not been over there thus far, the experimentations that they're doing over the experiences is amazing, and more of that stuff should be done. But that's science, right? It's science. It's really testing stuff and seeing how far we can push it. And when I say all of us, I really do mean all of us. So all of us acting as kind of scientists and getting back to that state that we were at when we were kids, when we weren't afraid to ask questions, where we weren't afraid to take things apart, and sometimes we couldn't put them back together again, right? My dad's favorite story is he was growing up as a child, and his family didn't have much money. And his brother got a brand new bicycle, and he loved this bike. And he decided, after he was done with it, that he was going to take it apart. So he took this bicycle apart, and he could never put it back together again. And it sat on the lawn, and it just rusted. So maybe that's a bad example, but that childhood experience of experimenting and seeing what's involved in this thing and taking things apart is something we should all have. So if we think as scientists, then we'll kind of go back in the time machine to when all of us were in primary school and we learned about the scientific method. This, to me, is more what organizations, companies, and people in general should be rooting for and really enacting within their businesses and in their daily lives, really. It goes beyond business. We have an observation. we observe something, and we wonder why it is that way. Maybe it's a process that we see is broken. Maybe it's a product that should be in the market and just not there. We make an observation. Then we create a hypothesis. Why we think this possibly could work. What are the thinkings that are underlying this thing? From there, we devise an experiment. It could be a simple experiment. It could be a complicated experiment. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we're questioning something and we're creating an experiment around it. From there, what do? We take a look, the control experimental group, and we take a look at the results. Does it support what we thought it would be? And if the answer is yes, then great, you have a theory. If it doesn't work, you go back to revising your hypothesis, and you go back and devise another experiment. Let's be clear, that's what failure is, right? So failure is not a bad thing. It just means that what you thought was going to happen didn't happen. So you keep on retrying and retrying and retrying until you get it right. You don't just stop and say, it's good enough at this point. And so this is something that I think if there were more scientists in companies and less people that threw around the word innovation and had titles of Chief Innovation Officer, we'd probably all be in a lot better place. And the products that we use on a daily basis, especially the digital tools part, would probably be a lot more robust at this point. So again, all of us with our white lab jackets on as scientists, what's the next part? What do scientists do after they've devised an experiment and if they've proved the hypothesis, right? What do? They publish their findings. And I think this is something that's really interesting. I love sites like GitHub, and I love places where people can collaborate and share their knowledge. If in fact it's totally proprietary and what you've come up with shouldn't leave your company, so be it. That's cool. That's your right to do so. There is some strength, obviously, to publishing and letting the community at large have access to it, and that overall the product will get better over time. I love shareware. I think it's brilliant. But even if, in fact, you didn't believe in that and you just want to keep it in-house, that's great, but don't store it within your little group. If you're involved in development, share it with the creative team. If you're in the creative team, share it with the production team. If you're in the production team, share it with, who knows, the receptionist. It doesn't matter. The point is, it shouldn't be locked up and deposited somewhere. It needs to be shared. More specifically, the failures that you had were inconsistent with the hypothesis. These learnings, to me, that's more valuable than any other asset you have within your company. If you're not learning from these things, you're repeating the same mistakes over and over again. So how, as companies, and how as agencies, and how as development groups, do we make sure that we're archiving this stuff up? It's really, really important. So I'm not sure how many bean counters we have in here, people involved in finance. From the looks of it, I don't see too many suits and ties. But it's an investment. And this is something that oftentimes when businesses and when people that are involved in making things, they're always asking, well, what will this cost me? How much will this cost me? How much time do I need to invest? How do I do this thing? And the answer is, yeah, you have to pay for this thing. But just like you have to pay for your internet, and just like you have to pay your staff members, and just like you have to pay for utilities, this is an investment that pays off. If we're not investing in this thing, then ultimately we're going to be set up for failure. How much does it cost? It depends. Each company has their own routes and kind of profit and loss. I don't even want to get into that. It's not important. What is important is making sure that you set aside time and money for experimentation. Each industry is a little bit different. Next question everyone always asks me is this one. Who pays for it? Because, at certain times people are like, okay, I'll pay for it, that's great. But they're like, well, do I have to pay for it? Or do they pay for it? And it's like, no, we all pay for it. Everybody here that's producing creative work, everyone who's involved, needs to basically have that level of commitment towards funding this thing. The great news, though, to this point here, is it's getting really cheaper. We're very lucky in a lot of ways within those of us that work within the digital space, in that if we have a brick and mortar operation, and we have a bunch of retail shops, for example, that sell widgets, and we want to, run a major experiment within the sales platform. We want to full-scale change the look and feel of the shops. All of this stuff would cost us a fortune, and we'd be out of business really quickly. We're super lucky. You develop something, you can do rapid prototyping at this point. You want to see if something's going to work, you can do A/B testing on your site and constantly revise the look and feel of it to make sure that you're getting the proper response that you want. So that's what's really great. More specifically, the cost of computing at this point is a fraction of what it used to be, and it's going to keep on going down and down and down and down. So to not experiment at this point just seems foolish because we're the best group suited for actually taking advantage of experiments at this point. And the cost will continue to go down. So, always ask yourself when you're creating something, is this as good as it should be? How can I make it better? And will it take that, a little bit extra of push and time and money? Everything's time and money, obviously. Yeah, probably, but it can be a better product. So the other thing I want everyone to think about is, making the best product possible is paramount. How many, just if I can get a quick hand raise, how many of you guys are students? Wow, that's a lot. Okay. You're coming in at an interesting time. It's a really interesting time. Obviously, not the best financial time. But what's really interesting, I think, about this time right now is that the tools that are available to everybody are amazing. The only way, though, that all of us will continue to have jobs, let's be clear, is if we embrace this model of scientific theory and of pushing the envelope. The work has got to be amazing every single time. The world of producing this kind of mediocre work, or even just mid-level work, fine work, we're like, oh, okay, that's good enough. It's dead. I'm going to talk to you about this a little bit, and I don't mean to scare the hell out of any of the students here, but I think it's important to understand the realities of the world right now. So we were talking about cost before, right? Now we're going to take a look at the cost of not taking the time to fail. So, we're going to talk about photography, which has nothing to do with us, or does it? Photography is interesting. If you were going to be a photographer and you decided that you weren't just going to be shooting wildflowers and portraits, but you actually wanted to become a business photographer in that you wanted to sell your photography, you wanted to be in magazines, or you wanted to do shoots for fashion, or whatever it might be, it was interesting. You went to school for photography. You learned your f-stops. You learned your shutter speeds. You learned your film speeds. And it became a craft. It was something that you owned. And then you went into the darkroom and you did this. And it was a very niche business in that you really had to have a thorough understanding of composition and photography in order to make any real money off of it, which is great. But then you basically had the digital camera that came along. And the digital camera made it really easy to make mistakes because there was no cost for making mistakes. There was no film cost. If you didn't like what you saw on your little LED screen, that's fine, you move on. And it enabled people to really quickly create and understand photography. And even from a Photoshop standpoint, when Photoshop first came out, it was somewhat of a complicated tool. People that were using Photoshop, they were craftspeople too. Now everybody knows how to do Photoshop. Everybody has a digital camera. What's interesting here is that there still obviously are these amazing photographers that are out there that are able to make money off of their craft and their desire to work within photography. But that smaller market, so let's call it shooting for small businesses, even wedding photographers at the small business size, or the mid-sized business, that market is dried up, and there's thousands of people that used to be photographers that can no longer find work anymore. And it's sad, but that's the reality. What happens when creativity becomes a commodity? When the tools that technology gives us become great enough, it actually starts killing jobs, right? And that's sad in a way. The same is probably true, and I'll argue right now that it is true, for development. Back in the day, you wanted to make a website, you had to have somebody who understood HTML. They had to get in there, they had to do their work. Then the tools started getting better and better. Well, the tools are getting really good right now. There's all kinds of GUI-based tools right now for developing everything from your own websites to Android applications, to iOS applications, to experiences. And they're going to get better and better and better and better, which means, if we take our photography example here, yes, there will always be work for people that are producing the best stuff possible. but people that are just doing baseline work, people that are comfortable with doing status quo work, those jobs are going to be gone. So if we're not experimenting and we're not willing to fail to really push our craft, we're in big trouble here. And this is something I want everyone to really think about, because it's really, really important. If we believe that we're in this thing for the love of it, then let's make sure we love the hell out of it and we push it for everything that we have. Otherwise, it's a commodity at that point, and nobody wants to work in a commodity-based business. We're about creating. I'm not sure if you guys saw this one. This was the cover of Time magazine from the storm. This is from Sandy. This is kind of just a proof point for what I was just talking about. This cover matters because it was shot with Instagram. So this is amazing to me in that not only we were talking about before Photoshop and digital camera, there was no Photoshop on this one, and there was no digital camera. That's how fast it can happen at this point. And now it's on the cover of the largest magazine in the United States. This used to be someone's job. Someone used to feed themselves on this, right? This is how fast it can go down. Other thing to consider, marketers, how are they basically getting stuff done? So if I work for a production house, if I work for an advertising agency, I'm relying upon marketers to pay my salary, to pay my staff. This was from the Society of Digital Agencies. It was their marketing outlook for 2012. And they started taking a look at, where are you going to be investing your money? Where are you going to be investing your resources? Consolidating agency partnerships, which basically brings, let's bring the agencies closer in. Yeah, that's there. Increase external resources, yeah, it's there. But 62% are saying increase internal resources. This means that in-house, what's happening at major clients and major marketers is that they're now beefing up internally with their social media resources, with bringing in internal developers, producers, you name it, and they're going to start producing a lot of their own stuff at this point. This is interesting for a few reasons. It means that if you work for an advertising agency or you work for, as a digital agency producing work, at a certain point, you really need to start thinking about, I need to produce the best possible work because these guys are taking the work internally, and I want to make sure that my firm still has a job. This one's really important. It also means that if, in fact, I am a marketer, I need to think as well about how, in fact, I make sure that I can experiment with this team, because now I'm basically increasing my internal resources, which means I have a full team now of all these people, developers, producers, creative people, what have you, and I don't have the experience necessarily or the wherewithal to basically say, well, we really need to push it and experiment. How? It's like that first slide. We already know that these big companies, they're slow to turn around and to move. Well, now, not only do I need to focus on my products, my services, and my offerings, but I also have to focus on an internal team now that's dedicated to doing this thing. And more work now is project-based. So this was talking to agencies about their, within a digital agency, what do we see growing here? This one right here, number one, project-based relationships. Number two, niche-based services, right? So what's happening is, if they're not moving it in-house, what they're saying is, at this point, we're going to take this relationship to a different point, and we'll put it on a project-by-project basis. If you're working with a big client, and it's a big long-term relationship, you can invest, maybe even jointly, in experimentation and pushing products out further. Once you're in this phase right here of a project-based relationship, you better damn straight have done the experimentation and testing and everything beforehand. Because once you're in a project-based relationship, you can't mess up. You're only as good as your last project. And if your last project is not blowing the client away, you're done. So this is a very interesting trend, just all the more reason to be pushing it and experimenting. And what about the big, big boys, the Fortune 500 companies? The average life expectancy of a Fortune 500 company has declined from 75 years, half a century ago, to less than 15 years today, and heading towards 5 years if nothing is done, which is amazing. And if nothing is done, that's experimentation. It basically means questioning their products, their services, their process, the whole 9 yards. And we're going to see some major, major trauma within that as they're forced to experiment, and because their sheer sizes become difficult. So what are we doing at Sidley? We take a lot of risks. They're calculated risks, and we do think about them. It's not just like we sit around and think about ideas, but we're big fans of the scientific method. And we want to come up with ideas, we want to brainstorm together collectively. And there's great ideas that come from everywhere. That's the really big thing that I love about Sidley, is that the great ideas and the big ideas can come from anyone and everyone. It shouldn't be limited to one group. We've recently taken and undertaken some big investments that are experiments. We started up a major event in Montreal last year called C2, where we had this gigantic business conference, but it's a new kind of business conference. There was, Moby was DJing this thing. We had performances by Cirque du Soleil involved within this actual thing. We had the people speaking like Ariana Huffington, and we had Francis Ford Coppola speak. And it was a big risk. We didn't know how it was going to turn out. And looking back now, I'd say that largely it was successful. There were some failures along the way, and that's fine. We'll now learn from those failures and move forward. We recently just started up a data mining group, and we're getting heavily involved in data mining. We started up an e-commerce group. We have an architecture division because we really believe that the future of retail is going to be heavily, heavily involved within this intersection of technology and architecture. And that's something that's really, really interesting for us. So we're taking these chances. It's a part of our culture and who we are. I'm going to take you through a quick reel just so you can see some of the work. That's what we do. A lot of different stuff in there. And thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. A lot of different stuff in there. And what you saw was the output of a lot of experiments. We just recently started up a new division of Sidley called Sidley Entertainment. Cirque du Soleil is actually a minority investor in our company, so they've been involved with us, and we've been involved with them at Montreal for quite some time. And we're starting this new endeavor with them. And that's some of the experimentation you're seeing right there, is bringing the kind of production value of Cirque du Soleil to brands. So we're playing with that right now. It's something that's really interesting to us. A lot of the retail execution was over there too. We're really, really, really thinking at this point about how to do everything from large-scale digital retail activations to smaller scale stuff to really get people to have a branded experience when they're in retail, and hopefully, obviously buy more product in the same time. But we're experimenting. It's really much about the experimentation. If we take a look at that original fun graph that we created before, we're there. And we have a really high tolerance for failure. We're not like a startup. We've been around for about 20 years at this point, but our tolerance for failure is very high. And we think that the only way that we can have success moving forward is through this experimentation and obviously sometimes failure. But it's a calculated risk, and we're very, very comfortable with that. trial and error. It's not going to work every time. And that's something that we're totally okay with. The thing about trial and error, though, is it assumes that you're going to go through the process over and over and over again. I think one of the things I've seen, especially from some of the digital shops out there, is they put something out in the marketplace that doesn't work very well, and then I see the next release and it's the same damn thing again. That can't happen. You have to basically be willing to experience failures but learn from it. This I put in just because I figured there's a bunch of like really geeky people in the room. So Star Wars I figured was the way to go on this one for failure. But we've really had our ups and downs at Sid Lee. During the, I guess it was the 1990s, during the .com boom, we invested very, very heavily in development, too much so. And when in fact the bubble burst, we almost went bankrupt. It was a very, very traumatic time for the company. We had to lay off a lot of people. It was really, really stressful, and it almost killed the entire company. One would think that that actually could be a reason to say, well, you know what, we're just not going to do digital anymore. We're going to, outsource that work and let someone else take on the risk and responsibility for that. That's not something we wanted to do. We realized we experimented, we realized a failure, we have the learnings, and we basically realized a smarter way to develop it and to do things with a little less risk this time around. And that's something that we really feel strongly about. We also had a big disaster that came up in 1999. We invested very heavily within interactive TV. We actually bought an N-Cube server. That's how serious we were about it. And the idea was we were going to make all of this money by providing interactive TV solutions to the telcos out there. It never worked. In fact, actually, the guy that was in charge of selling us this stuff, I believe, is in prison right now. That's how bad this thing was. And now it's actually really funny. So we were about 10 years ahead of our time. So that was a risk we took. We failed. Now we're actually involved again in interactive TV, but obviously a much different time this time around. But this is something that we're comfortable because it's very much a part of our culture. Sid Lee it's interesting like that. We believe very much in a commercial creativity, but we also believe very much in the fact that kind of we're all artisans. You can't just say, going back to an earlier slide, we're going to have an innovation director. Everybody should be allowed to take on these risks. There should be a way of collecting ideas. There should be a way for experimenting and disseminating the information that comes from this. And so that's something that's very much a part of who we are. We actually started up this thing called SLAP. And SLAP just stands for Sid Lee Acceleration Platform. What is SLAP? SLAP is basically a way under the Sid Lee Collective, which is kind of our realization that everybody is creative, of finding out how we can experiment with technology and play with things and learn in the process. What's really cool about this is that anybody can get involved. If you are in finance and you want to get involved in SLAP, awesome. Please come. If you're involved and you're a TV producer, come, get involved. Anybody and everybody is welcome. And what's really cool is a lot of times people do. We decided everyone was talking about Arduino a lot. We play a lot with Arduino in the office. So we decided we'd do Arduino night. So we got a ton of beer, we got a bunch of electronics, and you see what happens. And it was hilarious because we had all these people that had never played with an Arduino before. We're like, hey, the light's blinking, check it out. And it was really exciting to see people that had never played with technology or maybe even really scared about Arduino getting involved and learning about this thing. What's really cool too is from a creative standpoint, a lot of the guys that are responsible for ideas and selling stuff into the clients, they don't necessarily know a lot of the time about what's happening and how things actually work. And it gave them the chance to get their hands dirty and really understand how technology can play a strong role. And this is something that we do on a really regular basis. What was really cool is what came out of this thing. What came out of this thing is awesome. This is basically an Arduino-based foosball table. Is there a business reason for this? Definitely not. Definitely not. But what happened was after this Arduino workshop, everyone had so much fun, especially the people that are not involved in the core kind of technology team, that we decided we'd take it one step further. And we would basically hack our foosball table that our lovely HR person bought for us. He was not very happy when we took it apart. So we started stripping this thing apart. And the idea was You swipe in with your RFID tag. Everyone has an RFID tag already because it sets in our alarm systems. You swipe in, and it basically is able at that point to keep track of the score, post it online, and we can have real online tournaments. In this case, it wasn't about producing something that was meant to be sellable to a client. It wasn't meant as something that we saw as a market opportunity because, Sidley's really interested in entering the burgeoning foosball space. It was about providing an outlet and a chance for people to experiment and explore. Was this an investment? Yeah, it was a total investment. We spent countless hours on this thing. But the learnings that we got out of this thing and the way that people interacted with this thing, for me, was well worth the fee. This is another slap project. This never saw the light of day, just like the foosball table. It's just there. This was something that a strategist came up with. So somebody who's not even on the core technology team came up with an idea. They were big fans of Spotify, and they said, you know what would be great is if we basically had a group playlist, so everyone can just throw in whatever music they want, and then what will happen is we'll basically come up with an application. We'll have a widget on your desktop, or it can be mobile, where the song starts playing, and if you like it, you hit like. If you hate it, you hit skip. If enough people like the song, it's locked and it plays through in its entirety. If enough people hate the track and do skip, it automatically goes forward to the next track. Does this have any business implications? Hell no again. But it's super fun, and it's inspiring, again, the playing. I think this one actually is going to be interesting because there is some interesting applications we can do with Spotify. But again, this wasn't even created by someone in our core technology team. This is another experiment. So again, getting back to the retail thing, SAQ is basically one of the largest wine cellars in the world. It's basically a monopoly. It's for the Canadian government. And the idea here was each store can only basically hold so much inventory of wine, yet there's such a huge selection. What does it look like, and if we could basically have an augment the selection of wines they have right here with this kind of virtual wine cellar, where the person via touch can basically go through, add to the cart, find out more about the wine, basically anything that a regular person in the store would want to do, and answer a lot of the questions for them. And then this is going to print out a receipt at the end. She can take it right to the register and pay for it right there, and they'll deliver it to you. So this was something that's really interesting for us, like how we play for this. So this hasn't been done yet. It's just a prototype. It works really, really well, but it's something we feel really strongly about. So we're playing with this a lot right now. So we get asked this question a lot. So basically, you guys fuck around a lot. Some is the answer to that. We also work really hard. But about 20% of the time is our comfort level as far as investing in experimentation. We try to keep people roughly 75–80% allocated on client work per se, and the rest of the time we try to keep free to allow them to experiment and to play, because obviously we have to pay bills. We have to keep staff there. They have their own bills, but we want to make sure we have this time as well. So this is interesting. This was actually an idea, the not fuck around side, that actually came from a digital producer. So generally speaking, the creative team comes up with most of the ideas, working with the developers, but this came from a producer. And very early on, when Facebook Timeline came out, this producer said, it'd be really cool. They have this giant space right now. Why not give people a really easy tool that they can use to create whatever kind of cover that they want? So we created a Flash-based tool, and you basically can customize it any way you want. You can play with the fonts, banners, what have you. And it was really successful. This is a client-based project that we did for Adidas. So if you go to the Adidas Originals Facebook page, you'll see a thing on there for Facebook cover, and you can play around with it. But this was a client-sold project. But again, it came and originated from a digital producer who had the desire to experiment, which is great. And now it's actually a project that's in its third iteration right now for Adidas. So this is obviously a paid project at this point. Here's another one. We got a brief from Adidas, and they wanted to celebrate this milestone of 10 million fans. They hadn't hit it yet, though, so it was like 9 point something. So we developed an algorithm to see when it could possibly hit. And we were trying to think of what we could do. What can we do? We didn't want to just do something cheesy. We wanted to do something that was inclusive as possible, where we could celebrate as many of the 10 million people as we possibly could. So we were talking with our tech director, and he goes, you know what, I actually was messing around with something last week when I had downtime. It could be really cool. So we took a look at what he had, and what he basically did was he was playing around with, how much information we could get from Facebook on the general user base of the people that are fans. And we knew that we could basically extract their name, and we knew we could also extract their photo. So we knew that based upon the photo, we could figure out the RGB variables. And once we knew we had the RGB variables, then we realized we could make a mosaic from it. So then we're thinking, okay, that's really cool. He already has this working piece of software at this point. What could it look like? So then we collaborate as a team based upon a prototype that was already done, and we're able to get out to the market before the 10 million fans hit, where if we had tried to create something from scratch, we would have missed the mark. The time to market would have been off. So this experiment that he had done produced this project. Let's play it through for you guys. So what it's doing right now is it's queuing up the last 2,000 posts that were up there, and it's extracting from those 2,000 the names of the people that were involved, as well as their profile picture. So the idea here is these are the real names of people, the last 2,000. Each of the pixels, essentially, that are composing this video are active profile pictures from this 2,000. So if you hover over any of those pixels, it'll actually expose the person's face that actually was a part of this thing. So what was really cool for Adidas is it's a very highly personalized way to thank 10 million people for being involved, as opposed to just giving them a coupon or a generic video where we're saying thank you so much for being involved. And again, experimentation, it could have failed, and Anthony could have just sat on it, but the fact is it was able to be used, and it was a really successful campaign for us. This as well, this was an Adidas Originals time Tumblr, and this was actually a prototype that one of our designers had done, and he was screwing around with different templates and the way that we basically could have different images come in, just tweaking out various templates and stuff. And we basically also had a mechanism, and we developed a custom CMS for Tumblr so that people could essentially hashtag various images that were attached to Adidas, and we could have them uploaded as well. We were messing around with this thing for a while, and what was really cool about it is we got to the point where actually Tumblr loved it, and they wanted to actually know from us, like, hey, what was good, and what do you guys need to actually push this thing further? And it's amazing to us. So we basically had an experiment. It's now with Adidas. It's in their second iteration, and now we're working directly with Tumblr to not only improve this project specifically, but we're also actually providing input towards where this thing is going to go in the future, and that's something that's really interesting for us. It's that collaboration and partnership. And the last one I'll show you guys, this is just cool. We had a lot of fun with this. This was a project that mixed a blue screen shoot. This mixed augmented reality and image capture all in one application. This did really, really well. And this was so much fun to make. You guys have no idea. And it was based upon experimentation that happened beforehand. So, the messing around that we do for a very specific reason. We do it to basically produce the best possible work. Because like we said before, we know damn well that as more work becomes project-based, as the demands from clients be higher and higher, if we don't experiment and we don't constantly push what's possible, we're nowhere. It's going to become a commodity at that point. So we're going to continue to experiment and invest in experimentation across the board. That's something that we really feel strongly about, and hopefully you guys do too, because I think that collectively it's our responsibility to increase the quality of the work. So there is no secret recipe per se, but I know what works for us. It's the ability to experiment. letting people fail and be comfortable with it. Some companies even nowadays are actually giving out fail trophies. And I love this logo of fail harder. I think it's brilliant. But learn from these failures. Make sure that you're able to archive this information. Make sure that you store it and you treat it like gold because it's that valuable. Share the experiences and knowledge. And don't silo people or skill sets. This is the absolute worst. I hate it when I go someplace and they say, well, you're not on the creative team. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like we're in kindergarten. Everybody's creative. And the next big idea can come from anyone. And push the envelope for great work. And I think that, if we all stick to this and if we all really try to do this stuff, then the great work will continue to happen. We'll all have jobs and we'll all actually have fun doing the work that we're doing. At Sidley, we always say, fuck the status quo. We don't believe in the status quo. We need to collectively take risks. We need to collectively evolve. And we need to collectively be willing to say, we're not going to give a shit about what the other people are going to do. We're going to do our own way, and it's the experimentation. And we're going to be comfortable with the results, and we're going to take those risks. That's what I have for you guys. So thank you very much.
Bonjour. Mais il fallait pas le dire, hein, parce que pour nous, c'est du placement de marque, évidemment. C'est pas pour vous rendre service. On veut être partout. And thanks for the English speaking people who decided to stay. I'll try to speak really slow. And then after, join us for some beers. We can be drunk and speak English. Bonjour Namur. Extrêmement heureux d'être ici. Avant d'être ici, je suis né. Donc j'ai 37 ans, Frederic de la Faille, je suis né à Ixelles, bruxellois, de père photographe et de mère institutrice. Pour nous, dans la famille, la créativité et la vie sociale a toujours été extrêmement important. Et c'est pour ça que j'ai introduit ça comme ça. Ça, par contre, c'est quelque chose que je ne connais pas, puisque, comme dirait ma gentille maman, j'ai mis 7 ans à en réussir 3. J'ai beaucoup doublé. Ça n'a pas été. Mais ce n'était pas perdu parce qu'en fait, j'avais une passion. Et ma passion, c'est le graffiti. Donc, je ne m'exprimais peut-être pas de manière académique dans les cahiers, mais en tous les cas, je m'exprimais sur les trains. Ce qu'il faut comprendre avec le graffiti, c'est que c'est extrêmement proche du marketing. Notre cher Premier ministre n'a vraiment pas du tout aimé que je lui dise que je vienne de là. Il trouvait ça scandaleux. Mais pour moi, c'est extrêmement important parce qu'en fait, une campagne politique, ce sont des posters qu'on met dans la ville. Le tagger, il veut mettre son nom comme le marketing, la marque, exactement la même démarche que pour le sponsoring de KIKK. C'est parce que c'est pour toucher sa cible. Et donc, le graffiti, ma passion, elle vient de là. Néanmoins, il fallait quand même essayer de réussir plus ou moins à l'école pour que ma maman puisse se soucier un tout petit peu moins. Et phénomène très étrange, c'est que mon frère est parti vivre au Canada en 1995 et que le moyen le moins cher de communication à l'époque était Internet. C'était les premières connexions grand public. Et donc, moi, j'étais absolument contre l'informatique. Se retrouve dans ma chambre un ordinateur connecté à Internet que ma mère utilise pour communiquer avec mon frère. En fait, elle faisait du chat sur IRC. Elle a rencontré son futur nouveau mari sur IRC d'ailleurs, donc on est une famille de geeks. Je suis le moins des geeks de la famille, ma sœur aussi sur IRC. Et donc finalement cet ordinateur qui était là, il fallait commencer à l'appréhender un petit peu. Et c'est ce que j'ai fait avec un ami, Christophe Diaconescu, qui est donc un Bruxellois, je pense qu'il est lead flash designer chez Imakina aujourd'hui. Enfin, c'est un mec brillant. On a dans mon grenier développé des petits sites et des choses comme ça, des expériments, ce qu'on appelait le DHTML, donc le JavaScript de l'époque. On a été repéré par Yahoo France qui nous a mis Site of the Day, donc ça a amené pas mal de visibilité, beaucoup d'enthousiasme dans les statistiques, beaucoup de vues, des contacts avec d'autres designers, etc. Et étant à ce moment-là en élève libre à la Cambre, en typographie, j'ai naturellement j'ai proposé au professeur de rendre le travail suivant sous forme digitale et de faire un site internet. Ce qu'ils ont refusé. En fait, ils m'ont dit oui, tu peux le faire, mais en plus. Pour l'anecdote, j'ai ensuite été prof, conférencier à la Cambre, quelques années plus tard, mais ils étaient complètement dépassés par le digital. Et donc là, ça n'a plus été possible de continuer dans cette direction-là, puisque la conception de site était un vrai truc qui me passionnait et auquel je croyais, beaucoup plus qu'un petit gadget. Ensuite, j'ai fait le tour de quelques agences bruxelloises. Mon meilleur ami, Jérôme Franck, s'ennuyait dans une boîte. J'étais freelance. On a donc décidé ensemble de cofonder Bureau 347, qui est une agence de full service digital, on va dire marketing, mais très orientée autour des marques et de la qualité. Donc les chiffres sont ronds, ils sont beaux, mais c'est la réalité. Donc l'agence existe encore. À l'époque de cette vidéo, ça faisait 10 ans. On était plus ou moins 10, peut-être. Il faudrait qu'ils me disent. Ça fait longtemps que je n'ai plus vu. Et 10 marques aussi, très important d'offrir un service de qualité. Le seul problème quand on fait du web, et je suis persuadé que la moitié ou la majorité de la salle aujourd'hui touche au web mieux que son entourage, et c'est que quand on fait du web, nos amis, ils nous sollicitent, ils demandent de l'aide. Le plombier, c'est la même chose. J'ai des amis mes amis sont particulièrement actifs dans la vie de nuit, la musique, l'art, la mode, la photo. Et ces amis ont commencé à découvrir les réseaux sociaux et ils avaient des followers, ils avaient de l'enthousiasme. Par exemple, Montevideo, un groupe belge, qui d'ailleurs, je pense, est en passe de cartonner. Jean m'appelle en disant, voilà Fred, on a fait un shooting, on a une vidéo, on a des fans, mais on veut mettre ce contenu, en fait, on veut présenter notre nouveau clip sur un arrière-plan super beau, avec une biographie du groupe, peut-être un SoundCloud, etc. Et c'était peut-être la 10e personne qui m'appelait pour me demander ce même genre de questions, que ce soit un organisateur de soirée qui voulait un beau flyer, ou que ce soit ce groupe qui voulait présenter leur clip autrement que par un bête lien YouTube. Et donc est venu ce premier croquis. J'ai particulièrement fier d'être retombé dessus in extremis en préparation de mes slides. Donc en mars 2009, c'est le premier croquis, et c'est là que KIKK est né. En clair, ça fonctionne en 2 étapes avec la 3e optionnelle. La première étape est de rassembler son contenu. On met du texte, des images, des vidéos, des liens, peu importe. On rajoute une série de contenus et on devient propriétaire de ce lien qu'on peut ensuite partager sur les réseaux sociaux, par email. À l'époque, Delicious était encore important. Ce qui est intéressant quand on fait ce genre de choses-là, c'est qu'on en parle un petit peu à son entourage, mais c'est difficile parce qu'il faut toucher ce produit. À l'époque, peut-être que Sven Groth, mon collègue de chez Bureau 347, à l'époque est le premier à avoir compris ce sur quoi j'étais en train de passer du temps, mais pour être sincère et à la décharge de mes amis, personne d'autre ne comprenait ce que j'étais en train de faire. Pour arriver à exprimer ce qu'on a en tête, il faut construire ce qu'on appelle un MVP, un Minimum Viable Product. Hello, friends. C'est la seule manière, il faut avoir un produit en main pour savoir si ça casse, si ça passe. Il faut jouer avec les choses. Je vous encourage de matérialiser votre idée au plus vite avec enfin, peu importe, j'allais dire qu'avec la 3D, l'impression 3D, ça devient merveilleux. On peut essayer une chaise avant même de la commercialiser. C'est vraiment vers là que ça va. Et ce MVP m'a permis, avec un développeur, projet top secret, de savoir s'il y a quelque chose qui prenait ou pas. Si moi, en tant que futur utilisateur de ce produit, j'avais des sensations en rajoutant des contenus. Superbe interface. Disons que je me souciais du design, mais que j'avais peut-être pas les bons goûts du moment, ou alors que ça a pris un sacré coup de vieux. Mais en tous les cas, on voit déjà l'idée qui est de rassembler des blocs et de mettre un arrière-plan. Et d'ailleurs, le superbe logo Check 10 en bas à gauche. Ouais, c'est de ma faute. Voilà un MVP, je vous encourage à le faire. Fonction principale aussi de l'outil était de partager ce lien. Extrêmement difficile d'expliquer à ce moment-là ce qu'on fait, même si on voit avec ce développeur, donc Olivier Berwartz, on travaille de manière secrète, mais on voit vers où ça va et sincèrement, il y a quelque chose. Il y a quelque chose, je me vois, je m'imagine l'utiliser. Et donc, il fallait passer à l'étape suivante. Il n'y a pas d'ordre en fait à respecter, peu importe, c'est mon ordre, c'est mon histoire et il n'y a pas de mode d'emploi. En tous les cas, je pensais à l'époque qu'il fallait absolument avoir une identité, qu'il fallait que ça ne soit pas un tools, comme ils disent, un espèce de gadget, comme un truc sur le web qui est pratique, mais qui en fait ne se développe pas. Donc ça a toujours été important pour moi de développer une marque et d'avoir un nom de domaine. Pour développer la marque, vous l'avez bien vu, je n'aurais pas pu le faire moi-même. On travaillait avec Michael Place, ancien directeur créatif de Designer République, qui est vraiment une légende, enfin, qui en plus est un super ami et un homme extraordinaire. Venait de faire le logo de Bureau 347. Et donc c'est naturellement vers lui que je me suis tourné en disant, voilà Michael, on a cette marque. C'est la première personne aussi le non-geek à qui j'ai dû expliquer pour lui faire un briefing. Et donc, il nous a fait une série de propositions. La première proposition ici, donc on retiendra que les couleurs ne sont pas trop mal. Le problème de cette proposition-là était le checkmark. Donc, pour lui, checklist, check 10, ce n'était pas très clair. C'était trop to-do list. Donc, cette piste-là, on n'a pas pu la retenir avec ce petit V. La piste suivante, c'est les couleurs qui posaient peut-être un souci. Mais il y a quelque chose il y avait quelque chose d'intéressant avec la flèche. Et puis alors la troisième proposition, qui elle s'orientait plus vers le rajout de contenu. En tous les cas, pour moi, c'était extrêmement instructif de voir comment quelqu'un qui n'est pas geek développe la marque. Et donc il est arrivé avec cette identité. Excusez-moi, je pense qu'elle date d'il y a 3 ans. Alors après, c'est mon avis, ça ne regarde que moi, mais je l'aime encore bien. Mais en tous les cas, ce mec est vraiment talentueux et c'est important aussi. Ça a été important pour moi, au moment où je le sollicite, de lui faire confiance absolue. Le VAG Rounded, la typo là, pour les gens dans le design, le VAG Rounded, c'est peut-être pas celle-là que j'aurais choisi, mais peu importe, c'est son choix et c'était son interprétation du produit. Le vert écolo, peut-être, en fait, j'en sais rien, mais en tous les cas, ça me parlait bien. Une fois qu'on a eu ce logo, qu'on avait cette marque, puisqu'on a fait un dépôt de marque européen et que la procédure internationale a été ralentie, puisque 2 ans plus tard, ce n'est pas encore tout à fait en ordre. Mais une fois qu'on avait cette marque, on a aussi pu commencer à ennuyer les gens qui touchaient de près ou de loin à ce nom. Par exemple, check10.com. Check10.com, j'avais réservé le .be. Vous allez me dire, ce n'est pas très ambitieux. Mais il fallait le .com et c'était au mois de décembre. Et il y a une anecdote assez sympa, c'est que je rentre en contact avec la personne qui détient le nom de domaine. Souci, il est millionnaire, il s'en fout, il en a vendu des centaines des noms de domaine. Et qu'en plus, sa première réaction, c'est j'ai pas tellement. Il avait un rapport affectif. Après, il est peut-être très très bon commercial, hein, mais il avait un rapport affectif avec son nom de domaine parce que c'était le premier qui pour lui voulait dire quelque chose qu'il avait réservé. Et donc, on rentre dans un échange d'emails sur des prix. Je lui propose 100 €, 500, il est un peu vexé, il dit non, j'ai eu d'autres offres à 4 chiffres. Donc j'essaye de monter un petit peu, mais c'était l'argent de Bureau 347, puisque c'était un side project d'une agence et que je n'avais pas de moyens pour ce projet. Et donc on rentre en tractation. Je vais peut-être me perdre dans les chiffres, mais en fait je l'ai bien eu le mec, puisque il me dit oh, je ne sais plus, mais peu importe. En fait, je lui propose 3000 $ avec 6 bières belges. Et il a trouvé l'anecdote sympa. Et donc on a bouclé le deal sur cette petite blague des bières belges. Ça nous a aussi permis de récupérer le @check10 sur Twitter qui était squatté par un search engine, je ne sais pas quoi, une espèce de professionnel, le mec qui veut être riche. Sauf qu'on a récupéré le truc grâce au dépôt de la marque en 2 heures. Très bien, on a une marque, on a un logo, on a un petit produit qui commence un peu à ressembler à quelque chose, mais il faut tester ce produit. Dans l'histoire d'une start-up, il y a 3 étapes et on n'est encore nulle part dans ces 3 étapes. La première, c'est d'avoir ce produit. La deuxième, c'est d'avoir le marché. Et puis ensuite, on crée une entreprise. On n'investit pas dans le marbre avant. Aujourd'hui, on va vers le marché, c'est pour ça qu'on a levé des fonds. Et pour avoir ce produit, on a besoin d'avoir des utilisateurs qu'on ne connaît pas. Parce que les utilisateurs qu'on connaît sont trop gentils. Ma mère ne va jamais dire que c'est nul. Mais elle l'utilise, elle le trouve bien. Hein. Mais peut-être qu'elle me ment. Et donc, il faut tester le produit avec des gens qu'on ne connaît pas. J'en ai très naïvement parlé à Jean Derelli, qui est l'organisateur du Beta Group à Bruxelles. Je dis, oh tiens, Jean, je construis un petit truc, etc. J'ai le malheur de partir en vacances et je rentre de vacances avec les 200 mails qui m'attendent. Je vois un premier mail, Frederic, es-tu intéressé par présenter au bêta group? Je n'ai pas le temps de répondre, évidemment, puisque je consulte les mails. Le mail suivant, boum, on est annoncé au bêta group. Il reste 10 jours. Le produit n'est pas du tout prêt. Et là, Melvin Hills, qui est donc aujourd'hui mon co-founder, avait rejoint le projet et travaillait sur les heures de bureau 347 sur Check10. On a une semaine pour, en gros, avoir une démo qu'on peut montrer sur stage. Et surtout avoir des slides pour expliquer c'est quoi Check10. Ce n'était pas du tout ma priorité. Et c'est d'ailleurs quelque chose que, de manière naturelle, on rejette au plus loin possible. Mais là je n'avais pas le choix. On était jetés sur scène. Petit bonus en anglais. J'ai fait quelques progrès depuis, vous l'entendez, d'ailleurs, je m'exprime de mieux en mieux en anglais. Et donc voilà, on est jeté, on n'a pas le temps de préparer, etc. Ça se passe comme ça se passe, je ne sais pas, en apnée pendant 5 minutes, le pitch. Finalement, les retours sont assez bons. Et au moins, on a l'avantage par rapport à la veille d'avoir un produit sur le web. Il fallait s'inscrire, c'était en bêta privée, etc. Mais au moins, on avait quelque chose, on avait la marque et les choses commençaient à prendre forme. Et d'ailleurs, prendre des risques et de sortir de sa zone de confort, ça nous amène aussi à avoir de la visibilité. Là, on a Betalist qui est donc un blog sur les startups, les produits en bêta. Super pour nous, il nous a repérés, il nous a blogué, et donc ça nous a amené de la visibilité, etc. D'ailleurs, le soir, avec Victoire du week-end, mon amie Selena, qui a écrit un article sur nous, ça se passe comme ça, hein, toujours, le réseau. Elle écrit un article sur nous au bon moment, ça crée un peu plus de visibilité, etc. Et d'ailleurs, on commence à avoir des utilisateurs qu'on ne connaît pas. Malheureusement, celui-là, on le connaît, mais l'exemple, il est beau. Nicolas Icorn, je pense qu'il est dans la scène. Il doit être surpris de voir son mail, mais il me l'a demandé à l'époque. Hein. Il me l'a demandé en 2011. Donc, dans le testimonial, je pourrais écrire ma success story ou comment Check10 a changé ma vie. J'ai oublié de gommer le haha. En fait, Nico, DJ, a envoyé sur une page Check10 un mix avec sa playlist, un arrière-plan, probablement un petit mot d'explication. Il l'envoie à Renaud Derue, Cosimosi, qui était le patron du Libertine Supersport, et donc book Nico, DJ, son rêve, en en warm-up d'Agoria au Libertine Supersport. C'est peut-être la première fois qu'il y a quelqu'un qui fait quelque chose. Et donc, l'espèce de notepad qui est cette page blanche devient un service. Ça rend service. On a des utilisateurs qu'on commence à moins connaître, etc. Et puis vient en fait une occasion. On n'était pas du tout, puisque là, Melvin m'a rejoint dans l'aventure, donc je vais passer en on. Pas du tout dans le milieu entrepreneurial. Aucune idée de ce qu'on était en train de faire. Notre seule mission a toujours été de construire un produit qui rendent les utilisateurs heureux. C'est con, mais c'est ça. Et donc, on commence à découvrir un peu la Belgique, Bruxelles, l'entrepreneuriat, etc. Et Jenny et Antoine organisent une fois par an, enfin, je souhaite que ça continue, une web mission qui est, on va dire, 20 ou 30 entrepreneurs qui partent à San Francisco. Ça permet de passer du temps avec d'autres entrepreneurs, de partager ses difficultés. Et donc là, on se retrouve une fois encore en anglais, sur une scène, donc le SF New Tech, à devoir présenter Check10 devant un public qui n'est pas du tout conquis d'avance. François, qui est là, a brillamment présenté son produit. J'ai fait ce que j'ai pu. Néanmoins, c'est une expérience extrêmement intéressante parce que, encore une fois, la zone de confort, elle est restée en Belgique. Là, je me retrouve en anglais à devoir, sur 5 minutes, présenter mon truc face à des mecs qui sont super critiques. Mais c'est quoi la différence avec un blog? Mais c'est quoi la différence avec un blog? Et qui reposent 3 fois la même question. Très intéressant. Finalement, on rentre de ce voyage avec plein de leçons, plein d'expériences en plus. On blogue jamais. Ce coup-là, on a blogué. Je ne sais pas, peut-être parce qu'il faut provoquer les choses. On a blogué ce que ça nous avait apporté. On est revenu aussi avec une première approche marketing en disant « Check10, between nothing and a blog ». Ça commençait à prendre forme en se disant, tiens, il y a autre chose que simplement un produit. J'arrivais péniblement à commencer à expliquer ce que j'étais en train de construire, ce qui est une horreur pour un créatif. Explique-moi ce que tu fais. Va sur Check10 et regarde. Eh bien non, là, il fallait commencer à s'exprimer. Et d'ailleurs, ça porte ses fruits, puisqu'on a eu notre premier article, et c'est ici que j'ai introduit mes petits mémos. On a notre premier article sur The Next Web, donc un des principaux blogs technologiques, donc on va dire la couverture idéale pour notre produit. Ça nous permettait, on était en bêta privée, c'est-à-dire qu'il fallait demander accès, avoir un code, etc. Mais peu importe, ça crée un enthousiasme, on reçoit des adresses e-mail, etc. Et ça crée de la couverture parce que le retour de San Francisco, sincèrement, on l'a un peu scénarisé. J'ai envoyé un mail à mes contacts au soir. Grâce à la visibilité de la web mission, on a pu passer RTL à la radio. On a dû organiser un peu cette espèce de montée en charge comme ça en disant oh, il y a quelque chose d'intéressant qui se prépare. Oui, mais là, c'est vraiment le boulot qu'il fait. Hein. Le journaliste, il ne va jamais venir chercher l'information comme ça. Donc voilà, on se retrouve déjà un peu plus visible. Et pour la première fois, on a Creative Review, qui est donc un magazine papier pour designers graphiques, extrêmement influent en Angleterre, et qui a, je pense, à l'époque, 160 000 followers, qui décide d'utiliser la plateforme pendant un jour pour une action, enfin quelque chose pour animer, un community manager qui utilise une page Check 10. C'est pour nous un super use case. Ça nous a permis d'avoir beaucoup de vues, etc. etc. Et puis évidemment l'intérêt, puisque les investisseurs comme des vautours sont prêts à sauter sur tout ce qui sort un peu sa tête du lot, quoi. Donc on a commencé à être sollicité par des emails, des Skype, etc. avec des investisseurs. On en avait rencontré auparavant en Belgique, j'en parle même pas, mais ça s'est pas super bien passé. Cela était pas mal. En fait, ils étaient même trop gros, puisque c'est Atomico, le fondateur de Skype, qui a lancé un fonds d'investissement. Et donc, je rencontre un de ses partenaires, etc. On va avec Melvin à Amsterdam, on s'est pris un vent total. Mais parce qu'on n'avait aucune expérience de c'est quoi lever de l'argent. En fait, je ne savais même pas. L'investisseur qui nous contacte, bon, on va le rencontrer. On demande trop d'argent, on ne sait pas vraiment de quelle manière est-ce qu'on va dépenser cet argent. Et tout ça n'était même pas nouveau pour moi, ça n'existait même pas encore. Donc, on se prend un vent. Après avoir eu pas mal d'attention et un super... De super chouettes nouveaux usages de la plateforme, c'est la merde. La crise, gros coup de déprime, l'agence Bureau 347 allait plus bien parce que j'étais plus actif et que j'étais un peu le papa créatif de l'agence. Les clients se sentaient désertés, ma vie personnelle, chaos, encore en couple et je ne sais pas comment. Mais et donc, on devait en plus avoir un développeur en plus, mais on n'avait pas d'argent pour avoir ce développeur en plus. Prix de doute, je pense que cette période dure 6 mois où c'est vraiment en fait, on était prêt à abandonner avec Melvin parce que pour l'anecdote, mon rêve d'enfant a toujours été d'avoir une Porsche. C'est ridicule pour ceux qui pensent que c'est ridicule. C'était mon leitmotiv. C'est pour ça que j'ai travaillé si dur. Et c'est pour l'étape, c'est pas pour la possession de l'objet. J'ai eu cette Porsche à ce moment-là. L'horreur. Vraiment, elle est tombée au pire moment que je puisse imaginer. Je n'ai pas pu en profiter. Et j'étais perdu parce qu'il fallait ou aller à fond sur Check 10 et abandonner Bureau 347 avec mon meilleur ami, qui était donc mon associé, ou laisser tomber Check 10, mais après tout le travail qui avait été fait, et qu'on a vu des signaux qui nous disaient que c'était quand même pas trop mal parti. Donc c'est énorme doute. Et avec Melvin, on a préféré peut-être un peu déserter ça. Il y a quelques mois qui sont passés. And then... crazy. Est-ce que Mathieu Vaxelaire est dans la salle? Bon, en fait, Mathieu un bon ami, a lancé une startup qui s'appelle KIKK, qui malheureusement n'existe plus aujourd'hui, mais en fait, je m'en fous. Moi, elle m'a servi à quelque chose. Non, Mathieu, c'est super ce que tu as fait. C'est super ce que tu as fait. KIKK, quick pitch, 5 slides, non. KIKK, ce sont des expériences. Par exemple, un cuisinier veut partager sa passion de la cuisine. Hop, on réserve via le site et on rejoint son cours de cuisine. Mathieu, entrepreneur, a activé son réseau et a créé une expérience avec Lorenz Bogart, qui est le CEO de Netlog et de Tout, donc un Gantois. Et c'était vraiment super basique. À la limite, là, il y a 3 chaises, on en met 6 et c'est la même chose. Dans un café, il donne 1 heure de son temps, 6 personnes, 10 minutes chacun. On explique, 10 entrepreneurs, donc, expliquent à Lorenz c'est quoi leur produit et essayer de recevoir des conseils. Je pense qu'il s'est vraiment pris un choc en voyant l'interface qu'on était en train de développer parce que Netlog est donc un réseau social qui est lourd. Il y a beaucoup de pages, c'est un gros système. Moi, j'arrive avec mon truc et pouf, 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 en 30 secondes, tu as publié ta page. Et il était extrêmement encourageant. Il avait fait une levée de fonds. Et en 10 minutes, même si j'ai gardé un peu contact avec lui, en 10 minutes, il m'a par la brillance de ses yeux, j'ai compris que je devais aussi avoir cette brillance et qu'il fallait vraiment y croire. Et évidemment, je reviens dans mon agence qui ne va toujours pas, donc je ne peux pas dire ouais, c'est génial, il faut être un peu low profile. Mais néanmoins, on sent que même un entrepreneur qui a levé des fonds, d'ailleurs chez Index, qui est un des plus gros fonds d'investissement en Europe, se dit qu'il y a quelque chose, et puis concours de circonstances, donc 3 jours avant, c'est la déprime. Concours de circonstances en Belgique, superbe opportunité, grève générale, merci la Belgique. Koen Gall, un bruxellois néerlandophone qui travaille sur une radio, décide de pousser un coup de gueule contre les grèves, contre la grève générale, simplement parce qu'il est indépendant, qu'il n'a pas de voiture, donc il se dit écologique, il ne prend pas de voiture par choix, il prend les transports en commun, et lui, ça ne l'arrange pas du tout, et c'est la nouvelle génération d'entrepreneurs qui ne comprennent pas ces grèves-là. Il va sur Check 10, il écrit son coup de gueule, il le partage, paf, explosion, 220 000 pages vues en 3 jours. C'est plus que ce qu'on faisait avant. Et donc ça explose tout, et de nouveau, ça montre qu'il y a un usage. Et quand l'éternelle question qu'on nous posait, qui semble être embarrassante auparavant, oui, mais c'est un blog. Non, c'est un coup de gueule, c'est tout. Le mec, il ne revient pas après, il a fait sa page. Conséquence de sa page, il passe à la télé, il passe dans les journaux, dans les journaux néerlandophones. Enfin, le mec, il fait vraiment un usage de la plateforme parfait. Et ça nous permet aussi de dire, ça sert à ça, et c'est pas... On croit que c'est peut-être pas mal ce qu'on est en train de faire. Donc là, on a un exemple. Ça attire évidemment de la visibilité. Robin Waters, donc, qui travaillait chez TechCrunch avant, qui m'avait nié quelques fois, on va dire poliment, se dit, tiens, il y a quelque chose. Plutôt que de communiquer par email ou par Skype, il me dit, mais viens prendre un petit déjeuner à la maison. Super opportunité, le laptop avec Melvin. On passe 1 heure dans sa cuisine à lui expliquer, lui montrer un peu c'est quoi Check 10, etc. S'ensuit un article sur TechCrunch, le blog tech le plus suivi au monde. Pour l'anecdote, Evan Williams, le fondeur de Blogueur et de Twitter, qui nous suit sur Twitter. Enfin, les choses commencent à se mettre en place. On a des VC, donc des venture capitalistes, investisseurs dans Tumblr, Flipboard, etc., qui me contactent. Et donc, les choses, en tous les cas, on cherche des validations. Comme je disais, on a des hypothèses, et puis les hypothèses se confirment ou pas. Ben là, sincèrement, ça en était une. On a attiré beaucoup de trafic aussi grâce à ces articles, cette visibilité. Et auparavant, dans les différentes personnes que j'ai rencontrées, j'ai entendu plusieurs fois parler d'un seed camp. Aucune idée de ce que c'était. Seed camp. Bon, je l'avais noté. Et il paraît que c'est un accélérateur. En gros, ça vous aide à accélérer votre aventure ou votre start-up. Je vais vraiment, coup de bol, sur leur site web, parce que je retombe dans mes notes sur ce non-sitecamp. Je vais sur leur site web, et puis je me rends compte qu'en fait, il y a un sitecamp à Londres bientôt, et que l'expiration, la date limite de l'inscription, c'est dans quelques jours. Je me dis, oh non, j'ai besoin de repos, je pars en week-end, c'est pas grave, sitecamp. Je reviens le dimanche soir, je me dis, ah, mais c'est peut-être pas mal. Il reste 2 heures. Il y a beaucoup de questions vraiment pénibles, business model, la distribution. J'ai découvert récemment c'est quoi la distribution. Que votre produit soit visible du plus grand nombre. Beaucoup de questions embarrassantes auxquelles je ne réponds pas. Je réponds donc ce dimanche soir, 2 heures avant la date. J'envoie le truc, on l'oublie un petit peu. Bingo, on est sélectionné. Merde. Bon, on commence à comprendre un peu c'est quoi Sitecamp. En gros, Sitecamp, ils ont reçu 1000 candidatures, donc de start-up qui souhaitent participer à leur programme d'accélération. Sur les 1000 candidatures, ils en retiennent 20 qui sont invités à nos frais, à Londres. Donc on vient à Londres, on présente le produit le premier jour, devant 200 personnes, 200 investisseurs, des gens d'MTV, Getty Images, etc. On présente ça, et puis il y a une finale le lendemain, et puis ils investissent ou non dans ceux qu'ils aiment bien. On y va, franchement, complètement déconnecté de tout cet univers d'entrepreneurs qui sortent de grandes études avec Melvin, moitié artiste, moitié codeur, moi, moitié rien. On y va, on a nos slides, on a quand même un tout petit peu confiance en notre produit, donc peut-être un tout petit peu arrogant. Boum, on est sélectionné pour la finale. Super. Le truc, c'est qu'à 23h, on reçoit un mail en disant, voilà, vous êtes sélectionné pour la finale, il faut venir le lendemain à 7h ou 8h du mat. On avait déjà pris des bières, on n'était plus très frais, on reçoit ce mail, on est dans un fast-food avec Melvin, on se dit, bon, bah, ok, on va y aller. On rentre à l'hôtel, évidemment, il fallait refaire la présentation puisque le public était différent. Et là, c'est un comité d'investisseurs. En gros, ils vont juger s'ils investissent ou non. Donc, on n'est pas sûr que des 20, il en restait peut-être 8. Et puis, des 8, peut-être qu'il en reste 0 ou 3. En fait, ça dépend du comité d'investissement. Eh ben, on gagne. D'ailleurs, il y avait un problème dans l'Eurostar sur le chemin du retour. J'entendais pas le mec me parler, ça se coupait. Mais bon, on a compris qu'on gagnait. Le problème, c'est qu'on s'était pas trop renseigné sur c'était quoi Seedcamp. Et la petite cerise sur le gâteau, c'est que c'est cette ligne-là. On apprend qu'en fait, puisqu'on gagne, on doit partir pendant 1 mois, ou je dois partir, puisqu'on n'avait pas les sous pour partir à 2. Je dois partir pendant 1 mois, faire un road trip avec d'autres entrepreneurs qui ont aussi gagné Seedcamp les précédents mois. Et donc, je me retrouve à devoir rentrer à la maison, à dire à ma petite copine de l'époque, bon, en fait, tu sais, Check 10, c'est un peu plus sérieux que prévu. Et donc, voilà, je rentre à la maison, obligé de faire un choix de quitter l'agence, de rester ami avec Jérôme, mais malheureusement de ne plus être son associé. Et je rentre à la maison pour préparer mes affaires pour partir sur ce mois sur la route. En fait, le voyage, on va dans des startups et chez Facebook, Twitter, etc. Ça permet de rencontrer des gens et de se tester face à l'Amérique. Je prépare mes affaires, une toute petite anecdote. Je prépare mes affaires, commence à mettre un peu tous mes jeans, etc. sur le lit. Je ne trouve pas mon passeport. Ma petite amie vient me sauver, elle le trouve en 1 minute. Je dis, oh super, je vais à l'étage, je fais un peu mon repassage, j'entends un cri. Je descends, elle sort de la machine à laver, de lave-linge, mon passeport qui faisait 10 cm d'épaisseur, qui ne ressemblait plus à rien. Et je partais le lendemain, et il était minuit. Bon, ça semble un peu compromis. J'essaie de contacter un peu comment. Et en fait, il se fait qu'il y a un service express, puisque nos passeports belges sont faits à Lille. Et il y a un service de livraison express dans la nuit qui livre à 4h du matin au commissariat de votre commune. Seulement, c'est le forfait express de l'express de l'express. Donc là, il fallait vraiment lever des fonds. J'ai eu mon vol. Je me suis envolé. Seedcamp, ça ressemble à ça. Donc, 4 semaines sur la route. 8 villes, beaucoup de visites. J'arrive pas à mieux dire que vous, mais beaucoup de visites dans des startups, des investisseurs, des choses comme ça. En fait, on est jeté, on est poussé dans le dos par Seedcamp pour lever des fonds. Il faut comprendre, la finalité de Seedcamp, c'est de lever des fonds. Ce que je ne savais pas. Et je me dis, bah, tant qu'à faire, on va les lever, ces fonds. Et par l'attention qu'on avait attirée auparavant grâce à TechCrunch, etc., j'avais mes rendez-vous en plus, en parallèle, donc le soir et les week-ends, avec des investisseurs. C'est probablement la chose la plus dure que j'ai faite de ma vie. Ce voyage dure 1 mois. On est chez Google pour pitcher. Ce n'est pas vraiment la finalité mais c'est intéressant. On est chez Google. Les 20 entrepreneurs de Seedcamp, chacun à leur tour, chaque jour, des dizaines de fois, on pitch sur projecteur, comme maintenant, sauf que ça dure 1 minute, tout. Et donc, tout le monde connaît les pitchs de tout le monde. On est chez Google, je suis en train de pitcher, je ne suis pas à côté de mon téléphone, je reviens après de mon téléphone, je vois 8 mails, 5 SMS, et quelqu'un qui vient me tirer le bras en disant « Fred, il y a des investisseurs qui sont dans un jet privé, ils viennent de Boston, on est à New York, ils viennent de Boston, ils sont dans le ciel, ils veulent manger des sushis avec toi ce soir. » Je suis allé manger des sushis avec eux. Voilà. Pour l'anecdote, en fait, ils voulaient que je vienne à Boston, mais je me dis, merde, je ne vais pas devoir réserver mon vol et tout. Mais le con, il y avait un jet qui m'attendait. C'est eux qui sont venus, j'ai raté le jet. Et donc, ils sont venus, on a mangé, ça m'a permis de commencer à me familiariser un petit peu avec ce que les investisseurs cherchaient. Et il se fait que les investisseurs, contrairement probablement aux idées reçues, sont des gens exceptionnels qui généralement ont réussi comme entrepreneurs et qui sont des gens qui se soucient et qui protègent l'entrepreneur. Ce ne sont pas des gens qui posent des questions embarrassantes comme business model. Sur tout mon voyage et les dizaines de rendez-vous que j'ai eus, on ne m'a jamais demandé mon business model. Ils ne posent pas cette question-là. Ils sentent, est-ce que l'équipe est la bonne équipe pour construire ce produit? Est-ce que ce marché a un potentiel et des choses comme ça? Et donc, les investisseurs sont des gens extrêmement intéressants et protecteurs. Ce qu'il faut, c'est de créer l'enthousiasme des investisseurs, en fait. Peut-être, toute petite pause, pourquoi on lève des fonds? Parce qu'on n'a pas d'argent et qu'on y croit et qu'il faut engager des gens. C'est aussi simple que ça. Ou alors, on est sur un produit qui nous permet de gagner de l'argent dès le début et on engage graduellement en fonction du chiffre d'affaires. Ici, ce n'était pas possible parce qu'on vit sur le long terme. Et donc, il fallait les lever, ces fonds. Nos petits amis de Sitcam s'en vont après 1 mois de voyage. Moi, pas. Je décide d'aller à New York, de continuer mes rendez-vous. Je suis aux US, je lève mes fonds aux US et je reviens avec ma valise de fric. Le million. Par les contacts que je prends à New York, il y a entre autres des journalistes et perfection du hasard, du calendrier, de Business Insider qui balance un article avec The 25 Hot New York Startup You Need to Watch. Boum, on est dedans, term sheet. Instantanément, l'investisseur avec qui on s'entendait le mieux nous dit « OK, on va y aller ». Et donc, en fait, ça veut dire quoi, les term sheets? C'est on met une proposition de contrat qu'on signe, on s'engage, la start-up s'engage plus qu'eux, mais ça veut dire qu'en fait, c'est parti pour la levée de fonds. Beams. En gros, une levée de fonds, c'est quoi? C'est pas un investisseur qui met tout l'argent. Une levée de fonds, c'est il y a un investisseur principal qu'on appelle un leader qui met une bonne partie de l'argent, mais ce leader, il prend à sa charge aussi, pour le compte d'autres investisseurs, toutes les paperasses légales, administratives, etc. Donc, l'Erreur Venture, qui en fait est l'ancien CEO de Huffington Post, avec le cofondateur de Huffington Post, BuzzFeed, etc., sont des gens qui, à New York, dans le média, sont extrêmement influents. Donc, l'Erreur Venture, qui nous propose des term sheets et de gérer le round, nous demande très clairement avec qui vous discutez depuis ces quelques mois. Il faut, une fois qu'on rentre dans ce processus de levée de fonds et de discussion avec des investisseurs, il faut être extrêmement vigilant à ce qu'on dit, mais quelque part, il faut être transparent avec eux. Donc voilà, je leur explique avec qui on discute, qui j'aime bien, qui j'aime pas, puisqu'on a eu le luxe de pouvoir choisir nos investisseurs et que chacun des investisseurs doit apporter quelque chose de plus que son argent. SV Angel, c'est la côte ouest, Ron Conway, extrêmement influent. Index Venture, c'est l'ex-vice-président de Skype. BetaWorks sont les gens qui font Dig, Bitly, Chartbeat, plein de beaux produits à New York. Hudson River, 5 ingénieurs de chez Google. Tavet, c'est le premier employé de Skype. Donc tous ces gens et GroupMe, donc les 2 fondeurs de GroupMe qui ont aussi investi, tous ces gens ont une expérience que je n'ai pas et que je n'essaie pas de faire semblant d'avoir. Ils sont extrêmement efficaces et nous aident. Ça, c'est juin 2012, l'annonce de la levée de fonds. En même temps, même si c'était prêt depuis un bon moment, on annonce aussi que Tim Van Damme, donc le lead designer d'Instagram, François de Google et Robin de NextWeb, tiens, Robin, rejoignent aussi l'entreprise en tant qu'advisor, c'est-à-dire que ce sont des gens qui ont l'obligation de répondre à mes questions, doutes, etc. et qui sont là pour me partager leur expérience. Instagram extrêmement intéressant et on a accès aux développeurs d'Instagram, en tous les cas, pour poser des questions. Bonjour New York. Pourquoi New York? Donc en fait, la levée de fonds, elle sert à quoi? C'est pouvoir non plus discuter avec des passionnés comme Martin de Wulf, qu'on connaissait, on se discutait, mais on n'avait pas l'argent pour le payer. La levée de fonds, elle permet du jour au lendemain d'engager beaucoup, très vite. Donc là, on est 7, on était 2 et on vivait sur nos réserves personnelles. Donc la levée de fonds, elle nous a permis non seulement de nous rémunérer nous, mais aussi d'engager les meilleurs. Et pourquoi New York? Parce que New York, c'est la ville des médias. Bloomberg, Tumblr, là où San Francisco est la ville de la technologie, et puis New York est une ville complètement incroyable et qu'il y a de belles startups qui y sont et que nos investisseurs y sont et sont des gens brillants. Donc New York, en fait, c'était même pas je n'ai jamais rêvé d'aller vivre aux États-Unis, mais c'était donc ça s'est présenté comme une évidence parce que tout nous attirait vers là. Et c'est les investisseurs de New York qui, en premier, nous ont fait coucou. Donc on a nos bureaux à Sceaux là depuis quelques mois. Je suis de retour ici pour mon visa. C'est la réalité de la procédure. Et donc depuis lors, je suis coaché par un CEO coach. En fait, c'est le fondateur de GroupMe qui a vendu pour 80 millions. Il a 26 ans. Il a vendu pour 80 millions à Skype. Il y a 2 ans. Il commence à s'ennuyer un petit peu, mais il ne faut pas le dire. Et en fait, c'est un de nos investisseurs, mais avec qui je passais beaucoup de temps. Et donc maintenant, une fois par semaine, pendant 1 heure, il vient dans mes bureaux et m'offre de son temps et de son expérience pour me dire ça oui, ça non, ou bien d'identifier des futurs problèmes et des choses comme ça. Donc en fait, il y a un coaching, mais par des gens qui l'ont fait, comme on dit. Et ça, c'est la richesse des États-Unis, c'est l'ouverture des gens. Tout au long de cette histoire et de ces 40 précédents slides, ça s'est toujours fait parce que Robin, je l'avais contacté, et que tout se fait parce qu'on provoque les choses et on scénarise un peu son succès quelque part. Et d'ailleurs, il faut partir à New York pour que M. Di Rupo vienne nous rendre visite. C'est un drôle de signal qui nous est envoyé avec cette visite de Di Rupo. On est en contact avec leur équipe puisqu'ils utilisent la plateforme depuis plusieurs mois. Monsieur Di Rupo était donc en visite pour les Nations Unies. Il souhaitait visiter 2 entreprises belges. Ils ont choisi Barco et KIKK. De nouveau, c'est parce qu'on a provoqué la visibilité. Et donc, il est venu pendant 1 heure dans les bureaux et c'est extrêmement... comment dire ? C'était vraiment bien. En fait, je ne pourrais pas dire « Oh, j'aime pas la politique et tout ». Ça m'est égal, mais c'était vraiment bien. Très intéressant. Il y avait beaucoup de journalistes, donc à certains moments, il faisait un peu des monologues pour affirmer encore ses positions. Mais par exemple, il n'est pas du tout d'accord contre le syndicalisme dans l'enseignement. Il dit que ça bloque complètement l'évolution de l'enseignement et des choses comme ça. Donc il était quelque part assez franc. 9 917 000 pour en arriver là. Heureusement, Google Apps est gratos. On ne les paye pas. Donc, c'est 3 ans et demi, voilà. Mais peut-être que, et c'est très, très impoli de ma part, de dire, mais c'est quoi KIKK? Je vais vous montrer vite fait comment est-ce qu'on a présenté ça à des investisseurs. Et puis après ça, on a un beau truc à vous montrer qui, en fait, est le futur de ce qu'on construit depuis quelques mois. KIKK se situe donc dans le paysage de la publication sur Internet. On a la plus petite forme de publication qui est le check-in Foursquare ou la photo Instagram. Peut ensuite être généré un statut sur Twitter, Facebook de manière manuelle ou automatique. Et puis alors, il y a le blog qui, lui, nécessite du commitment, comme on dit. Il faut mettre à jour son blog et quelque part, on crée sa communauté sur son blog où on crée. La seule manière de suivre un blog, c'est le RSS ou peut-être qu'il y a des services. Mais en tous les cas, bon, le blog, il a mauvaise réputation. Et alors, le site web, on n'en parle même pas. Et en fait, KIKK, c'est quoi ? C'est aussi simple que le poster, comme on l'a connu. Et si on observe l'anatomie de ce poster, on ne peut pas mentir. En gros, c'est un choix typographique, c'est du contenu, c'est des couleurs. Et la partie inférieure, qui me semble être intéressante, même carrément la plus intéressante, c'est le partage. C'est qu'on peut découper ce numéro de téléphone et on peut le partager et on peut rentrer en contact. C'est la communauté en quelque sorte. Et en fait, c'est exactement ça qu'on fait avec KIKK. C'est aussi simple que ça. Par exemple, Geoffrey, avec son agence Central Design, qui sont à la recherche d'un développeur, ils n'ont pas de blog, ou je ne pense pas qu'ils aient un blog, mais par contre, ils ont des gens qui les suivent. De manière naturelle, ils l'utilisent pour partager leur offre d'emploi. Idem avec Thibaut Allender, qui lui passe 6 mois de sa vie, en fait c'est une arcade, hein, ouais, les trucs de geek là. Il passe 6 mois de sa vie à restaurer son arcade. Il est hors de question qu'il la vende sur eBay à un inconnu qui va essayer enfin, bon, eBay. En tous les cas, il préférait tester d'abord avec son réseau. Il crée sa page, il la partage sur Facebook et sur Twitter. 2 jours plus tard, me dit-il, il l'a vendue. Le mec est venu chercher en voiture chez Thibaut. Ils ont probablement fait un échange d'argent manuel. Enfin, il y a un côté vraiment basique et c'est ça qu'on revendique avec KIKK, c'est l'expression personnelle, mais on encourage la communication entre les gens. On n'essaye pas de prendre une marge sur les ventes qu'on pourrait faire sur les pages. Tout ça, c'est pas du tout ce business-là qu'on est en train de construire. Ce gars qui se fait voler son vélo à Bruxelles avec David, probablement un de ses amis, qui connaissait CHECK10 et qui donc crée cette page en disant mais il perd son job s'il n'a pas son vélo. Le gars fait des livraisons en vélo. Donc voilà, je ne sais pas si c'est happy end pour cette histoire de vélo, mais en tous les cas, ça correspond très très bien aux médias et à ce qu'on est en train de créer comme nouveau support. M'en allant aux États-Unis, eh bien, j'ai plein de choses à vendre. C'est naturellement, évidemment, que j'utilise CHECK10 pour vendre mon four, etc. Tout est parti, tout a été vendu, parfois grâce à la page, parfois pas, peu importe. Mais en tous les cas, ça m'a permis de rassembler sur une seule page l'ensemble des informations de ce que je vendais. Et alors, on n'est absolument pas... disons que les marques nous intéressent à long terme, mais pas aujourd'hui. Ça nous intéresse qu'elles les utilisent et qu'on les observe. Mais il s'avère que l'outil est pas mal pour les community managers qui doivent créer du contenu rapidement. Ici, on a, je pense que c'est CineArt, donc un distributeur, qui monte un concours sur CHECK10. En quelques minutes, ils font la page, ils la tweetent, ils la mettent sur Facebook, et ça se propage. Il y a une magie avec le format du poster qui fait que ce n'est pas perdu dans un blog. Ce contenu qu'on partage, c'est le plus important au moment où on le partage. Et donc, ça se voit dans les chiffres, puisque en un an, on a fait plus de 60 000 pages créées, et que la moyenne est de 280 vues par page. Petite comparaison, Tumblr, 0,0 quelque chose. C'est parce que le format, il se prête aux réseaux sociaux et que c'est l'attachement parfait. Et on attache énormément d'importance, évidemment, à construire un produit qui correspond aux gens et que la communauté, avec le support, soit de qualité. Évidemment, petit slide, merci la famille, papa, maman. Non, mais merci l'équipe avec Melvinis, mon co-founder. Maintenant, puisque on travaille moins régulièrement dans les mêmes bureaux, mais quand on est dans la même pièce, tout va plus vite. C'est un mec extrêmement talentueux, Jean-Baptiste, donc le back-end, Martin, puisqu'il y a de l'iOS dans l'air. Et alors, évidemment, les advisors avec eux, on se sent extrêmement soutenu. Et donc là, on arrive au truc. Je ne sais pas combien de temps il me reste. 0 minute. 5 minutes, c'est 5 pages CHECK10. Je fais la même 5 fois ou... Alors, donc en fait, où est l'argent? Simplement, OK, c'est bien, vous avez levé des fonds, ça fait quelques mois, mais qu'est-ce que vous en faites? Et quelle est la vision de CHECK10? En fait, la vision de CHECK10, elle est... est-ce que ça va fonctionner? Voilà, c'est un monitor screen. Allez, à la Bill Gates. Le scanner, voilà. C'était sûr, hein? Donc j'ai cassé l'écran. Poupoulum. À mon avis, je peux faire autrement. Ah, ouais, 800, 600, par contre, ça va être un peu chaud. Pensez que je peux monter un peu plus haut? Ah. C'est bon, ça? Alors, bon. Hey! Donc, un petit navigateur. En fait, ça fait plusieurs mois qu'on travaille sur la suite de CHECK10, puisque on se rend compte que, et je vais vous montrer ça, tac, pouf, on ne voit pas le mot de passe. Ça va, donc une belle page d'accueil. En fait, c'est bizarre parce que moi, je ne vois pas le truc, donc ça va être très... C'est pas grave. Ça marche comment, ça? Il est là! Vous connaissez? Caramello. Ouais, il est tout à droite. C'est donc une petite entracte bien méritée. En tous les cas, bravo à l'équipe du KIKK, c'est franchement exceptionnel. Je ne m'attendais pas à un truc aussi grand et qui est 80...
qui sont là pour t'écouter.
Pardon?
C'est différent de Marissa. C'est quand même mieux.
Ouais. Caramello m'a permis de pitcher Check 10 à Marissa Mayer, la nouvelle CEO de Yahoo. Alors je propose des applaudissements. Merci. Bon, c'est absolument sans filet. Il est 17h21 et Melvin vient de finir un peu de code pour cette démo. En fait, ce que je vais vous montrer, c'est ce en quoi on croit vraiment. En fait, il y a beaucoup de choses en lesquelles on ne croit pas. Et on essaie de regrouper les choses en lesquelles on croit. On croit énormément dans l'expression, la liberté d'expression par Tumblr, les couleurs, les typos, des choses comme ça. Mais on croit évidemment extrêmement fort dans les réseaux sociaux et c'est impossible d'ignorer le succès de Facebook. Et on a une espèce de... Il y a un truc bizarre, c'est qu'il y a deux univers qui sont complètement séparés, qui dit « je publie mon contenu sur un blog ». Et puis, d'un autre côté, j'ai toute mon activité, il y a le temps réel sur les réseaux sociaux. Et il y a quelque chose qui, à notre avis, ne va pas là-dedans. Alors, je vais créer une petite page qui fait... oula, bonjour, Namur. Donc ça, c'est l'éditeur de Check 10. En fait, je peux créer des blocs, etc. Je peux, ici, j'ai préparé le tricheur, un petit bloc. Je mets une image en drag and drop. On peut mettre un arrière-plan. Pif. C'est bien, c'est rapide au moins. Et c'est plus grand chez vous que chez moi. C'est qui, là? Donc, en fait, je crée un poster en disant, voilà, je veux interagir avec ma communauté. Je dis, OK, ben, j'aimerais bien savoir comment se passe votre journée à Namur. Comment bon, on va faire même... Ouais, c'est ça. Yeah. Donc... On va rester positif, hein. Encourager le fabuleux. Donc ici, j'ai créé mon petit poster avec un peu d'esthétique, etc. Je peux aller changer et je vais mettre un thème un peu plus artsy. Voilà. Donc en fait, ici, voilà, j'ai créé mon contenu. Imaginons que je partage ce truc-là. Ben, il y a un problème, c'est qu'en fait, quelque part, c'est la fin d'Internet. C'est votre audience, vous avez tweeté ce lien, ben, il va arriver dessus, et puis il n'y a plus rien qui va se passer derrière. Il va devoir fermer son navigateur et puis repartir vers ailleurs. Et donc, si ça marche, donc, /BG6E. En fait, ce sur quoi on travaille, c'est de dire... Votre contenu, il est temporaire, mais il y a de l'activité autour de ce contenu. Ce n'est pas la fin d'Internet, c'est le début d'une discussion, c'est le début d'une conversation. On le voit. Et c'est live! Wouh! Alors, vous regardez le petit 5 juste en dessous de mon nom. Melvin, tu peux recharger ton navigateur. C'est fabuleux, en fait. On essaie de prendre le meilleur et de regrouper la publication, donc l'univers des WordPress, Tumblr, etc., et de l'associer avec l'instantané des réseaux sociaux. Et ce qu'on essaie de faire par là aussi, je vais aussi participer un petit peu. Est-ce que quelqu'un peut voter sur la page? Bon, je vais dire que la journée était bien. En fait, quand on fait un commentaire, et c'est ça qui, pour revenir un moment sur la théorie d'un poster, le poster, on le met là où on ne connaît pas les gens. En fait, on le met et les gens passent, et cette communauté, on ne la connaît pas. Et notre conviction est que chaque personne qui potentiellement peut interagir avec votre contenu peut vous aider à coller votre poster sur son social graph, comme on dit. Donc, par un commentaire, Melvin qui fait un like, ça peut se poster sur son Facebook. Donc, potentiellement, ma communauté, qui était la communauté d'origine où Melvin a vu ce poster passer, Et bien là maintenant, Melvin va m'aider à propager mon poster et il va voter et donc ses amis vont aussi voir passer ce vote et vont potentiellement pouvoir venir voter. Et chaque interaction qui est faite par les visiteurs de votre page, en fait, tous ces visiteurs vont vous aider à poster ça plus loin. Il y a évidemment un petit souci parce que normalement, ce que je vais vous montrer en dernier, et puis après ça, on va se prendre une bière, c'est qu'en fait, c'est en temps réel pour tout. Le nombre de visites. Vous postez votre poster, touf, ça monte, ça monte, ça monte. Les commentaires, ils viennent en temps réel. Les likes, tout vient en temps réel. Il n'y a pas de rideau. Et cette magie technologique, on pense que vous n'avez pas besoin, ou ma mère, disons, l'utilisatrice parfaite, n'a pas besoin de savoir ce qui se passe dans l'envers du décor. Et le temps réel, c'est quelque chose qui n'est pas assez exploité et qui n'a pas été... Cette occasion n'a pas été saisie par les acteurs de la publication sur Internet. Et c'est vraiment cette opportunité-là qu'on veut saisir. Et on est extrêmement ambitieux, et ceci est en ligne dans 15 jours. Et donc, ce sera disponible pour tout le monde. On a extrêmement hâte de voir comment Albert Jacquard va l'utiliser dans le cadre d'une école. Des étudiants qui partagent leurs travaux avec leurs copains qui critiquent ou qui félicitent. Et alors, la dernière toute petite magie, c'est que quand on crée un contenu, on a envie d'avoir le résultat de la viralité de sa page. On veut savoir ce qui se passe. Est-ce que quelqu'un parle de mon poster ailleurs? Aujourd'hui, il faut aller sur Google Analytics pour voir le compteur. Il n'y a plus. Et il faut aller sur Twitter, par exemple, pour faire une recherche. Est-ce qu'on parle de mon lien? Regardez surtout à droite. Hein. Oups. Ah, ça ne marche pas. C'est pendant 15 jours, tout est en temps réel. Tous les tweets qui vont parler de vos posters sont repris dans la colonne de droite et font partie de ce qu'on appelle un feed. L'activité de votre poster se trouve en vis-à-vis de votre poster. Et voilà, 6 mois de boulot. Merci.
So, full-service agencies say that they can do everything good. It means that they're not good at anything at all. Today you have to niche, you have to decide what you're good at. If you're really good at it, then you can start to, maybe I should do this as well, because I'm pretty fucking good at drawing as well, or I'm good at this as well. But you shouldn't do, I'm good at everything and I can do everything, and then you will probably be shit at everything.
And we're going to see later what Fred is really talented at. I'm going to come back to that.
While we're at it, we can talk about design competitions. They're shit. Usually they put up a jury. Usually you have to pay to be in a competition. It's like Usain Bolt will be like, do I afford to go to this competition? No, I'm going to stay home and play some PlayStation. But we designers have to pay to send our things to a jury who we didn't even choose ourselves. So someone else choose. Probably old guys chose the jury. And even it doesn't matter how far up you go in competitions, if you go to Cannes, if you go to Euro Awards or whatever, it's going to be the same shit. So until someone makes a competition which is for free and it has the ambition to actually give a prize to great design, don't send anything in. It doesn't matter. This is yours, Magnus.
Thank you, Bishop. So, I guess, Freddie, you can help me out. If I say, show your balls, then you can signal to the people how to do it.
Okay.
If I say show...
I don't know, Magnus. I don't know how to do it. I'll show you later.
I guess the most important thing about it, well, you can see it later afterwards if you want to join. You're allowed to join at the hotel. It's in the castle. It's room 112.
You have 112.
I think. And so Frederik will be waiting.
Are you picking up girls here in the...
For you, Frederik, not for me. Anyway, showing your balls, I guess, is just an advice that we believe strongly in. I guess Mr. Rabbit over there wouldn't be Mr. Rabbit if he wouldn't have had balls
to be on stage dressed as an idiot with people posting pictures of him all over internet. So
Magnus,
showing your balls can take you long. I mean, we've gone to fucking Belgium just because of doing it earlier.
Magnus is showing his balls right now because Eric is faster than Magnus. Paula Scheer is a really famous creative director at Pentagram in New York. I was doing my internship in New York for maybe 7 to 10 years ago. I don't have bad memories, and that's why. I went there and I wanted to meet her because I was a student, so I didn't know what to say. So I started to write to her an email, "Hi Paula, you want to meet up with me? I can show you stuff." And it started to become a bit flirty because
what stuff?
Design, Magnus.
Okay.
Like, it became a bit flirty, like a joke. So in the end, we were like, "Yeah, do we have a date?" "Yes, Freddie, we have a date." So I went to Pentagram, of course, on the exact moment, not too early, because you don't want to be the guy who's like, "I'm already here." You want to be a bit late to be like, yeah. So I went in with cool. 10 roses, a CD with Swedish love songs. She wasn't there. She was in a meeting. She couldn't meet me. So I was like, what the fuck? I left the roses, went home, forgot about it. And then maybe 5 years later, we met with Julia Hoffman, who's the creative director at Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, in New York. And I told her the story, and it turned out that she was sitting 5 meters from me when I was delivering the roses, because he was an assistant to Paula Scheer. Now, it didn't give me anything yet. It might one day, but if she comes running to me, had your fucking chance. The next film we're going to show you is from a girl. We get maybe 20 internship applications a day. This girl, instead of writing the same boring email as everyone else do, "Hi, I'm a graphic design student, I do this and this, I have passion for this and this, I want to do this and this." She decided to put all her effort in and just send a film to one studio, and that was us. This is her film. Give it up for Petra. And Magnus, did she get it? Did she get an internship?
Of course, she got in. I feel very self-indulgent, like looking at that. But, I mean, it's a great lesson. Just put all your heart and soul into what you're doing and stand out. Don't be boring and bland and generic like 98% of the world. It will take you far. And I'm sorry if I offended anyone. It wasn't my purpose.
It was his purpose.
I'm a nice guy. And
this guy is a fuck up. Don't do like him. I think our name, Magnus, isn't that a bit of a bold statement?
Maybe from the start. I mean, we started Snask straight from university. And normally, if you have two people setting up a company, you just use the surnames. So this is Frederic Öst, so it would be Öst, and my surname is Berg, so it would be like Östberg or Berg Öst. A very inspirational name for a company.
If you say Mr. Berg, which his name means gay in Swedish, and my name, if you go international, it means she's. So to be a she's a gay. I just found it out now. Sorry. Yeah. Well, our parents hated us for having this this name, and they were like, "Seriously, what the fuck, Magnus?"
Yeah, I mean, you've been studying for 4 years. Why don't you go into the industry and get yourself a normal job as an art director or a graphic designer? Why the hell should you set up a company called Snask? Because Snask in Swedish, we're going to come to that, means sort of like filth, gossip, and candy, so it's sort of well, it just connotates all really bad stuff, which was something that we fell in love with.
Basically, when you're like 5 years old, well, from you get teeth until you're like maybe 14, if someone tells you get candy, if you run as fast as you fucking can into that door, you're gonna do it. And then you know that you're gonna get candy. Filth is from 14 or maybe 12, I don't know, it depends on. 12 until maybe 55, 60, sorry. You will do anything for filth. You run into a fucking door and then you get filth. Gossip comes afterwards, maybe 70 years old. If you hear what your grandchildren did, oh my God, you would run into a door as well. So that's your name. So we come to the say yes part, haven't we?
Say yes, 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 say yes. Don't say no, don't say no, don't say no. Don't say no, don't say no, don't say no. Say yes, say yes, say yes, yes, yes.
Give it up to Mr. Bishop and Mr. Rabbit. Now we come. We're going to give you an explanation to this. We were having such a fucking bad class. When we were in university, we studied graphic design for 3 years in England. Everyone was very shy. Everyone didn't want to talk to one another. It was very, very boring in a way. So we decided to make a big party. So we put up this garbage can, filled it with liquor, and then we put up a note on the side of it, inviting everyone to a party. And could I get some help here on this one? This work is a credible and fucking lovely piece of art. The purpose speaks of a clear absence in sociability within the graphic design classes. The 3 years are very much like living in the kingdom of shyness and prestige. To say hello to one another is like asking for the last dance. We don't have to fuck with each other. Just talk more and interact. And maybe, just maybe, we can all get laid in a big graphic design orgy and get drunk on beautiful punch.
And we had a specific explanation to the third years. We sort of understood that they wouldn't be able to really get what the party was all about. And here it goes. So fuck your final major. Be punk and clear your minds for one night. This is your chance to be a bit of fun in your last weeks. Now is the time to act if you want to be known forever. Now is the time to crawl on the floor if you want to look cheap. And now is the time to suck up to all the second years, since we will take all your jobs in the future.
To my fellow mutants, join us and stay the fuck away. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. These are some happy people on the screen. They are dancing, they're having a party. Basically, the story goes that we just happened to start, we started a club night at Sweden's most credible rock venue. It's called the Baser. We work for them a lot of times and we do posters for them. And one night they just told us maybe you should have a club night at the Baser called Snask, which is our company name. We were like, of course we should. And then we moved on to the next subject, not so they wouldn't change their mind. So this is the poster we made for the first year. We had it this year as well, and we're going to probably have it the next year as well. The budget in kronors is 2,000 kronors to print them for a summer. It's not that much. Maybe 200 euros at most. So since we're a company, we can do whatever we want because we have more money than you have as a student if you have a club night. So we decided to put in 50,000 kronor extra to print the posters. So we foil blocked them in gold, and we put them up, and we had to do it at the same time. And at that time, we didn't know what band was going to be the third time. So we just wrote, very fucking secret band. It was actually so secret that we didn't even fucking know, because we didn't even book it. We didn't even know what band it was, so no one knew the band.
The band wasn't born yet.
No, it wasn't born yet. It was in Mama's womb, ready to be released. No, sorry. Also, the Swedish king is in the poster, in the O. I think it's good that he sits there. The reason we put him in there is that it's a Swedish scandal. The Swedish king is very filthy. He's a very dirty, dirty motherfucker. And he has something called coffee girls, which is young girls who are not allowed to dress up too much, and they're supposed to serve him coffee. And he says that it's nice to look at something nice, he says. It's like he's in a fucking gallery or something. Anyway, we decided to put him in our poster because he couldn't look at our poster because he was in it. So he couldn't look at something nice. Yeah.
Okay, Frederik. So we have come to the point where we're going to Serbia. We're sort of on a plane. We're flying sky high. We're from Stockholm. We're going to Belgrade, I think. Yep. And the reason for us being there is that we're going to host an exhibition because a very, very tall man in Sweden told us that Belgrade, it's the most beautiful city on earth. You have to come there. The girls are beautiful. And sort of everything was beautiful. And there we was.
Yeah,
on
there
the
we
plane.
was. And we created an exhibition with young people. We made a small talk. And we got booked for some reason to DJ at the nightclub because we DJ a lot. So we're like, oh yeah, of course, let's go there to DJ. What they forgot to mention, it doesn't really matter in Sweden, and it doesn't matter at all in Sweden, but in Belgrade it matters a bit more than it was a gay night, because people in Serbia are not that gay friendly. But we're like, what the heck, let's do it. And MTV got so happy, so they gave us 10 seconds, 10 times a day for, I think it was 2 weeks. I was going to say 10 days because it sounds better, but it was probably 2 weeks. We were like, what are we going to do on MTV, which airs for like 160 million people in the Balkans who hate gay people? So the film department decided to pour like 2 bottles of wines in our bodies. And they came with this extraordinary suggestion to why don't you get naked, get oily, and shoot lasers from your tits. I know it sounds bad now, but hey, Vino Tinto, if you go and drink some wine tonight, I will show you. So we thought it sounded fucking great. And this is basically the film.
We had no choice.
Yeah, we had no choice maybe. So this is the film that aired on MTV for 160 million.
Loud and Weird predstavlja Švedski sto. Snask, pravi Švedske. Antidox I PTŽC iz Beograda. Klub Havana. 2. april od 23 sata.
Yeah. It wasn't for real. We can't shoot lasers. Club Havana, though, is a really good name of a club.
Yeah, so we're sort of traveling back until we were like 7 years old when you did your first film, and you just dreamt of shooting lasers from your tits and getting rid of someone's head in flames. It's probably the best film we will ever make.
This is also yours, Magnus?
Yep. So one time I peed myself. And I wasn't like 6 years old or anything. I was sort of like 24. And it was Frederic's best friend. he had just had he had a party, and at the time, I drank a bit too much. And at that night, I passed out, sort of, in Frederic's best friend's bed. Woke up the day after, felt so good about that I had found a spot to sleep in. But I sort of realized that because I was sleeping on my stomach, and you know the feeling like when you like slowly like trying to like get up. I realized that, oh my God, it's very cold down next to my crotch. So I had peed myself, and I wasn't on home turf, and I made a fool out of myself. I ran out.
Not only did he pee himself,
what more did I do? I mean, isn't that
he
enough?
also thought he was invisible. No, none of you are invisible. But all the other people in the stairs are invisible, because you can't see them. Magnus thought it was invisible, so he thought like, well, no one's gonna notice that I peed my pants. So if I take away the sheets and throw them in the garbage can, no one's gonna notice anything.
Hey, you can't blame me. I mean, I was
so
in a
the
bad
next morning,
situation.
the girls, well, my friends of mine who woke up, they just found a wet spot in the bed, who smelled very much like salt and minerals. Like, I think they figured out what it was. And no blankets at all. And I didn't hear from Magnus for like 2 days. He didn't sleep at home, so I didn't know. And then I went to dinner at my friend's house, and they were like, yeah, so have you talked to Magnus? I said, no, he hasn't been home. Oh, he hasn't? No, but I called him today. Oh, did he say anything special? No. Why? He peed our fucking bed, and then he threw away the blankets. And then I called Magnus up and said, Magnus, hi, how are you doing? And Magnus was like, yeah, I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine. Where are you? Yeah, I'm sleeping at Oscar's place. Yeah, it's kind of nice.
But don't you think you have like said too much now?
Oh, maybe. But it's funny because Magnus didn't want to admit. And then I was like, Magnus, didn't you pee your fucking pants in my friend's bed? And Magnus was like, yes.
And I did, and it was a great conversation starter.
But that doesn't have to do with this more than pee. Because peeing on yourself is really important, Magnus.
Yep.
It is.
And why is it important,
Because
Frederic?
you have to have self-distance. If you don't have self-distance, you will become a precocious douchebag. You have to know who you are. You have to have a self-distance. You have to be able to joke about yourself. Everyone makes fucking mistakes. So that's a big advice. This is, we went to Malmö. It's a city down south in Stockholm. No, in Sweden. And it was 2006. We went with a kind of project we made.
And you know, Frederic was talking about Paula Shear and the 3 red roses earlier. When he, I mean,
exactly. Here it comes, the solution, right?
Here comes the solution.
Well, the happy story.
Again, Frederic is trying to pick up older women.
Women.
Go for it, Frederic.
Women. No, I didn't. But we had a gallery of rolling art and design, and this was this woman who was working. She was the head of the cultural area of the festival. So we got very good friends, and we decided to, hey, we should get drunk of red wine together. And then we did, and we talked a lot. 2 years later, she called me up, and she was like, hey, I'm now the head of the whole fucking festival. We need an identity. Do you have an agency yet? We should work together. And they've been our client now for 4 years. And we do everything by hand for them. As I told you before, with full service agencies and Usain Bolt, it's like I shouldn't draw, because that's my sketch on the left. But it was a good plan. It was a good plan.
And it's how it is in the beginning when you set up a company. You sort of have 15 different roles at the same time. And this is definitely one of them, one task that Freddy should stay away from.
I was going to say I love you, but nothing came out, basically. But that's the end result. But then you realize how good we are at fucking selling. If we can sell in that. But of course, we produce very good work in the end. Well, hopefully people think that. So that's how it became. The next year, I used a really cool software. I don't think it's come to Belgium. It's called Adobe Illustrator.
Yeah, and you can sign up for Adobe CS6 outside.
This is a vector sketch. It still looks shit though, even though it's... But that's how it became in the end on the right-hand side. Everything is photographed at one point. The parrot on the door was really afraid of the balloons. It was a very long time to get it to sit where it sits. The following year, Jens, our designer, did the sketch instead. And he did it a bit better than I did. And this was this year's. Now we're here again, folks. We're here talking about our fucking cases. So let's not do it. Let's talk about the film instead. Yeah, I know.
Let's just continue.
Another case. I forgot about it, sorry. So another case, everyone. Let's do another case. There was a folk opera. It's an opera house. They made 2 operas. Figaro's Wedding and Love Potion was the name of them. So we got the assignment. Can you make a film which shows what happens to the instruments after the opera singers go off the stage? So we tried out some things and we did a stop motion. This is a tryout when we tried to move the camera so it looks like we're actually filming it in real time, but we're not. We're just taking a picture, moving, taking a picture, moving. So this is just a test how it would look if we would move the camera at the same time as we're moving stuff and objects. Then, I know normally Magnus tells me now that this is the opposite, and yes, it might be, but here we actually show the client exactly how it will be in 3D, just to convince them, basically, they will be great. Because in the end, we would have to go to the opera like this almost, but bigger, and set it up during the night with like threads and shit like that. So it would look like this. I don't know if you can see it really, but it is in a theater and it took a long time. The end result is this. Yes. And the director of the orchestra was actually very like, the guy who does like this. He was very, in the beginning, he didn't really want to interfere that much. People were going to do like, yeah, I'm going to be a cello, fucking another cello, like, meh. So he got angry. He's like, no, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this 100%. So he took the whole orchestra. He's like, this is how a cello sounds when it has sex with another cello. And he wrote a piece for it. Here you go. And they're like, and he's like, what are you doing? I'm kissing, I'm a trombone. Yeah, you should do like that. So in the end, this guy, he wrote the whole piece for the actual film. So everything in the film is actually made by him, the sounds. I'm never gonna dance again. A guilty feel have got no rhythm. But it's easy to pretend. I'm not a fool. That's very stupid of me. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Pink lies. So,
pink is our favorite color.
Yeah, pink is a beautiful color. Pink used to be the manly color. You don't believe it, but it is actually true. We think lying is very funny. Lying is very funny. But if you lie too much all the time, people are going to think you're a fucking liar. And that's not very good, is it? You can do white lies if you want to. They're always boring. That's the whole, the whole concept with white lies is that it's boring. It's to be nice to someone. So we decided to come up with something called pink lies. Now, pink lies is something you can tell to boost yourself, and pink lies often come true in the end. Like, for example, we're standing on this stage on this very moment. For maybe 3 years ago, we decided, we want to stand on this stage in 3 years. How are we going to do it? So we started lying. Of course. So lying to loads of schools in Sweden. We said, hey, we've been fucking lecturing in Belgium and we've been lecturing all over the world. Do you want us to come to your school? Maybe we have time. And they were like, yes. So we went to lecture at every school in Sweden, the biggest ones, only one time because we had it on our CV. And then we took those and we went to the festivals and like, hey, we've been at every school in Sweden now. You want us to come and do a lecture? They're like, yeah. And here we are. So that's your pink lie. You can tell a lie if you know that it doesn't hurt anyone and it's going to come true. So that's your pink lie. Now this is the very reason, of course, why I sang that stupid song. Because this guy has been employed by Snask since 1983 as a recruitment officer. We only been around since 2007, but he's been around. He's been working at our place since 1983. His name is George Michael, of course, and he handles all the internship applications. Like, if someone would send me and Magnus an internship application, hi, we love you, you're so great, I want to do an internship at your place. We don't really have time, and then when you don't have time, it takes a lot of energy to write like, hi, sorry you're not good enough, but hey, come on, blah, blah, blah. It takes a lot of time. George Michael, on the hand, he writes it really easy. He's just, hi, you're beautiful, your name is fucking great, I think I'm in love with you. Today is not your day, but see you soon in the near future. Bye.
I mean, it's just so much easier being
he's
George
so
Michael.
easy.
I mean, he's an international phenomenon. He's super famous, good looking, been on television. He sold like probably 20 million records, and
everyone gets so happy when you get a reply from them. They're like,
great
that's
house in
great,
Hollywood.
I don't get an internship. Thank you, George. I don't know. He's great. Well, not to jump before the story. We also use George sometimes. So when me and Magnus went to California, to travel California for 6 weeks, we thought it was a great idea. Well, we should go to some parties to actually see how it is to be in California.
we had no friends since we're from Stockholm.
No friends. So how are we going to get friends in California to go to a house party and actually live the dream in California? So George Michael just came up and said, hey guys, I can do this. So he sent every cool agency in San Francisco and LA an email, and he had a tone of voice like he knew them. So he was like, hey guys, I'm sending my boys over to Cali. I don't want them to have too much fun, so why don't you buy them some beer and some grub and meet them. Their name is Fred and Magnus. And we got so many replies. Everyone said yes. So we just went there, chose the best ones, and went to meet them. And we got welcomed, we came in, they gave us beer, we sat down, and after a while they were like...
Yeah, we were sort of surprised being there.
Yeah, we were like playing like, oh, this is nice. And they're like, oh, a beer, nice. And they were like, so what are we actually doing here? And we were like, we have no clue. George just told us to go here. And they're like, that's crazy. George just told us to buy you beer and food. We're like, that is great. So do you have food now? Well, no, not like that. But they actually took 2 hours off the studio, had beer and grub with us. After a while, we told them that there's no George Michael. He just gives us free beer and food and says no to interns we don't want to say no to. And they understood. And I think they have David Hasselhoff employed at their place now. And it's actually very good. These are the guys from one of the studios. They even gave us fucking presents. They gave us beer, presents. They gave us food. They showed us around. We even went to an R. Kelly house party in San Francisco, woke up with 2 lesbians, 1 jacket lost, and Adam, I think.
Maybe you did.
Yeah.
I was at the hotel.
No, you weren't. And we had an internship. His name is Richie the Lover Boy. You've seen him before. Whoopsie daisy guy. Before he came, he was an internship at Snask. And when he replied, when he got like, yeah, you're going to get an internship from George Michael, George also told him, hey, before you come over, boy, you need to do the best stop motion that I ever made. That's what you're going to do when you come over. And he got a bit nervous. He thought a lot about it. He made an amazing stop motion film, which we're going to show you in a minute. But after 3 months of internship, we decided, yeah, you can stay. We can actually pay you to stay because you're very talented. And then a new intern came, and he was like, so did you meet George? And this girl was like, no, what do you mean? no, he's in the Caribbean. He's been for 3 months ever since I came. And she was like, no, he doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. So Richard thought George Michael was sipping pina colada in the Caribbean for 3 months, the whole time he was there. But this is the film he fucking made with that passion. So give it up to Richard Gray. If you come to Sweden, you can meet him, make love to him, bring protection. Fuck luck. We don't believe in anything called luck. It's snask. There's so many people who think that, oh, that person got so well, he or she became famous, and it was so much luck. And that's bullshit. If you read any autobiography, there's so many out there. No autobiography is going to be like, hi, and then it's going to be on the second page, I got lucky, and then I got successful. End of story. It's always going to be like, hi, I fucking worked my ass off this year, and then I fucking worked my ass off this year. My boyfriend, my girlfriend left me, blah, 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 and then I started up this, it went to shit. Basically, it's no luck. It's nothing called luck. You always have to work shit hard. 10,000 hours is what you have to put in, even if you're a designer, even if you're Usain Bolt. To be the best, 10,000 hours is actually the minimum. So don't be lazy. This is a quote from August Strindberg. I hope you heard him before. By trying the impossible, one should reach the highest grade of the possible.
Okay, so I guess you all been on Facebook, but the reason for this is that like a couple of months ago we wanted to launch our new website, and both me and Frederik, we were quite frustrated about like the atmosphere at SNUS, because everyone was sort of, slow down, we can't release it tomorrow, we should go through like the user experience, or do all the links work, all the portfolio projects, do they look amazing? And we were sort of, fuck it, we're going to off, we need the new website to be up, it's super important for everything in the future. So Jens, our star designer, Mean Machine that you saw in the beginning, he sort of like rose up. He stopped everything at SNUSK, and he walked up to the wall, he picked up a pen, and he created this scale. And the scale is patience over there, and it's no patience over there. So we have me there, Frederik there, we have Mr. Rabbit there, and yeah, Jens, the really anal designer, to your left. He wanted to go through everything, maybe like 256 hours more. So I got a bit frustrated, like, fucking hell, we need our website done, it has to be out, we just need to like do this. So I called Frederik, and I was sad, sort of.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if you actually helped me, but...
I did.
At least he
He's
created
changing the story. This wasn't in the script.
He created a way to explain the world, how the world is at Snask.
Yes, and the world means that, yes, Eric and Jens has patience. They're like a brake pedal. Whereas me and Magnus are red, hot, sexy. I could go on here, but I choose not to because I'm a nice guy. Ferrari motorcycle, speeding. But the knowledge here and the wisdom, of course, Mr. Rabbit, is that every company need a brake and a gas pedal. It's really important with both. Yeah? Yeah, good. So we released a book. The name is Make Enemies and Game Fans. It's out now. If you're really, really nice, we can give you 25% discount. It's about different things. This is when we lied to Eric, Mr. Rabbit, that we were going to run the half marathon. And Magnus called me up like a week before. It's like, hey, Freddy, listen, I got a knee problem or something. It was real, right?
Of course.
Yeah, yeah. And I said, okay, Magnus, I don't fucking care if it's real or not. You can't tell Eric that you're not running the half marathon, because then he's never going to run it. And Magnus is like, okay, fine, that's your deal. So Magnus got dressed up. He went to the starting line, working up, and they were in the last section, like the last people to start the race. So just before the bell was ringing, Magnus was like, oh, I need to go to the toilet. So he disappeared, and Eric didn't see him anymore during the whole race. So he thought, like, Magnus must be behind me, because he didn't run past me. And that's how Eric looked when he was running.
He's dying people.
I think it was 25 people after him who came in to go.
Like homeless people next to the street were sort of like bullying Eric when he was running.
And there was a guy who Eric ran past in the beginning. He was very old, so he was running like this. And Eric was looking at him and saying, oh, he's so old. I feel so sorry for him. He can't even run. And then in the end, this old guy came running past Eric like this. So he actually won. And all the time, Magnus was drinking beer, smoking a cigarette. And I think we told you, like, 1 year later. Yeah, half year or year later.
How did you feel, Eric? I'm sorry, I live my life now in fear of what will happen to me one day when Eric will take out his revenge on what I did to him.
Yeah. This is a great picture of Magnus from the book. So if you buy the book, that picture will be yours, basically. Now we're gonna, before we show this, we are going to, I just need to tell you that when it's done, you made the applause, we're done the Q&A. We always film the audience, and we ask you one simple question, and the question is, you want to do it the Snask way. If you don't want to do it the Snask way, don't, just shut up. If you want to do it the Snask way, you should scream as loud as you can when I get near to you. Just to make you prepared of it, that it's going to happen. But this is a film that we send to our clients every time we scored a new contract. And it is to tell them how happy we are. Come, give us your money. We will make a great project together. We're so happy we're going to get rich. This is the film we send them.
Jag önskar att alltid var så här på Snask.
Thank you, thank you. And what does she say? The Lucy Liu in Kill Bill?
I don't know, Freddie. It was a
I
long
think
time
she's
since I
like,
saw
she's
it.
running up. She cuts off a head. She takes the sword down and she says, now if there's anyone have any fucking questions, now it's time to do it. Or something like that. So I won't chop any heads off, but if anyone have any fucking questions, now's the time. No one ever does when you know that you're gonna get a lamp in your face and everyone's gonna see you. And you're like, oh my god.
I have one question, Frederik.
You have
a very specific jacket on today. How come you bought it?
Why I bought it?
Because you look
like the biggest douchebag in Europe. Everything that starts with Euro is very bad. Like, I have a Jour jacket on. So it's very bad. It's a Jour jacket. It's basically from the film Drive.
They know, Frederik.
Okay, maybe you know. Okay. Does anyone have a relevant question that we can learn something from? Anyone have a question that we could learn something from? No? 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 Everything is clear? We didn't tell you anything, and yet you have no questions. Okay. Well, that's fine. So we're going to do the film. And as I told you, I will film you. When I get close to you, you scream. When I'm not close to you, don't scream, because you're going to be hated by your next-door neighbor. Okay? So I'm just going to ask you a simple question, and then I put on the video. Like, you want to do it the Snask way? Come on, come on, come on. You want to do it the Snask way?
Okay, we'll do it again. You want to do it the Snask way. Do it the Snask way.
Your man get personal, want to have your fun. If your man get personal, wants to have your fun. Won't you come along to fry pan, honey, barrel house all night long. I got women's in Vicksburg, clean on into Tennessee. I got women's in Vicksburg, clean on into Tennessee. Well, my fry pan right now hops all over me. Thank you.
Ska vi säga att alla ska till baren nu? Nej, okej.
So thank you everyone for today. There's going to be one more song from this extraordinary band. This is a fruit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Erik, ska inte jag gå av?
It's getting near dawn. When I close her tired eyes, it'll soon be with you, my darling. Give you my dull surprise. I'll be with you, darling, soon. Be with you when the been waiting so long to be where I'm going, in the sunshine of your love. I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going, in the sunshine of your love. 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 Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.